time is 8:06 a.m. It is Saturday, May the 1st, and I'm going to call this special city council, it's listed as a meeting, special city council meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call it?
Mitchell.
Here.
Coach.
Here.
Ellison.
Present.
Flores Kale.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Bradshaw.
Here.
Tobias.
Here.
Bright and early, all of us are here, so good job. Congratulations. Thank you to staff for coming up so early. We'll try to be efficient with our time. I know Scott, you'll probably finish this at like midnight last night. That's a lot to try to get through. These things are always up till the last minute. So happy to go through it all with you, Scott. I don't have an agenda in front of me, so I don't know.
There's just one item.
Citizen comments.
2 items.
Yeah, no one's here.
I know no one's here, but we still have to officially.
All right, we're going to open citizen comments and we're going to close citizen comments. Anything else? Okay.
All right. So good morning, everyone. You can see on your screens, we have the presentation. You can follow along there. You can ask questions. Some of you have printouts in front of you, which is great. Slide 2, you'll see the overview of what we'll get through today. So if you recall, we have several of these budget retreats. So this first one is our kind of throw it up on the wall retreat. And this is a chance for staff to throw out their desired items and for council to throw out their desired items. And then we will take that into the next couple of budget meetings as we finalize the budget. And we'll go into the specifics on the budget calendar later in the presentation. So there's our bullet. We can go to the next slide. So this meeting in particular, again, we're looking for your vision, your direction, similar to the visioning workshop. Now it's much more related or confined to your budget vision projects as it relates to the budget. And you'll see the steps that we've taken up to this point and the items that we will talk about. So your goals, priority projects, we'll talk about the bond election, water rate or utility increases, and then property tax rate. Next slide. So program priorities for 2022. Expedite engineering, design, construction, and completion of capital projects. I think that's something that came out very clear in the workshop, is we, for the last several years, have had banner years for capital projects, and that has gone unabated, unchecked. We are full steam ahead on each one of these projects, so our goal is to continue those through completion. We have multiple roads that have been identified in the CIP. The council and the public for the household survey has really identified as well as being the primary roads. So those are definitely high up in the budget priority. And we want to go through that CIP as well with you. And then we'll talk about those roads as it could relate to a future bond issue. Program priorities, we have made a really heavy push for beautification, quality of life. So the council in the first retreat put it in the case report, the Kyle Accountability Standards for Excellence report. Developed the goal of the gold standard in Hays County. So we actually don't like that. We want to be the gold standard in Texas or the entire world. So we'll take over the universe. But the gold standard of everything we do has been and will continue to be what we strive for. Let's see. Beautification, landscaping, litter, landscaping, lighting enhancements, etc. We'll talk those through. Number 6. Okay, so this is where we start getting into department-specific budget needs. And so we're going to go through just kind of a summary here of each department, starting with communications department. So we're on slide 7. And again, what we have asked for, as we have done in past years, is we have asked for each department head to come up with their wish list, irrespective of what the numbers might be. Now, we always say be realistic, don't just throw something down there that doesn't make sense to present, but be realistic for the needs of your department. Council can ask any questions to those department heads, and then we will take those back, and for our next budget meeting, we'll call those down to what realistically works within the available dollars. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Samantha.
Samantha Brewster, Director of Communications. What you see for the communications budget request for this year really just reflects what we know is coming in all of the projects that are going to be launched. So and I know we're still talking, when I say Heroes Memorial Park as an example, that's in this fiscal year, but those type of projects, as they come to completion, we know they're going to take a lot of outreach, and we want to have capacity to do that. We also, in the last year, have learned that special projects and events pop up, and we want to be prepared for those. So this reflects that as well. We do now, different from last year, have a full staff, and so the training and conferences budget is to allow for our new staff members to get some professional development training in this next fiscal year. The biggest line item, is the cargo van, and what we are hoping is that as we are now getting more gear, our audio and video equipment is bigger than one shelf that we used before, and it is all constantly traveling. And with all of that travel comes liability that it could be broken, dropped. So this would kind of kill two birds with one stone, allowing all of our equipment to be safely stored and also accessible to be on site when it's needed. And I'm available for any questions. Yes.
Where will you guys be parking the cargo van?
So we haven't figured that out just yet. There's two options we do have here, of course, but there's also the Public Works, but I haven't talked to Harper about that. I hope he's
Be delighted.
Yeah. Councilman Ellison?
Yeah, I've got a few of them I've got questions on. Could you elaborate on what the number 4 consulting services would be consisting of?
Consulting services would allow us, if we were to go through any kind of branding initiative or media, if we wanted to bring on any kind of talent or those big media and branding initiatives, they cost a lot of money. And branding has come up a couple of times in different conversations. And so this is really just in case we were to go into something like that we would have capacity to get a consulting services on board.
So is there an anticipation on some big branding initiatives that you can see that we've been discussing?
It's come up in conversation, and I don't have direction, but again, we want to be prepared.
Certainly. Number 5, the translator services, is that for American Sign Language? Is that for the, because I know we've, and I've asked about it before about Spanish, and we've sworn up and down that we have that covered in-house, so would that one be for?
So this is for ASL and also for Spanish translation.
I'm excited to see that one, to be honest with you. So on the photographic equipment, you have a minus 8,525? Is that why it's in parentheses?
And that's from last fiscal year, because last year was our real ramping up for getting equipment. So this is a reduction of that line item.
Okay. And could you elaborate on what 10 references, increases in other support costs?
I might need a little bit of help on that one from Pervez. I'm not sure.
Councilmember, these are other line items such as office supplies, miscellaneous supplies, a lot of small items that we just compiled together.
Okay. Because I see number 7 says office supplies for $5,700. So I'm just trying to.
Like printing
get it.
supplies, materials that they need. So a lot of small items. We have a spreadsheet that will show us.
From what I'm looking at on my side versus that, I think most of that is outside printing.
The number 10 increases
no.
in the support costs, or are we talking about office supplies?
No, I was thinking that it was outside printing, but now I see that is in number 3, so.
Okay. I won't belabor the point, so maybe just
Absolutely.
my slides or what we're talking about, what the differences between those are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Referencing number 2, training and conferences. Will these be virtual conferences or training, or will this be forced travel conferences that will open up that we know of?
I'm anticipating a hybrid.
Okay.
There's still a lot that are available virtually, but there may be some in the region that would be in person.
Oh, okay. And this would include like any kind of travel, any kind of lodging? or
Yes, sir.
anything else?
That's all.
And the classes themselves?
Yes.
Out of curiosity, do we have big plans for the pie, capital of Texas?
Yeah, so that, a lot of and it's a great question, a lot of the budget for Pie in the Sky comes from the special events budget, which is separate from the communications budget. So that you'll see in its own line item and is all encompassing of everything needed for that event.
I just want to make sure, since we passed the vote last time, that we are going to take some big initiative to like really regroup and define. And you know what, so I was sent the link and I didn't realize that we had so much pie associated stuff. So just to push that out, I would love to see all that.
Yeah.
So we can kill some of the kickback.
I have another quick question before we move on from this one. So I know Councilmember Flores-Kale has brought this up as well about the website. So was it 2 budgets ago, Jerry might be able to answer this one, where Kim did the upgrading of the website? We had the major changes that we did, and definitely was improved from that previous website. Was that all done internally? Did we outsource any of
It
that?
was done internally, working with the host system.
Gotcha.
And a lot of that was on the back end stuff to improve the search functions and some of the other, how it works internally, but structurally it did not change.
Gotcha. Is that part of what would be covered in number 8, or have we looked at anything like that, or?
So our goal in this fiscal year is to revamp the website, but it won't be, the last upgrade was really more on the aesthetics of it. What we're going to focus on this year is really the organization of it.
That would be
Getting
great.
a new website and upgrading is just going to pass the buck on cleaning up the data. So this year you will see in upgrades to the website. It won't be the aesthetics though, it'll be the organization and making it more user-friendly.
That is exactly the track that we need to be on, and I'm in complete agreement with that, because I'm on our website quite a bit. The search button is my friend, but it's not always the easiest and most intuitive to find things. Other than that, I think I agree with you, just the design and aesthetics, we don't really need to mess with that again. I think previously under Kim, that was done all right, but yeah, okay, that's good to know, thank you.
So Councilmember Ellison, to answer your question, what makes up the $5,960 in other support costs? $2,000 for legal services, $3,000 for outside printing, $500 for delivery and courier services, $200 for food and meals, $300 for office furniture, and $200 for computer hardware.
Do you mind share that with those services, and what was the next largest one?
Outside printing,
And that number again?
$3,000.
Thank you.
And could you repeat the last one after office furniture?
After office furniture, $200 for computer hardware. Samantha, you want to cover the next one, please? Unless Sarah is here.
No, she's not, and I'm happy to cover it. So this is what I was referring to earlier, that the special events budget is its own budget outside of our communications, even though we are in the same department. So what you'll see here is the National Pie Day that we host on the 23rd, and National Pie Without an E Day that's hosted. And so you'll see a little bit of an increase in those budgets, and that is really just for supplies and programming for those events. In the last year, and I think even the year before that, because of weather, we've kind of had to just do what we could. It was more of a virtual. We want to make sure that we have a budget to make it in person and awesome as we're able to in the next fiscal year.
So obviously, this is in addition to what we already do. So if there are other special events, that would not be included in this slide. But if there are new things that we're doing, or in additions to previous years, that would be included in this slide. So where I'm getting at on this is, I know we've talked about other special events that we were interested in, Veterans Day, things like that. Would this be the appropriate place where we would have some additions for, you said this would cover programming and other ancillary costs like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think we should consider, just the council's pleasure to incorporate some of those special events that we agree upon.
Next up is our Economic Development Department.
I'm over here for a while.
Oh, go for it.
Morning. So for our Economic Development Department, only one is really a new cost. The others are kind of carryovers that are contractually obligated. So the first one is a reclassification from ED specialist to ED Economic Development Manager. That would be for Victoria Vargas's position. This past year, we had Lauren Lyons start in the Economic Development Coordinator position. And Victoria really spent the beginning part of the year getting her trained, and now is transitioning more to focus on business retention and workforce, working directly with our existing business environment here, creating new programming, partnering with some of the regional groups so that we can kind of take advantage of other resources and utilize those to the best of our ability and kind of lower our budget on that item. So this would just be reclassifying her to kind of the more appropriate title that she's actually doing the work for. Just to also kind of give you an idea on Lauren's position, pre-COVID, we were responding to RFPs and RFIs, maybe one or two every 1 or 2 weeks. And now we're getting about 2 or 3 a day. So it has been a little difficult to get her trained to the point where we want her to be fully confident and independent in all of those roles. So Victoria is still kind of overlapping on some of them, just because she's spending so much time on responding to RFPs. But we recently had a meeting, and we are really starting to focus on defining those lanes and trying to really stay in them and only cross over if it's really needed. So one of the programs that Victoria just worked on was partnering with the Chamber on the Business Boost series that the Chamber was doing with GSMP. So we were sponsors of that. We also have Economic Development Week coming up, and we are working on another webinar to lead into that. That is going to be next Tuesday, which is the week before Economic Development Week, but there's other webinars that were conflicting during the week, so we still felt like it was a good time frame to lead into Economic Development Week. And this one is going to be focused on workforce, because that is the #1 issue with both existing businesses and companies and prospects right now. Where are they going to get it? How are they going to retain it? And how can they do it in an efficient and affordable manner and retain them? So we have worked with, not me, I only get the updates on this actually, but Victoria's been working with the governor's office and with Texas Workforce Solutions, and we have a good panel put together. If anybody's available, it's next Tuesday morning at 10. The link is on our social media and should be on our website at this point, but we'll be pushing that out more. And we already have, I think, 50 people registered for it, so that's a good response so far. She's taken on a lot of other responsibilities with actual company visits and finding out what are the other challenges that may not be obvious to us, and finding companies that are in expansion mode that we may not be aware of. So that is something that we have tried to do in the past, but haven't really had the time or resources to focus on it, and that's going to be her big focus there. Economic Development Tracker software license is the economic development tool that we have that we use that tracks all of our projects. So we already have this software. We started it in this past year. The $500 license fee is just to keep it. It's a really great tool for us. It allows us to go in and sort through all of our projects. We were just using Excel spreadsheets before, but it tells us like which ones are hot, which ones are active, which ones are inactive. We can take notes on it. We can actually tie it to every single email. Each project gets a number, and if we include that number on our emails, it attaches straight to that file in the system. So it's a really good system that we are starting to really rely on for our tracking. Impact Data Source software is the software that we need to run economic impact analysis reports. We used to outsource those, and we were having to wait too long for response times, and every time that we wanted to maybe change a percentage or change a year or look at a different scenario, we were having to call them and ask them to redo the whole thing, and then we would have to wait for it again. So it was really delaying a lot of projects and a lot of analysis on those projects. The Economic Development Suite fees, that's our website. We are having our website completely rebuilt right now. We are looking to launch it during Economic Development Week. So in a couple weeks, we should be seeing a brand new Economic Development website come out. And these are the fees for 365 support and ED tools. So on our website, it is very business focused, specifically to economic development, to site selectors, the kinds of tools that they look for when they are looking at economic development sites. It's report builders. It has an economic development tool on incentives. It has economic development tools on property search. We keep track of all the available properties. We don't have a software that provides those properties to us or a license to any of those softwares. So right now we are trying to really depend upon the broker and real estate community to send those to us, and then we, on a regular basis, literally drive around and look for new properties that may have come up or vacated or been occupied, so that we can update that part of our website. There are a couple of others that I was kind of wanting to include, but I felt like they weren't quite ready yet, just for your information. One is a business revolving loan fund. The first year on us program has been great, but what we have been hearing is that for a lot of really small businesses that aren't doing actual capital improvements or permanent improvements to their facility, they are really needing the funding for other things in their business to help with inventory costs or other overhead. And so a capital revolving loan fund is one that I have set up before in a previous community. We work with, it's called a development corporation. They're kind of a loan funding group. And the one that I had set up before was if you had a certain amount, it was like, I think maybe $1,000, $2,000, I don't really remember off the top of my head, but it was possibly a forgivable grant if you stayed in town for so long. And then anything above that was a revolving loan, and it was at or under the current interest rate of the market. So that one would be paid back over a period of time. The development corporation would put in some of the funds, and we would put in some of the funds. So it worked really well when I used it before. So I'm looking into that again. We have a meeting with the Development Corporation CEO in a couple of weeks. So that's why I said it was kind of half-baked at this point, so I didn't include that. I just wanted you to be aware of something else, another program that we're looking at. And then also more business retention and expansion programming. Again, since Victoria is fairly new to that individualized role, this year we are really training her up. She's going to a lot of training, and she's actually going to a certification program right now, where she's coming up with a lot of great ideas, and some of that may require funding on the back end. And then entrepreneurship programming. Now that we are kind of really focusing on small business and growing things in our own community, as well as the new companies, there are some programming or some programs that we are looking at in more detail that also may include some funding on the back end when they're ready. So that's all I have, and I am available for questions. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so number 1, to reclassify, that's for Lauren, correct?
No, that's for Victoria.
Victoria, okay. And because Victoria is the one who's kind of filling in and doing the RFPs, okay. So is this kind of like a
Lauren's doing the
promotion?
RFPs, but Victoria's helping train her, and then she's doing the business retention and workforce stuff. That's going to be her full role once Lauren is like off and running.
Okay, so is that kind of like a promotion for her?
Yeah.
Okay, and so.
She's already doing the job without the
Right.
title, basically, yeah.
Okay, and then it says with support costs, will she be taking classes or like?
I think that's just the normal insurance and
Oh, okay.
workers' comp and all that.
Okay, and then number 3, is that gonna be a renewal? Do you already have that
Yeah.
software? Okay. And then also if you could send a link to that webinar,
Absolutely.
that would be great.
Yeah. I also sent an email out, I think it was Monday, just so you all have all of our documents, because like the strategic plan has been around for a while, so people don't really have that in front of mind. So if you have any questions when you're reviewing those, just let me know. We'd be happy to talk.
Will the webinar be recorded?
Yes, I actually made a point to mention that during our last meeting.
I'm gonna be on the road, I'd like to see it. But
Yeah, and we will post it to our website and to our YouTube.
Okay, well, we should be airing that on Channel 10 or not tonight?
After the fact, it won't be live streamed.
But after the fact, that'd be great,
Yes, sir.
awesome, thank you.
Question for you, Diana, thank you for your presentation. So I know it was previously asked about number 3 being a renewal of the license.
Right.
Number 2, would that be a new license?
Renewal.
A new renewal. The number 4, the fees, is that annual cost that we should expect?
It is annual, but it doesn't go on forever.
Okay, so we have a certain
Yeah,
contract
I have
term right now?
Mhm.
So that would be the first year of the 4,000 fees
Right.
being additional? Okay.
It is annual cost, and it covers all the economic development tools and the support and licensing for the website.
Okay. And we're already in the process of having that website built out? You said-
Right, we have actually already paid for 3/4 of it.
Okay.
We'll pay for the rest of it during this current budget year.
Certainly. I think that's great. I think across the board, not only just your department, but I think the software upgrades and improvements, getting away from spreadsheet tracking. I've talked about this with another department. I'm all about whatever we need to do to get away from that in every department. I would like to see, I appreciate you still bringing up the additional 3 items of the capital revolving loan, the business retention and expansion programming, and the entrepreneurship programming. And understood that was, not quite fully baked to get on this one, but I'd like to see what those numbers look like at the next workshop.
Okay.
Because I think there could be some value there in
Okay.
those different.
Bless you.
And then what was that that's the other question I had. You said there was an additional software that you don't have included in here correctly, that is the one where you're talking about driving around and getting that information and
It would be like a real estate software, kind of like the ones that brokers would use, that kind of feeds the MLS to us instead of us having to actively go out and search for it. It's kind of funny. Real estate people on the front end are very suspicious of us for some reason. It's like, we're not trying to take your commission. We are actually offering you an additional free marketing service for the property that you're going to get paid for. So to get them to really understand that sometimes is frustrating. And then the market has been moving so fast, it's kind of hard to keep up with it, especially with everything else that Lauren is responsible for. So every single day, it may not be the most recent, but we really try to keep it as updated as possible on our own.
do we have a dollar figure on that software?
I can get it.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to see that too, when you bring
Okay.
back the other ones as well.
Okay.
And then I'm done, but I just want to thank you for sending out that email earlier this week with a recap of the vision for our economic development department. That was really great. I'm sure my newer colleagues certainly appreciated it. It's always good to get a reminder of what we're doing and what our goals are with economic development.
Yeah, and you know, those were adopted by basically previous council at this point. So if there's, you know, different vision or different goals or different direction that this council would like to see, we just need to talk about that. And so, because we are using those plans as our roadmap. Yes, ma'am.
I am all for staff as well bringing some ideas to us. I understand you guys proceed under direction of council, but at the same time, I'm okay with you guys being proactive and saying, hey, you guys do it every day. So if there's some ideas or some thoughts, like, I would love to know about it.
Okay, great. Yeah, so, I mean, one of the things that we have already done is we take our target markets, and if you look in the strategic plan, it'll say manufacturing, just kind of as a general manufacturing. And then it'll say destination recreation, and then it'll say Class A office space or professional office space, something like that. And we have taken each of those and broken them down into further targets within that group internally. And I think I outlined that in the email, but I can't remember now. And so like under manufacturing, it's advanced manufacturing. And so 5 years ago, we were going after kind of like everything. And so now we're saying advanced manufacturing, medical, biomedical, life sciences. We have automotive, high-tech, and electronics as breakdowns under advanced manufacturing, as the ones that we are proactively going out and recruiting. Now, that doesn't mean we're not working with other projects, but a couple of the other ones that we've been seeing a lot, but we don't necessarily have under target markets are like food and beverage. Because some of those are really great for us, but some of them are really high impact on our infrastructure. So if we have them included in our target markets and then we don't necessarily want them, they'd be like, well, we're a target market, why don't you want us? So we pay special attention to them, but we don't necessarily have them officially or formally included as a target, if that makes sense. So we do work on that kind of stuff, and then we have a plan of work for the department that we meet in like an all-day long workshop once a year to go through how are we going to accomplish these goals and what are the steps to get there this year. It's time for us to meet again, so we'll be refreshing that, but I think that, you know, coming up with the annual plan of work and keeping up with the target markets is at a minimum what we could do there, yeah.
No, I agree. I think a lot's changed
Absolutely.
in like even 5 years. And in our workshop, we talked about staff being consistent. And so we will come and go, hopefully not after just one. But anyways, we will come and go, but you guys know. And so although I appreciate like the lateral idea where like, yes, you guys follow direction from us, I have zero problem with listening and taking into consideration staff opinion as well.
Great, thank you.
All right, next up, city engineer.
Good morning. My needs are really Very simple, I think. One of the things that I know we've struggled with in our office is the paperwork that we have to push through on a routine basis. Both of our project managers and engineers have to push a lot of paper through. It's not engineering related or needs to be, you don't have to have an engineer to do it. For example, there's impact fees that I've spent time calculating. By the way, I sent an email out yesterday. One impact fee was $100,000, but so I'm paying for my salary, I hope. But anyway, so those are the things that I do on a routine basis, but they take my time away from that, so I can't focus on the bigger issues, the projects that we have. We have issues going on with projects that I need to spend more time on those. I need to get out in the field more and watch some of these projects and make sure that they're being done correctly. I know we have inspection going on, but it doesn't have to have another set of eyes and kind of keep track of these things. But we pay invoices, we have to track all our contracts, we have to make sure that they're charging us correctly. We put a lot of items on the agenda that take time from us to work on that. So staff has asked me about considering getting an additional person to handle all that additional paperwork that we have to push through the process. As you know, we have probably over around 20-something projects. We have the subdivisions that we get involved with. We have 2-year checkbacks that we have to keep track of. We have acceptance letters that we have to put together. And a lot of that doesn't require an engineer. That's just somebody that we hopefully get an engineering technician to help us with some of that. And actually, I'd like to train them to do a little bit, some engineering type things too for us. So prepare maps for us if possible, things like that that we need all the time. So that's the reason I was requesting this particular position to help us in the engineering department. The wastewater model update. 2 years ago, we did an update on the water model. The last time we created the wastewater model was back in 2015, so it's overdue for an update. And we need to enter all the information from the GIS, all the new subdivisions, all the pump stations. We need to put all that information into the model so that we can get accurate information from that. One of the first things I'd like for them to do is to, some areas I'm concerned about. I know we have issues with certain areas. I'd like them to look at those very clearly, make sure that we're not going to have to upgrade those lines or do anything extra in there. And we can handle all the additional flows that we're getting from all these developments that are coming in. Businesses like Alsco that pumps a lot of water down our sewer system. There's sections of line downstream from there that I'm a little bit concerned about that today they can handle the flow, but I'm concerned about 10, 15 years when we have the rest of that development up on around HPI. What are they going to add to us? So little things like that we need to keep an eye on because we need to get on them right now and be prepared for those. So that's the reason for the upgrade on the model that I'm asking for. Yes.
Do you have a job description for that additional person?
What I typically do is look around other cities and look at their job descriptions. And the engineering technician is a pretty common title, so that's what I'll probably do is pull one from, for example, the city of Austin.
Mr. Barber.
Yes, sir.
So thank you. You always have short items on your presentations. So just comparing to last year, what we did, because I know we talked a lot about the new engineering position to support Public Works Department. We were able to get that on board, and we have that now. Another item that was requested last year was a reclassification of engineering training position to become an engineer with support costs. Were we able to solidify that as well?
Yes. I do want to bring up I'm glad you asked the first question about the engineer for the transportation projects. Since September, we have been advertising a position. I think I've gotten about 20 to 30 applications. We've had a couple of engineers that have applied, but none of them have met our qualifications or needs. Right now, and I've talked to every engineer that I've talked to during the last year, or since last year. I've asked them, I've told them I have no shame. I've asked them, I said, can you submit an application? Because I need an engineer to help us do these projects. Of course, none of them take my offer, but they are struggling also with getting engineers on board. They're actually getting EITs, engineers in training, and having to go through the process of training those folks. So we have not filled that position. We're still trying to fill that position, but we're struggling because everybody else is struggling right now. The economy is so good. Engineers with experience are very hard to find.
They're going to the private sector typically.
I'm asking anybody I can talk to. We've been advertising, we've put it on the billboard, we've tried everything we can. We are considering a different route for that, but we're still, I looked at some recent applications that we got again, but one engineer that applied has a lot of experience in bridges. don't need that right now. I need somebody with streets, water, drainage, wastewater experience, and they're just not hard to find. I had the one that applied, and I called him that week, and I called him, I was going to call him up for an interview. The following Tuesday, I think, I called him, he had already accepted another position. They're moving that quickly, and he wasn't even a PE from here, he was in Pennsylvania. City of Leander got it. They're faster than I am, obviously.
So I know one of the challenges is competing with the private sector.
Yes, sir.
Well, what else can we do, and I'm looking at Scott as well, what else can we do to help get these positions filled? Because I know it's not only a challenge in this department, it's a challenge in, I know Howard's had that challenge in his department. What can we do? Because I'd really like us to be competitive, if it's compensation, what can we do to help Leon's, the Howards, and with these common issues we're seeing across the board?
It's a combination of factors, and I never like admitting, but it's pay right now. Predominantly, we're benchmarking against other cities that are having the same problems. So if we're going to supersede or overcome our issues, we need to benchmark against those that don't have the same problems. And right now, that's the private sector. So we're losing out, or we're just not receiving the applicants based on the 10, 20% higher pay in the private sector. So benchmarking against other local governments with the same issues is just not getting us there.
Understood. And that's, were you about to say?
I was just going to say, secondly, we're taking a look at certain positions, like for example, the engineer position, and looking at what we've learned over the last year about virtual work, and if we can increase our pool of candidates and maybe hire somebody that wouldn't live in our direct area but would be able to work remotely. That's the second thing that we're trying to do. So if we can't increase pay, we absolutely have to increase the pool, but the best thing to do would be to do both at the same time.
I agree, and I think we should try and help with that, council. Because this is something, obviously, we're increasing our expectations when it comes to capital improvements, roads, what we're expecting from Harper's department. We need to get that support there with the engineering. That is extremely important. And whatever you all think from your professional experience can help us be more competitive and get across that board and get those positions hired. I'm all about bolstering this department to get where we need, because I don't want to be behind in engineering. We talked about this in the visioning workshop. This is, in my opinion, and from what I've heard from my colleagues, I think this is something we want to beef up if we can. So.
Real quick, James, you're talking about someone that would work remotely. What kind of distance? And what I worry about is, are they going to be able to see projects in real time? Is it someone that'd be locally or somebody far away?
Our vision is far away, but whatever obstacles or hurdles that we have to get over, we can probably find solutions for.
I'm glad we didn't just hire anybody, I'm going to be honest. I do appreciate you guys holding off on that and holding them to a little bit higher standards, but anytime you guys have a job like that that's kind of like difficult to fill, can you guys at least email it to me and I can put that link out and just kind of put, I understand people should be going to the website and there's other options and other ways for people to get wind of that job. But if you pass it out and people read our stuff all the time, you would be really surprised. I know the pie in the sky, Sarah wrote me and said, and I just did a post like, hey, put your vendor in, and I try not to do it under a political way, but just, hey, this is what's going on. She said they went from like 20 applications for vendors in like 2 weeks, and then after I posted it, they got 18 to 24, I can't remember what she said, in one day. And so, really, when I was younger, I didn't believe the idea of like, it's all about who you know. But I think it's true. I think people are more willing to read stuff if it comes from different sources instead of having to go to that source. And I have a million types of different friends, and so I have no idea what they do, and I'd be more than willing to put that out there if it opens the pool a little bit.
I'm desperate.
Okay.
Actually, we lost one of our other engineers on staff. Guess where we lost him to? City of Leander. So
What are they doing? What are they doing?
They're not even interviewing. From what I found out when they looked at his resume, they didn't even interview. They just hired him on the spot, and he got a 9-10% increase in salary.
That's the saddest story I've ever heard.
That's,
I hate that story, Leon. To Leander, 10% more in Leander.
and didn't you say there was a second person? Because one person that you tried to interview had taken a job at Lee.
Yeah, they both went to Leander. The one internal and the one we were going to hire.
Yeah, that's a huge red flag.
Mayor, you should see their finance director's compensation.
Well played, well played.
But will they have the grant?
Sandra has her.
If I can add, I looked at their pay range, and he actually got offered almost to the max of their pay range. And so he doesn't have the memory cares experience for them to be paying them to the max.
Maybe we didn't want him on team call anyway.
Yeah.
But I think it's pretty clear that we want to, I agree, that is a sad story, regardless of.
But let us help you in any way. I
appreciate
you know,
that.
That's what we're here for.
Other questions? Okay. James?
Yes. All right, so this last year I felt was a pretty successful inaugural year for environmental services and trades and the management of the WLE contract. The consolidation of the right-of-way maintenance into a single department. Chance, I think, has been doing a really good job there. He is very active and very, very engaged. The requests here are somewhat skewed predominantly because the vehicles are listed at their full purchase price and not at the enterprise price. But the biggest thing that would be service related would be the new positions for the next phase of the 3-year plan, which is adding in another crew for environmental service and trade technicians. And then we have 2 of the positions currently that we're asking and seeking to reclassify. Effectively, there is this idea that we would have folks that just pick up trash, and because they just pick up trash, they get paid $12 an hour, and we cannot fill those jobs. And whenever we do fill them, the employees don't stay. So what we're finding is that we just really don't need that particular classification of job. We need them all to be the real technicians, and then we'll just rotate who does what job duty, so that way one group isn't only picking up trash all the time. We'll integrate it that way. Also, the next biggest item is a metal building, and this is a turnkey price. So effectively, the department, the division is split and operated partially out of Public Works and partially out of Parks. And they would like to consolidate down into one building, which would effectively mirror the building that is at Parks right now, a metal Mueller building with a concrete foundation, and that's effectively it. The proposed location would be on city-owned property out near the wastewater treatment plant, behind Waterleaf subdivision is where they would propose putting that, so that way it wouldn't interfere with Public Works space or with the Parks Department space existing. The turnkey price is effectively the cost of ordering the building, which is metal construction, the concrete foundation being poured, and then it being assembled and constructed. So that's the turnkey price. I can get you the actual dollar amounts that would be in this year's budget for the vehicles, but those are replacement vehicles and one new vehicle to reflect the 4 new positions. We effectively run 4 people per truck is the way that we run the vehicles. So if we hire 4 new positions, then we need 1 new vehicle. There's a need generally for backhoe work, and I know Public Works has a couple of backhoes that they're passing down probably to the Parks Department. But if there's opportunity to take an older one and pass it down to us and then let Public Works buy new ones, I think that would be acceptable. But in lieu of that, there just is several things that need to be done, either by digging the bucket or by using the bucket to remove debris or root balls or things like that. So they're asking for a backhoe to be added in. The trailers, one is a replacement trailer, another one is a new trailer to go with the new vehicle with the new crew. The 7 mowers, 5 of those are replacement mowers, and 2 of them are new mowers to be added to the new crew. An equipment lift would go into the building, although we could use it at our current location. It would just allow them to be able to safely get the equipment up off the ground so they can do maintenance and stuff underneath it in a safer manner. So that effectively covers the individual line items, and I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, James, on the metal building, does that include the cost of hooking up services, power, electric, sewer, water?
I don't see that in the quotes, but I don't know that that's also another sizable. The water and wastewater we can do ourselves.
Okay.
So really what we'd be talking about is power, and then if we're gonna have gas at the site, we'd have to do a gas hookup.
So also being there behind Waterleaf for the improvements in the park, the trail system there, will this building be visible? Will it be an eyesore in that area, or are we gonna?
Well, I don't have a map prepared, but if you visually think about when you're driving into where the wastewater treatment plant is in Waterleaf, the building would be to the right, more toward 150 than toward the back.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because I was just thinking about the improvements we're doing on the trail systems to make sure that if we did put something out there, it wasn't gonna be something that's gonna be an eyesore to take away from that.
And we can obviously put it somewhere else. It's just that that's an area that we already own. It's relatively open enough for us to be able to do that. It's on the opposite side of the wastewater treatment.
Oh, okay, so way over.
It's way on the far south
Okay.
end of the property.
Yeah.
That used to be really overrun and grown up, and Tim and them cleaned out a lot of that out there, made it a lot nicer, and that's what they're currently using as the offices for the wastewater treatment plant expansion
Okay,
contractors.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
now.
they're using that
Yeah,
right now, it's the
that's
same
where it is.
location,
Definitely.
basically.
Okay, that's a good location.
It'd be near where the new building is?
Where the
Where the
contractor's building is.
Where the temporary buildings are at
Well,
inside.
you're building a new building out there.
Yes, but that's further down towards the existing plant. This is to the far south where their
Scott,
contractor
can you
building is.
toss up the
Yeah,
map?
and they've already kind of made a base,
okay.
Parking area there anyway, so utilizing that's just a win-win.
Does it include installation?
I don't think so. I think it's just the metal building and the concrete foundation. So if y'all want us to add things to it, we can sure get quotes for that.
Well, I know Chief will probably bring this up, but one of the things that he was wanting was an impound yard, for all the different vehicles that the PD gets. So I'd already talked with him about setting aside onto that out there, possibly extending the fence, and I gave him a quote for what it would cost to put that in.
How do you get access? Through
So,
Waterleaf
Hyde
or
and
the
Reich.
new road?
The new one's through Hyde and Reich, yes, sir.
Okay, so that's how everyone would be getting in and out. They wouldn't be going through Waterleaf.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a couple. So number one, when you say reclassify, what qualifies as a reclassification? Have they done some time, did some classes?
No, those jobs are not filled right now. So.
For number one?
Yeah, the $12 an hour positions that I was talking about to reclassify.
Okay.
Those are the two, basically, they were designed to allow us to be able to bring in folks into the city, let them work here for a little bit and get some experience, but we're just not able to fill the jobs. I mean, they've been vacant almost all year. And we have hired, how many, well, chances here, I can ask them. I know we've hired a couple, and they don't show up to work, they don't come to work, they get sick a lot, so $12 an hour isn't incentivizing the right caliber of person that we want working on our team.
Okay. So you're just going to increase that then?
We're going to increase it and change the job to where it's just the same as the others that are mowing and doing all the other type of work. And then we're just going to rotate who's doing what. So that way there's not 2 or 3 people that are getting paid $15 to $17 an hour to only pick up trash.
Okay.
They'll be doing everything else too that justifies the higher rate.
Okay.
So to be clear, you're just adding it to the WLE contract.
No, this is for internal, because the WLE only manages certain areas and roads. This is for the groups of city employees that are doing everything outside of the WLE contract.
Okay, and then number 2, it looks like that breakdown is $51,705. Is that a competitive wage?
That's going to be your $15.75 an hour roughly, and then plus benefit costs.
Okay. Okay.
Isn't that right, Pervez?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I know a high school senior who works at Lowe's who gets $15 an hour.
I know.
That's
Yeah.
all I'm saying, like, I'm not trying to spend our money in ways that we don't need to, but I know. I was like, girl, you make $15 an hour? She does.
This is gonna be a problem for this classification of employee across the organization.
So what can we do to make it more lucrative, or to make it look better, or to entice people, like,
Well, the benefits definitely are strong.
but okay.
Getting people to understand, whenever you're that age,
They don't think about that.
yeah, you don't.
You're
You're thinking
right.
about, I need another $2 an hour, and that's what's happening is we'll hire people and then they'll get offered $1 an hour somewhere else and then they'll leave, or we won't hire them at all to begin with.
Because at that age, you're not thinking about retirement or getting older.
I mean, Sandra can say, and maybe Pervez could say, but my gut is that our hiring rate needs to be like 1725 or something like that.
And then that's what I was trying to do. I just want to make sure that we're being competitive, so we don't approve this budget for no reason, because now we have that money set aside. Number 8. And I've been called green before. I'm pretty green, so I don't know the whole process, but coming in and seeing and I know Mariana is doing an excellent job of trying to out with the old and in with the new, but I feel like we see a lot of that. So is there a way that we can do better maintenance or maintenance records, or making sure that we're taking care of what we have?
Yeah, sure.
So I can speak on that. So I talked to Chances a couple of weeks ago, and he talked about some of the things he's going to implement to do that. One of the things he's doing is put in shelving where he has all the maintenance required parts there. Instead of ordering them, they're there already, and he's getting his guys to maintenance them, training his guys to keep the maintenance up on these mowers to extend the life on them. But having the parts there already and able to do that, is going to be what's going to help the life of these mowers last, not having to wait on a mower that's down, things like that, or waiting on maintenance. You're waiting on these parts to do the maintenance on it, and you're still running it. He'll actually have them there and have the people trained to do it.
Well, I think even more important than that is recording that and making sure that when we go in, and you go to a bathroom at Walmart and it says, someone came in there at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, they're doing maintenance records. Part of it also is, I think, a little bit of expectation. These pieces of equipment, number one, weren't new for the most part when they got them. They were already used. Now, they were newer used. They weren't the worst of the mowers that were out there by any means. But just the way that they're operated basically all day long, every single day of the cutting year, even when you do proper maintenance, these pieces of equipment are just not meant to last more than 4, 5, 6, 7,000 hours.
Do they have hours on them?
Yes, they absolutely do.
So that would be good to know too, just so,
So over time, it's just, they just break down, and then you have to replace them.
And they're running every day.
So I think we're replacing them, mowers, roughly every 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
But because of the number of mowers that we have, you're just constantly going to see us replacing them, right?
Okay, so I just want to make sure, and I like the idea of passing it down to other departments.
Well, sometimes that can be.
Like, no,
Yeah.
I mean, she can't always give hand-me-downs, but.
Sometimes that can be a headache because you're taking on the maintenance problems, usually.
Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to.
Not that Harper would do this, but usually if there's a piece of equipment that's being passed down, it's because it's a headache for them, and now they're getting a new one, and that's the one that they don't want now.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm.
Well, with that being said.
So you just gotta keep that in mind.
That's not what I want.
No, what
I'm
happens
not
is.
encouraging that.
That's probably a piece of equipment that is not prepared to work every day.
Yes,
all the time.
that's right.
So now, where it's being passed on is something that's gonna be used sporadically. So the road, is very important to us, and the roads that we're fixing, so we need equipment that's gonna be dependable and not slow that schedule down. So
I agree. So
Yeah.
maybe when it hits to certain hours, you say, okay, at 500 hours or 400 hours, let's give it to another department because you don't want to give it to him broken.
Yeah.
No,
Harper.
no.
So-
I'm just razzing him.
Yeah.
He's not like that.
Mariana doesn't think so.
There are some small items in there like pole saws and chainsaws. Those don't even make the list. Those are like a couple $100 each. So
And is that in number 10?
Yes, they're all bunched together.
Okay.
Our next
Yeah.
division is facilities maintenance.
oh, that's also me. Okay, I get to talk more. I guess. Okay, so Facilities maintenance, the predominant, I accidentally closed my slides, so I'm just going to go off of the write-up I have in my email. The biggest expense here is actually physically replacing things. And most of that is going to be AC units that are at the end of their life cycle, and it's time to replace them before they break. If I go through here and look, you have reclassify one custodial position to a lead custodian. So there's no managers amongst the custodians, or no supervisors amongst the custodians right now. Add a new custodian position. That is to take advantage of, well, advantage is the right word. It's to improve the service that we're currently delivering and to start preparing for addition of the police building that will be coming, because we're going to need, I think, 3 positions by the time that building is fully up and operational. So we don't want to come to council and ask for all 3 positions at the same time whenever we can actually use a new one right now. So that's the employment type positions. And then you have a facilities maintenance specialist position. That is effectively another Nathan. We only have one person that's doing all the maintenance in all the buildings right now. And then Tim, of course, is helping him. So that's effectively to help there be another person to assist Nathan in doing all the work. So you might have noticed here in City Hall, for example, they've come through and they've replaced all the lights with the touchless lights. They've replaced all the water spigots with the touchless water spigots. And basically any and everything that's been done for COVID has been Tim and Nathan coming in here and, and installing all that. So this is a position to help them. There is money in here to repaint City Hall, the interior of City Hall, and to give it a facelift. And then the rest are security system, which is, I guess, somewhat mapped through Public Works. But then you've got HVAC units. You got 3, 4, 5, 6 HVAC units, I think, total for nearly $100,000. And then he's asking to maintain his $20,000 line item for repairing or contingency HVAC funds, because even though we are trying to stay really on top of doing preventative maintenance and replacing them when they age, things still break. And he likes having that $20,000 to be able to pull from in case something happens. And then he's seeing an increase in the need of cleaning supplies, and that's a 15% increase, which is, it's only like $3,100, but still it's listed on the lineup. So.
James, on the HVACs, there's a new system out that uses a type of light technology that kills germs. I'd like us to look at that.
We're installing those already. So we've retrofitted the ones that already exist.
Okay.
And all the new ones will have that type of technology. I don't know if it's self-contained or if it's an add-on, but all the same, that technology is going in every one that we do from now on.
That's great. I want to make sure that we're keeping everybody safe. Just don't know where we are right now, but
yes,
yeah,
sir.
Definitely. I'm glad to hear that. With the lead custodian, do we have someone in mind already to appoint, or is that someone we're going to hire?
No, I think he's going to promote from within. That's usually a healthy thing to do if you have someone that can step up to leadership to encourage staff. So I think that's the intent.
That's all I got. Thank you.
So James, and I like what you just said about that. So would number 2 be to replace that?
Effectively. I mean, you're not replacing, because even though they're supervising, they're still going to be cleaning.
Right.
Right. So really what it is there's too much right now for the 2.5 or whatever 3 people we have as it is. And we know we're going to be adding the police building, right, in 2 years roughly. So what Tim is asking to do is to go ahead and add 1 person this year. He'll probably ask for another person next year. So whenever the police building actually opens, we can get to that 3rd position that we actually were going to need in order to cover all the square footages and the service levels that we want.
Mm-hmm. And number 3 would be obviously a new position with that same.
That is, well, there may even need to be more than that by the time we add the police building, but it'll be brand new, so it won't need a whole lot of maintenance right away. But no, the buildings that we have are aging, and it's just a lot of work for 1 person. So Tim is asking for there to be a 2nd position where effectively Nathan has a partner where they can work together on stuff.
Got it.
Just Just one last
I
question.
try not to use names, but I can't help it, because there's only one Nathan, so. Yeah.
Just one last question, and that's repainting City Hall. We've been out of the building for over a year now, completely. I'm just wondering if we couldn't wait another year, or is it something that?
I really do think that that is preferential. So it's more along the lines of, do we want to refresh the look in here or not? And if we don't, there's nothing that's demanding that we repaint. The wall's not flaking and the paint's not falling down.
I kind of was looking around and thinking the same thing, but I just don't know about the offices upstairs, see what they were.
No, Scott, you may have a different opinion, but if you were looking for something to postpone or cut, that would definitely be okay.
Thank you, James.
Out of curiosity, when we change light bulbs and do maintenance, are we using like longer lasting light bulbs?
These are all LED lights,
Okay,
so yeah.
Okay, I was just curious. I know it's a little bit more expensive, but at the end, it kind of just pays for itself.
Yeah, when they switched to LED, I could tell because you see the flicker. I don't know if you know, but LED lights flicker, But yes, that's been part of all the energy conservation stuff that we've been doing over time is swapping out, light bulbs for LEDs. And we also had to do the ballasts.
Okay.
So a lot of the ballasts had to be changed out. So I think they have every light in City Hall as LED integrated now. And then they have all of the switches and all the other energy conservation things in place. Also, the AC units are on programs, so that way, we don't have the AC running down here and then the heat running up there and, things like that. So the one thing about this building that has been inefficient since day one is the tower. And, like visually, at some point in time, we need to put like a huge fan up in the top of the tower to push the air down, because you go through a thermal zone in here during the wintertime where all the heat is sitting right about the fourth step down from the top. That's where the heat sits. And down here it'll be 55 degrees and up there it'll be 90, and it's just been like that since day one. So energy efficiency wise, that's our biggest probably thing left to try to tackle someday. Everything else has been done.
Out of curiosity, would that be less than the 49,000 for the paint?
No, I don't know that we need to do it right now. I'm just
Well,
saying, yeah.
If it's gotta be done, it's gotta be, who's to say somebody else will care in the future? And if it's for the to keep the temperatures, that's gonna affect our bill. And I'm really surprised that they built it without one.
Yeah, look, I'm talking a little bit out of my hat. I don't know that anybody's looked at actually doing it.
Okay.
I just know conceptually that it's hot up there, it's cold down here, and we need some way to have the air turn over. So a fan in the tower is the way I would think to do it, but I don't know that anybody's actually tackled the problem, other than just saying it's hot up there and it's cold down here and we can't really do anything about it, so.
That's good to know.
All right, the next department is Financial Services Department. We have identified 8 items. Of these 8 items, 6 are for citywide increases. And also, council, I'd like to remind you that these are very early preliminary estimates, so we do not have rate sheets or rate letters from most of these firms. So number 1, we're estimating that we'll need additional $150,000 to cover economic development incentive payments next year. These are agreements that are already in place that we're committed to, such as Majestic, HPI. Their valuations are going up. They're adding more property, personal property inside. Majestic is a good example. They've finished last year, so this year was their first payment. Next year, those payments will be slightly higher. We have economic development payments to DDR. That's around Target, that shopping center. We have economic development incentive payments to Seton on the other side of 35. So as we increase our property valuations, as we increase our sales tax base, these payments automatically go up. So we'll need to add at least $150,000, but I have to wait until we get to the budget development phase when we know from Diana what exactly we're going to anticipate for the new ones next year, if any. So that $150,000 might increase by the time we get to the budget time. Number 2 is audit fees. As the city grows, we're adding more and more accounting funds. City departments are incurring more transactions. Their transactions are becoming more complex. They have more agreements, they have more contracts. So overall, we expect the audit fees to go up. In addition, when we have federal funding, there's another threshold that we have now reached that triggers the federal single audit. Single audit is more involved, more engaged, more thorough, so more audit hours are required. So we anticipate that about $20,000 or slightly less will be added to the audit fees next year. Similarly, number 3, bank and investment advisory fees are going up. As we increase the number of transactions, as we increase the number of investment accounts, post-retirement benefit accounts, these fees come with it. Next year we will also be doing an RFP to maybe change the city's depository bank. The city charter requires that we look at depository bank every 5 years. So that time has come. We don't know what a new bank will charge, but we do know that the existing bank will go up by at least $20,000. Number 4 is property insurance. This is for all our properties, including heavy equipment, vehicles, buildings. We did have quite a bit of claims this year because of the winter storm. We had a couple of total vehicles this year. So we expect the property insurance premium to increase next year. This is just an estimate based on past history. We will not see a rate letter from our insurance TML provider until late June. So that will firm up around late June timeframe. Likewise, number 5, employee medical insurance. We will definitely see an increase because of COVID and the related expenditures that most insurance companies have incurred in the past year. I'm assuming at 10%. Here again, we will not see a rate letter from TML until late June. 10% is about $225,000 for all city employees. Number 6 is brand new. This is going to be the principal and interest payment next year for the $47 million GO bonds that were authorized this past November, $37 million for the new public safety center, and $10 million for parks bonds.
Perez, we have to mark the debt service on the parks bonds, because I don't see how we're going to actually issue those bonds.
Right. So if we issue the debt in total $47 million, this is the expected addition.
Are you thinking it might be smart for us to issue the parks bonds with the PD bonds to save on issuance costs, even if we're not ready to build the parks?
If the need is not there, I would defer it.
You would?
Yes. So we will.
I feel like we're probably like 2 years out from, because we really haven't greenlit or started any of it yet. So from the time we say go, it's going to be 2 years. I don't even know if they'll make next year's budget.
So the $10 million we can postpone. My understanding is that the groundbreaking for the public safety center is probably this August.
August, yeah.
So if it is in August, we're looking at a bond sale this summer.
What about the deferring part of the PD until next year?
Okay, that's a little tricky. We did that this year. That's why we informed our citizens that there will not be a rate impact this fiscal year, but there would be one next year.
Okay.
And we estimated that would be 7.4 cents.
So instead of it being this year, next year, it was really, all right, 22 and 23 is really 21 and 22. But instead of issuing half of it at first, we didn't issue any of it.
Right.
Because we weren't ready.
And we had planned that.
So
we had planned on not issuing
Right.
any that would impact in 21. But we expected it to be all of it in 22. However, we can break it up into two. Those are the things I'm looking at right now. If we can support the cash flow, I've asked the project manager to give me a cash flow analysis as to what the facility is going to require. If we can postpone, and it's a big if we can postpone the cash needs in such a way that I can cover it from our current cash portfolio and not issue the debt until late spring next year, we can perhaps postpone the debt service by another fiscal year. So that's all up in the air.
Part of the plan for that. Though.
Right. So I'm working on it. Number 7, we're asking to reclassify a staff accountant to a senior financial analyst position. Here again, we're having trouble with other the cities reaching out to our employees. We've caught them a couple of times. This particular position, the incumbent has been doing the job at this level for the last 2 years. This person, during their lunch hours and after hours and weekends, helped us get $2.5 million this year. That would have been very difficult for us to do. So for about $8,000, we've covered it with a little over 300 years of that person's salary adjustment. Number
You
8.
sure you only want to do 8,000?
Number 8, he says. Number 8, any question?
Number 8 is a work order module to our accounting system. When we first implemented the accounting system, we knew upfront that we would not need this work order module, so we did not want to pay it for the last 3 years. We have now come to a point where we're ready to implement this module, so we are proposing to implement work order module next year. The initial cost plus the first year's maintenance or support cost is about $28,000. So when you add up all 8, it's a little over $4 million. Most of it is very preliminary. We'll have to tweak these numbers as we get the rate letters. As we discussed on number 6, the debt service number may change. The debt service really would impact our property tax rate. So we are extra careful on that one, how we time that. If we can save our taxpayers from the initial 7.4 cents, anything we can save is a big plus for City Council and our taxpayers. So that's all we have identified for the Financial Services Department.
That's all.
Thank you, Forrest.
Yes, sir.
Great explanation.
So last year, you didn't ask for anything in anticipation, you were gonna ask us for over $4 million this year. Is that what it was?
Well, as you can
I
see,
think most of that we're demanding from him with the PD.
yeah, as you can see, most of this is for citywide needs.
I'm just messing with you. So, yeah, for me, a lot of it's understandable and necessary. I'm personally gonna balk at the bank fees. That's just personally from my experience and profession. We're with, are we still with
Wells Fargo. We're with Wells Fargo for depository bank. For security holdings, we're also with Wells Fargo. For investment advisory services, we're with Milliman and First Southwest, which is now Hilltop Securities.
So, just out of curiosity, with those bank fees at the depository bank, are we not on a set fee schedule with the 90-day T-bill, or what we're?
No, so the way the banks work is quite interesting, because as a consumer, you don't get to see what they charge you, but for commercial accounts, they nickel and dime you for every transaction.
Yeah.
So when we have, I'll give you a good example of when we have a merchant account transaction, a credit card, or an ACH e-check. So we pay, the city pays to the processor on the front end, like Visa, MasterCard, or OpenEdge, just to swipe that transaction. So there's a slew of fees there. Then Tyler Technology, because they have the portal, they charge you per swipe. So that's on the front end. On the back end, when the money gets to the bank, now we get into the bank fees. Now you have transaction fees, you have ACH fees, and a whole slew of fees depending on the type of transaction. We do get some discount because of our average bank balance. We do get discount because of our relationship with Wells Fargo and the number of years we've been with them, but it's not free. So it does add up.
Absolutely. And because how long have we been with Wells Fargo? 'Cause I know we were
Close to
Broadway.
5 years. Yeah.
We were with Broadway before.
We would have done the RFP last year, but because of the pandemic, we had to postpone it.
Okay.
And we were in the middle of conversion, accounting system. It would have been too much for the city to do the accounting system conversion, the court system conversion, utility billing system conversion. It was all happening at the same time. And then to move over to a brand new bank, it would have been suicide.
Certainly. No, I certainly understand that. I guess for me, and I'm certainly aware that financial institutions will nickel and dime, particularly banks. It's just, from my experience, particularly with local financial institutions, i.e. credit unions, for the high volume businesses that we have, typically what I've seen in pay structure across at least 3 different credit unions is for those high volume ones, there is more or less a standard set fee once you get above a certain amount. So that, as that volume continues to tick up,
Yes.
if you're in that highest
Yes,
tier,
and
it
that's-
doesn't.
And that's the discount I was referring to. They have tiered rate structure. So the more the transactions, the higher the dollar amounts of those transactions, the less the fees become.
But they're overall just.
But
going up on the
overall,
fees.
because overall the transactions are increasing, the fees go with it.
So when you go back, are you going to request a decrease in fees? Because I understand most banks they're negotiable, they're not set in stone.
The banks used to be desperate to get government contracts, not anymore. The last RFP I did, and the only requirement we had was that you had to be a brick and mortar in Kai. We don't want online banks, we don't want somebody out of San Antonio, we want somebody that was local. I had one response. So, they're making more money on the commercial sector because we're pushing them for more discounts. So we have less response from, even though we had Compass Bank here, we had
No, I understand that.
Chase, Bank of America, they're all
Do we
here.
do the,
They're not incentivized
what are those
to do
private
it.
banks? Credit unions, do we utilize them as well for RFPs? Or
They
is it-
don't have some of the services we need. That's why we shy away from the credit unions.
Like what? You're talking in my wheelhouse.
You're talking to the banker.
I work for a $12 billion credit union, so.
I'll give you a good example. They don't do security brokerage that we need. They don't do security warehousing that we need. Then there are some other personal relationship bankers that we have assigned just to us. The credit unions cannot afford to do that.
Okay.
We'll open it, I mean, we open it up to any FDIC covered institution.
Well, that would only be banks then if it's FDIC, because credit unions are covered through NCUA.
Right.
But there are larger credit unions, and I'm certainly not advocating to go with mine, but I think that would be something certainly, yeah, your little local ones and small ones with 6 location credit unions, yeah, they're not gonna have those services. But there are some larger credit unions, and I know obviously if the goal is that in our charter that it has to be in Kyle, a brick and mortar, or is that just kind
No,
of been our
that's not, that's
preference?
something we imposed on them because we wanted to do business with institutions that had enough faith in this
Certainly.
community, that they had a branch in our community.
No, and I'm certainly not arguing against that. I understand. I guess.
And this year, we're gonna add another requirement that whoever is going to respond, they should be willing to put an ATM on this side of town. We got a lot of complaints when this ATM was pulled out from behind City Hall.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Perez.
Yes, sir.
Next.
Next up is our HR department.
Good morning, Sandra Duran for the record. And this year I am requesting a part-time HR assistant. In reality, I do need a full-time, but I know that a lot of the different departments need people more than, I do. So this part-time person will assist basically recruiting. We're trending and hiring 100 positions a year due to new positions and turnover and higher expectations. And right now, my HR generalist is the one that's doing the recruiting, but she's doing that pretty much full-time, and she needs to concentrate on other areas as well. So that's where that comes from. So that doesn't include benefits, because part-time don't have benefits, and they work up to 20 hours a week. The second item is life insurance for all employees. This item has been on the table for, I believe, 3 times already and has not been approved. So I'm trying it again. The way that it was set up originally is that the city manager, which is the administrator of the city, gets $100,000 insurance. And other managers, which is defined as department heads, get $20,000 of insurance, and the other employees get 10. So I don't think it's equitable, I don't think it's fair, that is based on that. So again, I'm recommending either that every employee is covered at $50,000 or 1 times their annual salary. I don't believe it costs that much to do that. I feel that, we've lost several people that could have used this in their life insurance, and right now with COVID and all that, that's just extra security and an extra benefit that the employee can count on and should count on. Civil service assessments. My office has the director of civil service, so we administer all the testing for the police officers, either entrance or promotional examinations. And the civil service assessments are very expensive. Each one can cost up to $40,000. And so if we do add more positions, but every year we have to test for them because the list expires in 1 year. So I need to add an additional $5,000 to make sure that we have enough for the testing to happen. 3 years ago, council approved or made a recommendation that we add $150,000 per year to fund parity compensation, so we can be more competitive against cities that are similar to us. And the cities that the council picked was Schertz, Leander, and San Marcos. San Marcos being that they're our neighbor, and Leander and Schertz because they're growing cities that are similar to ours. I gave 2 projections to City Council. One was to include the City of Kyle salary ranges in there, and one not to include when we do the average. And in order to make it more affordable, we included the City of Kyle in there. And that is, I believe, one of the reasons that is bringing our hourly wages down. Because ours are already low, and if we include ourselves in the average, it's just going to pull it lower. So I do make the recommendation to maybe assess both scenarios again, and council can look at that to see if that's better. Because if we're competing with Leander, for example, the average will look a lot better without the city of Kyle on there. And that's all I have.
I think you're right to pull the city out of there, but we're not only just competing with the Leanders, we're actually competing with the private sector in a lot of areas now. So being so low, I think that's where we're having to feel trouble filling our needs, and I think we really need to revisit that. But also being with the part-time employee, so we're getting a lot of applicants. So this is something that you can live with as a part-time employee. It would help.
It would help a lot. So what we do for each department is we service them. So they put in a requisition, we post it for them, and we monitor the applications. We call the applicants, we pre-screen them, depending on what department would like that extra help. And we print packets, we put questionnaires together, we coordinate the interviews. It's a big process, all the way towards, the offering and the pre-employment testing. We coordinate that. Different positions have different requirements for physical assessment, drug testing, background checks. So it involves a lot. So, and like I said, hiring 100 people takes a lot of time. Just for seasonal positions, if we're hiring 40 people during the summer, that is also adds a lot to the plate.
Yeah, I think that's important. I think having this as a part-time position for a year, reevaluate afterwards, see if we don't need to bring that to a full-time. But starting off part-time, let's get a good evaluation on there. All right, thank you.
How many people currently, how many people do you guys currently have here? You said when you say we.
In the HR department, it's 3 of us. Yeah.
Do you know how many people are in San Marcos or?
San Marcos, I believe, has 10.
Yeah, we're understaffed in every
Okay,
department.
I get it. It's just sometimes it's like, it blows my mind that we could be that far off. And I get it.
That's because we're that good.
We're that good, yeah. But I don't want to, we want our employees to stay, so when you only have a third of what you need, and then I get it, nobody wants to be the one to add into the budget, I get it. But if you don't ask for it, you don't advocate, then you won't get it, so.
We have a third of the employees at San Marcos also.
Yeah.
They're over 700. Where are they at? 800?
Yeah, so again, we're understaffed.
Yeah, every department.
Oh, everywhere, yeah, not just in management, but like even with employees, so.
And that's why I feel guilty. And I'm like, okay, give me.
No.
Well, this is the workshop meeting for those guilty ones to come out, if you're calling it that. I was just going to say, don't mean to be a pessimist on this. I understand the need, and I actually agree with the need. I just don't think you're going to be able to fill that position as a part-timer. That's just, I don't see what demographic or who's going to apply for an HR position at part-time. I think that one has to be full-time for even to get you a chance at filling that.
Well,
I personally do not see that happening. And I understand why you're asking for it as part-time, because you're trying to be considerate of everybody else. I understand that. I just think that this time next year, if that stays part-time, you're going to be back to us saying that you couldn't fill it and you needed to be full-time or something like that. That's personally my assessment of it. Everything else, though, on this list, I appreciate the life insurance equitable point. I think you were very well heard on that part. I was here 3 years ago when we started the parity conversation and getting the compensation. I just wanted to see if you could give us an example of which department or positions would be included in this year. But yeah, I mean, obviously we talked about it when we were on Leon's department. We'll talk about it probably on every other department here. That is an issue that we're having across the board, and we need to seriously take a look at addressing that.
This past year, we did all the positions 100%. So, but again, we were comparing with Kyle being in the average and into the starting wage. So they're still low. So if we take Kyle out of there or leave Kyle in there and try to go more into the mid-wage, closer, that would help. And so that, I'm looking for direction from you to see what you want me to do, what kind of comparisons you want me to do for this year.
Certainly. And just real quick again, for this year with the 150,000 we're doing, these are directors, these are, what other positions are included in these?
That would be for everybody across the board?
Every employee?
Yes, I have talked to, there is certain departments like streets, treatment, and engineering that are very specialized that we do need to compare or look at competitive waging in the private sector. So that is not included in this piece.
I think we need to do that analysis. I mean, I know you did some great analysis for us before. I think we should look at, keeping Kyle in there, but getting more towards the middle average, but then also right next to it, Kyle not out of it, and then an inclusion of the private sector as well, just to give us a range of options to look at. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I know with streets, I saw this coming last year when we talked about it in the budget. I talked about these being specialized positions, and we didn't address it there. And when we left the budget, I felt like we let the streets department down, because when you're trying to do streets and projects in a timely manner, you can't be retraining people. You have to continue to hold onto those people. And last year I brought it up and we didn't address it. I'm hoping we address it this year for sure.
I agree with Councilmember Ellison. I think that a comparison of all three would be a really good way for us to get a ballpark of where we need to move that needle to.
One of the other things I started looking at is looking at TxDOT's rates, because they do a lot of street construction. So I want to add that as well to the analysis.
That'd be great.
Is number 2, is that for all employees of Kyle?
Yes.
The insurance, it is? Okay.
Full-time. All full-time.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it.
The next department is our Information Technology Department. Matt Dawson.
Yeah, is it all slides, yeah.
All right, good morning. Matt Dawson for the record. So these are the asks for the IT department, different from this year going to next budget year. Most of these are really to support most of the other departments citywide. I feel next year will be a big year of changes for our infrastructure that kind of coincide with the new police building coming online. But for this year, we're looking to upgrade our Windows servers. Right now, a lot of them are almost 10 years old, and this would just help us get us in line with the new software Microsoft's putting out. The second one is add additional Wi-Fi to our city parks. Right now, really only, I'd say, 2 parks right now have full Wi-Fi, so this will add to all of our remaining parks, and that would be internet and Wi-Fi for them. The third one is an e-procurement RFP system. This really initially came from Mr. Earp, but I think it honestly would be great for the city. What this would do is allow us to accept RFPs electronically, which right now we kind of are very archaic, and this would allow us to do that in a legal way following the state of Texas. The fourth one is Tyler Decision Engine for 8600. This is a new tool that Tyler is rolling out, and we're working with their development team. Essentially, it would allow on our website, and initially this would be for permitting initially, but imagine going to our website and almost a AI down at the bottom that would say, how can I help you? And it would walk you through what you're trying to do on our website. Let's say you're trying to file for a certain permit, and you would be able to follow this AI that would help get you to where you need to be. We're working with them that could do everything from, are you trying to pay a bill, a court, all those things to take you where you need to go. And the last one is Tyler EAM. This is our enterprise asset management. This is our biggest system. Honestly, we probably needed this 3 years ago. This would impact a lot of departments from public works, parks, facilities, environmental services, stormwater, finance, engineering. It would be $280,000 that first year, that's implementation, that's support, training, everything, and then about $86,000 a year after that. Again, this would allow us to track our assets, workflows, and honestly, Julie can jump in and answer even more questions on that. But I open it up to you guys for questions on any of those items.
How do we currently accept RFPs?
I'll throw to James if you want to jump in any. Right now, I believe it's kind of archaic enough that we post them on our website, but we don't accept them electronically. Because you need a way to accept them in a way that they're still sealed, an audible trail. And so right now, a lot of them still come in the mail, and with FedEx. And so, James, you want to add to that?
No, you pretty much got it right. That's about how it works. Yeah, so, I mean, as, not just COVID, even pre-COVID, we've been working as a city for at least the last 3 years, trying to get to where we streamline our systems and we allow the opportunity for like permitting and things like that to occur through our portals and virtually, so you don't have to physically come to a location. Well, with the RFPs being the way that they are, they're governed by state law and they have to be handled a certain way. If we don't have the system that Matt's talking about, we have to take them physically. And we were really trying not to do that. So we figured it out during COVID because it didn't really occur to us that there wasn't a way to do it electronically until we tried to do it electronically. And then quickly realized you have to have a way to protect the files, the timestamp them when they're opened. If they're competitive bids, all competitive bids have to be opened at the same time publicly. And you have to make sure that they didn't get opened ahead of time and snuck out to a competitor. So the way that that's always handled physically is the things come sealed. When we receive them, we sign on there that we've received them, we stamp that we've received them, and then they sit in a pile until the magic time arrives, and then we open them all up. So this is effectively doing a digital solution so we can just have the RFPs come electronically, and it still does the same thing. It puts them in a place, it locks them, it timestamps them, and whenever you open it, it creates an audit trail of who opened it and when. So.
Can we use those for other applications, like maybe for community applications? Or is it just specific to?
I don't think it's designed for that. I mean, I guess we could maybe cheat the system and create a application RFP that people responded to, but it's specialized software. It's not.
I just like the idea of timestamp and a trail of knowing who gets what. Kind of keep.
Yeah, I mean, we might look into. There might be other things that, like through the HR portal, maybe that we could do it that way. So I don't know if their software allows for that or not, but this is specifically on the finance side.
So we do accept electronic RFPs.
No.
I saw a lot of people shake their heads. We have been for years. This is just like a robust platform to accept them.
No. So
we accept it like PDFs, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that when we looked into the competitive bids, we can't do it the way that we've been doing it, with just email it to us. Because you have to have an auditable trail to say when that email was opened, by whom and when. And if it says they're not opened until this date and time, we haven't had many competitive RFP bids, but I know it's going to be happening. That's when it's going to cause us the trouble and we can't do it the way we've done it. So.
And I'll add, I think it'll make us do more RFPs and ultimately more competitive, and I think it'll pay for itself.
And I think more people will take us seriously, because I don't know very many people who don't do things electronically. So maybe when we put it out, it'll look better, maybe.
So I'll just jump in and be real brief. I'm particularly excited about number 2. Currently we have it in our Central Park, and then what would be the other one?
Gary Clark in the pool area, yeah. But it's kind of spotty over there.
Gotcha, yeah. And I love me some Lake Kyle. I'm over there all the time. I was there yesterday. I think that would be a great addition to have in all of our parks. I'm actually particularly excited. I know it's the highest built item you have on here, but if I recall, I don't think you've asked for any amount of money in the time that you've been here. I know last year you asked for $35,000 for a small building for you all. We got you in our new building at the Public Safety Center instead.
No, last year he did the smart way. He asked each department to put the IT stuff in.
That was 2 years ago, I think, right? That was 2 years ago. And then last year you had your $35,000 building, and now this year. I actually I'll go ahead and say I'm in agreement with a lot of this, particularly the enterprise asset management.
Yeah, I mean, asset management's the least sexy thing there is to talk about, nobody wants to deal with. But, you know, Julie, I don't know if you want to talk about any, but, yeah, I think it's needed for the city and long ago.
Absolutely. And then I just wanted to make a real quick touch on securities. Obviously, in the past couple of years, we've seen where governmental entities have been hit pretty hard. I know you've been on top of that, but no additional needs when it comes to that. We feel like we're pretty strong in that area.
No, yeah, the last 2 years, we've really strengthened from top-down approach from, you know, from our firewalls to our email security to our endpoint security on our devices. Obviously, we're always trying to stay ahead, whether it be on the police or on the SCADA side. It never stops, but yes, right now I'm satisfied. Like I said, next year I believe will be a year of big upgrades for our infrastructure, because with the new police building, a lot of things are changing for the city and for sure on the IT side.
Certainly. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you.
Next item.
Okay, library, Paul?
Okay, good morning. For the record, I'm Paul Finn, Director of Library Services. We've just got a couple of items here. I think in keeping with the City Council's priorities for fiscal year 2022 to complete capital projects and to invest in citywide beautification programs, particularly in high visibility areas. I know in the wording it says corridors, but you know, we probably had about 1.5 million people walk through that library over the last 10 years. We have, you know, annually about 165,000, and even during the pandemic, you know, our patron count was around 70,000. Now, a significant number of them may have utilized our service on the window service, the curbside service, but still, we had a lot of folks when we were open, still do, coming in. So, so it is a very high visibility area that a lot more people see, even though we're sort of located over kind of in a neighborhood. We're a neighborhood library, but a lot more folks come into that library, stay in that library for extended periods than probably any other facility that we have in terms of our community. So the ask that we have this year, and I'm not seeing that, but we just got three, so if I don't get them in the correct order, but we would like to replace the security system. Currently, we do have intrusion protection. It does function well. However, our cameras are very compromised. I hesitate to say this stuff on TV right now. I know a couple are working, so you never know when they're on. But several of them don't, and the technology. It's the original analog technology, and Matt can speak to this probably better than I, but you know, anytime we've had to utilize that, it's very difficult when we're looking to even really be able to utilize those images to really see who we're talking about. So it's very hard to utilize it. So that system, we would like to do that, and I do believe that as part of that system, the control access for the cards, I think, is failing right now. It still works, but we're starting to have more and more problems with it. So I guess all that's an integrated system that's included in this price. So we did get a quote. Tim got one for $55,713 to replace that security system. The other two items that we have, we would like to paint the library. I know that was, you know, discussed for the building, but again, I would say it is different. You know, we have a lot of folks coming in. We use that building pretty hard. So in other words, those meeting rooms, you know, every time I come to a meeting here, everybody's sitting very nicely in their chairs and all this, and doing all this stuff. But when I go to a event at the library, we've got kids, their hands are all over the walls, and you know, we're constantly, it's almost like a sound stage where people are shooting TV places because they're always reconfiguring the room and putting different things and putting stuff up against the wall. So we use that building pretty hard. So the meeting rooms, and the interior, any place where you're going to have kids, they're going to be touching everything. So it would be nice, I think, to upgrade that. There was we did get a quote for $20,324. That would be changing the color scheme perhaps a little bit, which might be kind of fun. I think it was about 15 if we just went with the original color scheme. I think having a committee or some people look at it, particularly our new advisory board members, along with staff and others, I think that might be a good project for them to tweak it, nothing major. And then the other item is replacing the library carpet. Again, we've probably had just under 2 million people walking on that. And of course, we're walking on it constantly. So just when you think of the total numbers, we're constantly in, out, and all around. I think that also, in terms of beautification and making the library look better, when the library was built initially, and the carpet was very nice. But now we really sort of have it down exactly where everything is. You kind of move things a little bit to be more functional, which is what happens over time when you do something like that. And we're in the process of upgrading our young adult area. But I think when we go in this time, we could put a little hardscaping in different areas too, like where the computers are. But I think the upshot will be that it will look really cool, because when you walk in, those sorts of offsets of color will correspond with different things. So I think it'll actually not only be just nice and new, but it'll just pop. I think it'll look a whole lot better. We've attempted to get some quotes on that. The thing about that with the library system is they utilize these jacks. They wrap the shelves, jack up the shelves, and then they usually use squares. And right now it's kind of hard to find. Everybody's busy everywhere right now, so it's hard to find it. So we haven't been able to find nail down an exact number, but the previous quote that we had was $80,000, so we just padded that to have someone to come in and do it, and we feel confident we can. It's going to be in that general area. But Tim's working on that right now, so Tim probably.
I have a question about the
Yes.
carpet, because you mentioned wear and tear, and obviously that's something that happens with carpet. Have you looked into different flooring options? Maybe, I think in the lobby, isn't there some sort of tile or something like that? Just something so you're not constantly running into that being an issue, and then maybe carpeting smaller areas like the children's seating area and things like that.
So, yes, and that is, when you look at the tile, for example, in the foyer, it still looks just great, you know what I mean? And you really notice how certain surfaces wear and certain don't. But that tile that was put there probably will be there until the end. One reason that libraries use carpet rather than different types of things is because of the noise. So if you have a flat surface, it seems to, at least in the past, I know that there's technologies today that do things that do contribute to noise. Kids are running around, they're falling down a lot. But what we had anticipated to do this time, which I think would give us a lot more usage out of this, much more than what we got last time, was to integrate exactly what you're talking about into design. But I think it would also be visually very interesting. So for example, in those high traffic areas, the idea was to actually put a hardscape in there and make it look like it's a design element. Like you're kind of doing it too, to kind of just make it look cool, right? So as you come in, where the carpeting is, around the circ area, that's where you get most wear, around the computers. So the idea was to implement some of that into the design.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something to look at, just so that you're not constantly, because I know how carpet gets, just in a house, so I can imagine how it is in a public space like that.
And it tends to be, as you say, in those high traffic areas where it gets worse. So if you put that in there, first of all, I think it will look kind of cool. It's just going to look different, but it's not going to look worn in 5 or 6 years. I think we could double the years we get out of it. Also, there's better products on the market too, I think. And we've looked at that even for example, in the meeting rooms, perhaps to have some hardscaping in the front where people are standing up and so forth, while we maintain some in the back. So that would be integrated into the design.
So you talked about the security system. I'm really in favor for upgrading that. I want to make sure when we upgrade it, we do it with the cameras that are going to be able to give us a good visual of any of the incidents that happen out there. I want to be able to read license plates or whatever. I just want to make sure that we're protecting all our buildings. And I think I want to see that across the board with all our buildings, cameras that are going to help us or help our PD investigate crimes, and especially with the card readers, we don't need to be having those trouble issues. As far as the paint, I like the idea, the concept of putting some in there that's fun, maybe to, really enhance the building, the aesthetics of the interior, and I'm kind of excited about that.
I had a question on security, just like what Councilman Reed was saying. Are there additional cameras are you going to need to install in certain areas of the building? Any blind spots that you can think of that you would need additional cameras at?
Or lighting?
On the outside or in the interior area?
That's probably a question that Tim or Matt could probably address maybe a little better than I. In terms of just my utilizing it, I think we had pretty good camera placement.
Okay.
The problem was just as they stopped working, and we had some sort of a lightning strike or something a while back that compromised part of the system, and so that's why we've been kind of in the process of doing it. We have pretty good camera placement. The problem was just when you get, and we'll get the footage and we see them coming in,
yeah,
it's just, you're not getting the greatest image.
Yes.
So aside from that, so I do believe that the camera placement is pretty good. And actually, I did tour the building with Tim when he was getting an estimate the last time on that. And now that does, my recollection's better. We were actually looking at all those blind spots. So to answer your question, actually out in different areas perhaps before. So it was a comprehensive system that he was looking at.
Okay.
Thank you.
You ready to do a break? 10 minutes? I got it on the timer, so. 10 minutes.
Mariana Espinoza, Parks and Recreation Director. So my approach this year is very similar to last year in that I'm trying to still work on the restructuring, reorg, and of our department. And so I currently have 18 direct reports that report directly to me out of 4 different divisions. And so my approach is to create a lead for each different division. So in my request, I am requesting a recreation manager to oversee the recreation division, a parks crew leader to oversee the maintenance division, a trail crew leader to oversee the trails division, and then with the division split to environmental services last year, we did lose some positions. One of them was our parks maintenance manager, and the others were some park maintenance technician positions. So I'm asking for an additional 2 park maintenance positions to fill that. In addition, we previously had an equipment operator position that would function as a maintenance mechanic. That position was vacated, and instead of replacing it with a maintenance person full-time, the supervisor at the time, we decided to move the equipment operator position to the trails. So park maintenance does not have a dedicated maintenance position, which we desperately need for day-to-day maintenance of our parks equipment. So those are the personnel requests. The other request we have is to include holiday decorations in our budget each year so that we can get new holiday decorations for the square. A floor scrubber for the Ash Pavilion. Between rentals, youth leagues, hockey leagues, open play, skating, the Ash Pavilion floor is used very, very heavily, and we are needing to have a floor scrubber on site so we don't have to continue to rent it. Prior to conversation with Harper, he does have a couple backhoes that we can look at. I did request a backhoe. As long as our backhoe is 4-wheel drive with a thumb attachment and extend a hoe for the trails, we're good with any backhoe that we're able to get. We just want to make sure that we're able to use it properly for trails. And that it's maintained. And then vent track attachments, of course, we're asking for 3 different vent track attachments, a box blade, a slide slope mower, and a tiller that can be used both on the trails and in the ballparks.
We've been rotating out our park maintenance trucks. We do 2 staff persons to a truck. And so our water leaf crew is in need of a new truck. We've repaired it as much as we possibly can and switched up trucks. We put 3 and 4 to a couple trucks now. But so if we get another new truck, that'd be great. And this again is just a purchase price, not an enterprise lease price. Those are all my requests for this year.
Real quick, Mariana, so yeah, I'm in agreement about the backhoe, just a used one since it's not an everyday use. But I know that you've got attached equipment right now that you can't use because we don't have the right skid steer for it.
Correct.
I don't see that in here.
Yeah, in conversations back and forth with staff, we decided to go with the Ventrac attachments instead.
And what are we gonna do with that equipment we have there?
So we can utilize it, it's just we had to get the proper attachment.
Yeah, what do you call it, for the airflow and everything else, yeah, definitely.
And so we have funding within our existing budget to get that.
Okay, so, okay, I was just making sure we had the equipment that needed to get the trails.
It was just the connector piece that we didn't have, correct?
Okay, but you're able to get it? Okay,
Yes, sir.
I'm making sure. All right, yeah, that's fine then. And the league positions that you have, you're requesting, are those gonna be hired within, or is that something we're gonna go outside to look for?
For all proposed positions except for the 2 maintenance technicians, I do have ideas to promote from within first if possible.
Awesome, thank you.
So I'm in agreement with the park maintenance technicians, especially with the division that we did with the department under James and replacing those. I know that's a big need, and then the mechanic position as well, item number 5. The other 7 through 10, I also see the need for as well on those. And I know your department has, we kind of had the laugh about the passing down of the equipment and different things, but there's a lot of stuff that you use on a regular basis as well. And you need the proper equipment to get out there and do those things as well as meet the expectations we have on our trails and parks. Facilities and parks are a huge thing that people look at to see how well a city is taking care of itself. And it's a very visible thing. And so I'm in support of giving you what you need in order to meet those expectations that we have. The only one I had a question perhaps for my colleagues are on the holiday decorations. So I'm in full support of funding this and improving our holiday decorations each year. This is something that I know we've talked about before, council, and I know when we had our visioning workshop, it was mentioned about having just an annual cost each year, and I see you do have the $50,000 for each year. Is this something that we, and I guess this may not make a difference either way, but would this be appropriate under the Parks Department, or would this be something more we want under special events each year? And is there a major difference between having those, between that? And if it's more appropriate to be under parks, I'm not advocating that we take it away. I'm just trying to get an understanding if there's a difference there.
That would be Scott.
Yeah, if I'm answering, Parks would love to continue to put up the holiday decoration. I think in a lot of municipalities, it does fall underneath the Parks Department. And in addition, we've also talked about adding Christmas holiday lights to the trails each year and or a drive-through at the Greg Clark Park. So if the Christmas lights do remain at the park locations, Parks would love to continue to kind of oversee that process each year. Installation, takedown, setup, nightly checking the lights, having staff, whatever's decided.
And so I just want to be clear, I appreciate you owning that and accepting that. And I know when you first came on to the city of Kyle, that was your first major task, was getting that public square, I guess that was 2019?
2019.
Yeah. And so that was the first big year. And so I'm glad that you want to own that part, Mariana. I think your team has done a wonderful job with that and continue to improve that. Taking the feedback as well to have even more different color lights and improving the overall decor that we have down there. And I love the idea that you want to take it to the trails and other parks as well. So I'm in full support of that. And I would like to see that in our budget going forward as well.
One more thing, Mariana, is I'm going to encourage you to think of a creative way to get us to the holiday lights on the square. So the Center Street, incorporate a way you can light it up. That'll be the prelude to what they're going to see at the square. That's something I'd really like to see.
And they do have in their plans for this year to do lights on the street poles and incorporate that.
Awesome, great, awesome.
And if we can get in those canopies in any way, I know that's another new challenge. I know, but you know, we talked about this at the visioning workshop. It was certainly inspired last year with some of the research that we did on other cities, and I know I don't want to be lost on how proud and appreciative I am of y'all's department and learning and growing and adapting to what the expectations of that, but y'all are meeting it and exceeding it in many ways as well. And so we're just continuing to raise the bar on you, but we know you always meet the challenge, Mariana, you and your team, and I just want to thank you for always coming with new ideas and the energy and effort that your department brings.
Thank you. Yeah, no, we're extremely excited about this year's holiday light decorations, especially with the reconstruction or the remodeling of City Square Park. We did mention that within our existing budget too, we have some money for small equipment, other field equipment. This year we purchased the 2 mules, and we'll be able to purchase another one with our existing budget in the upcoming year. I know some had some questions on that as well.
And those will be 4-seaters?
Correct. 2 4-seaters, and we'll picture without a 4-seater.
Awesome.
Hilarious.
Number 10, is that a realistic number for a truck?
I'm
just saying, like,
They're based
well,
models.
it's just a high-end
I just
estimate
don't want
based
these-
off our existing quotes that we use with Enterprise. Well, it's a purchase, it's not a lease option.
Yeah, they don't
So we
have-
put the purchase
They
option.
don't
in
have
there.
all the upgrades like your regular vehicle would have. It's just a base, even a rubber mat on the bottom.
Our truck last year was significantly higher because it was trails with the be pulled in a trailer. This one's just a basic model for mowers.
For mowers, okay. Thank you.
And is there any other equipment, sorry real quick, I know in our trail, particularly back there in Waterleaf, there's some areas where it gets pretty deep in the watershed and a lot of branch and debris and stuff in there. Do y'all have the equipment you need to get into those areas and get a lot of that out and clear out that creek?
No, we do not, but if we get Harper's backhoe with the extender hoe we'll be able to better reach those trail parts. But yeah, we need that backhoe.
So
We
with
need a
this
backhoe. Either Harper's or a
Let's
Bruni
see,
backhoe.
yeah, he's shaking his head.
And you're not getting the extended hoe.
I need the extender hoe, I need the thumb attachment, and
the
ensure that the
four-wheel
four-wheel drive is maintained.
So
she gets the used one, you get the new one.
Well, yep, well, I guess we'll wait till I go, but.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have those 2 old ones that I already talked to Mariana that we'd like to give to her and use. That's what we did in the past. It gives her that accessibility during dry weather and stuff, but some of those trail areas back in there, it doesn't matter. If it rains back in there, none of us are getting in there, depending on how far that creek goes up. And then they'll have to go back in when they can, and they'll redo whatever they need to do.
I personally, whatever equipment is needed, I hope that, you know, if it is equipment being passed down, it's not the maintenance nightmares that James was referring to earlier. I'd like to see you have the equipment you need to get in there and do that. And I know that's one of the big challenges for you. Your team has the wherewithal, they have the ability, they know what they need to do. It's just they don't have the resources and equipment to do it. And that's bothersome to me. And I'd like to get that alleviated in any way we can.
So maybe the best thing to do is for Mariana to go ahead and ask for that 4-wheel drive, you know, with the extended hoe, and utilize that with their department. The other 2 backwards that we give them, they can use for the rest of the Parks Department to use in various areas all over the city. And we can do something like that.
So Harper, your backhoe with the extended hoe, is it new or used, or you don't have that?
Well, The one that our external we use all the time. And it's
That's
used
what I'm
for
saying,
our digging.
that's an everyday, would it be wiser to buy you than you want? Because you're using it a lot more and giving them to use
Well,
them?
the only-
Because they're only gonna use it sporadically, they're gonna use it every day as you do.
The only problem is the two backhoes that we're giving are coming from the street department. So I need something to go back to the street department.
I don't believe those are extended hose either.
Right, they're not.
Okay.
I think, just on, like, Public Works is awesome. Whenever we call them or ask them for help, they are absolutely amazing. I think my expectation from my staff is like, I'm wanting things to get done, and I'm pushing things to get done. And they're always saying, well, Mariana, I have to schedule with them, I got to borrow this, I have to borrow, and like, that's awesome, because Public Works is awesome. They let us borrow equipment, and they help out, and they come out whenever needed. But it's just to improve our efficiency and to get us to be a little bit more productive, to have the tools on site that we need would be the most helpful.
Absolutely, and I agree with that. And I want to go a bit further to say too, even when we're talking about new items, I know this is probably the case for all the departments, but we're on yours right now. I know that y'all have done your due diligence as well to go out there and search, not just buying it brand new off the shelf, but seeing if y'all can find other deals and other things that have happened to maybe lower some costs and stuff like that. I'd just like to see you get those resources you need. I'd like to, when we do approve them, for them to be purchased in that fiscal year. I know, for example, I know we approved the mules last year, still waiting to get those purchased.
Yeah, that's totally on me. It was a process, we finally got the clear directive, but we are proceeding with the 2 Polaris mules.
Gotcha, okay. Well, like I said, I know we have a high expectation for our parts and our equipment, or just the overview. Like I said, I know that buildings and parks are looked at as a city and how well they maintain themselves. And so I'm an advocate for getting you what you need money on it. And so if there is any additional equipment that maybe, to Harper's point, that you would need, and, not having to wait for pass downs or all of this stuff or waiting, I'd like to see what that list is as well.
And I think overall, all of our proposed budget recommendations fall right into with council priorities of citywide beautification and raising to the gold standard. So every request falls within that category.
Thank you, Mariana.
Moving on.
Next up is our Public Works Department.
All right, I just want to say thank you to Julie, Tim, Warren, and Scott for being here with me today, and they're available to answer questions in detail on certain items if we need to. As Mr. Selder said, this is our list provided to y'all that there's plenty of room for discussion or talks as we go further along to try to narrow this list if need be, but the division managers and myself have provided everything to you that were our needs for this year. Starting with the first one, employees, our treatment division, as well as streets, actually all divisions, all divisions. We have discussed having a fleet maintenance. Mr. Erb has talked about that in the past. It was talked about, though, as all departments having a fleet maintenance division. The only problem is we don't have the size and the phase right now for something to take on everything. And the reason for that is, I guess let me start back and say that we are asking, Public Works is asking for a fleet maintenance mechanic and assistant because of the heavy equipment, the number of heavy pieces of heavy equipment that we currently have. All the backhoes, loaders, all the piece of equipment, that takes a long time for these mechanics to handle. We currently have RDO, third-party contractor, doing this work for us. If we were to try to do that in-house, let's say we're going to do all the cities, because me and the chief have discussed this. He goes, would y'all be able to do ours? And I said, the problem is those mechanics are going to spend the majority of their time on the heavy equipment. And then therefore, they're not going to be, the turnaround for even my guys, the regular trucks, it's going to be very slow and tedious process, much less have to take care of all of yours and all of the parts at the same time. I just don't know that you would get that turnaround that we would want. So I'm not trying to be selfish, I'm trying to tell you that this is what for our department, we've thrown that out there. If we want to go bigger, it's going to take a lot more people, more space and bays added to ours to encompass that facilities maintenance department. But we just want to throw that out there and put it into your radar for the future at some point if we decide to do something like that. The water production supervisor foreman. So this is Tim's group. These guys are, you can see the increases in the plants, the pump stations and whatnot, the testing. These are things that are done every day. Tim's trying to get a supervisor in that group, which he does not have right now. So that's what that's about. Water production operator, that's just another operator to help out. Permit administrator, right-of-way construction inspector. Perform right-of-way plan, permit reviews, coordination, inspection of all work performed in the right-of-way. So real quick on that, we started the permit process for the right-of-ways in the city of Kyle, which is a really good thing because other utilities come in, electric, gas, the cable providers, telecom, they all come in and they're going to put things in our right-of-ways, and yet nobody is looking at these. Where are they putting them in? Who's putting them in? Where are they going in the right-of-way? Is there somebody, kind of regulating that? So now we get these, which is great. The problem is we're getting more and more and more. It's ramping up to where I was talking to somebody down in San Marcos. They have a whole group. I talked to Leon, he said Austin has a whole group, that does right-of-ways, the permitting and whatnot. Where that's important is you have somebody that goes to place something in a right-of-way. Let's say it's a gas company. They're going to come in and place something in that right-of-way. You've been working on something with your engineering department that you're going to place a new water, wastewater line or storm sewer line in that same area. They jump in and place that in there before you. Now your whole deal's shot. Where do we go? Maybe you don't have another area to go. And we're already experiencing that where we have had discussions at Public Works with these other groups to tell them, no, you're not going on this side. Marketplace was a prime example. Gas company wanted to come on this side right on top of our water line, our large water main. We told them, no, sir, you need to move on to this side. We went through a few people, but finally when it got up to a certain level, they agreed. The people that were up higher agreed that was a better choice and switched up. So it's a good thing. But we need somebody really to start going and doing the legwork to look out there. We also need to try to link up our somewhere with Steve Clemens and IT to get involved so that we can put that water and wastewater maps horn, like you were discussing, something that integrates that with the software that we're using so that when we go to try to do these, the stuff's right there. Here's their map. They're showing where they're putting their line. Here's what's next to their lines. That's ours. Everything's available to us to make that decision. Anyway, that's a whole department that may come in the future that we're going to have to look at. It's a good thing, but it comes with a lot of added work that we're doing right now. Reclassifying the assistant wastewater operator. This was actually brought last year, in which he had an assistant position that his people are all qualified to become operators. So we're kind of trying to do away with the assistant position. So that's just coming back again. We had to drop it last year due to there were other necessities that ranked higher on the list, that this is a repeat. Reclassify water operations employees, share the same responsibilities and same titles. I understand this is just a cleanup of the titling. Vehicles, F-250 with utility bed, so that's for your supervisor foreman if that's approved. We understand that goes with the position, so if the position is not approved in the truck, you won't utilize the truck. F-250 for fleet manager. This is what I talked about a minute ago, having somebody that's going to do the heavy equipment basically for the public works. Equipment, there's a mower. So since we switched up in environmental services, it's been doing a lot of, is its own department and doing the mowing. We keep track of all the maintenance for our sites. It's better that way because we're TCQ bound, that we have to do it. It's something that we regulate. We go out there, we clean up, we make sure that those sites look nice. Numerous lift stations, numerous pump stations, water storage tank sites, well sites, all these we have to do. But that's just a mower and a trailer for that. Those go hand in hand. Some of these things, like this next one, microbial sample stations, some of these are linked. Some of these are linked to TCQ and sample regulations that we have to do. And I'll be happy to go over those later on as we continue through the budget. This is something to keep your radar on, purchase and installation of 12 sample stations for the total coliform rule. I'm happy to go over that further later. Effluent station disinfection. This is adding the chlorine back really quick. Tim, can you tell us, it's with the plant expansion, they're going to have to chlorinate the effluent as it's going back out, and there was an issue with that you were addressing through this.
Right, so the expansion that we're working under right now will not provide disinfection for the type 2 wastewater that we send to the golf course. So to meet that 210 agreement with TCEQ, we do have to disinfect because we have fecal samples that we have to take, and disinfection is how you control fecal in your stream. So with that budget request that we've made, it'll give us a building that we can not only use post expansion, but we could also use it under further expansion, so we could move the building to a different location, place it back in service. It'll serve the same purposes that we're hoping to do now.
Well 3 electrical service repairs. This is an old electrical support system that we want to try to upgrade. It's just it's some cleanup at our well sites, pump station sites, trying to make them better, and and some of the dilapidated structures that are there now. 14 automatic gate at the wastewater treatment plant. So the new entrance, there's 2 gates, correct? Right now, there could be a potential for 2. No, there's a drive-through, but there's a gate at your property, but in the end, there will be a gate up front, right?
Right, so coming off of Hydrant, which is the construction entrance now, we hope just to keep just a typical gate. You get out, open it up, but at the property line coming into the facility, and as we've spoken through this, environmental services, PD will be using that site, so this puts more emphasis on us putting a more secure gate at the property line that we could give access to PD, environmental services, all those services to use that gate, and that'd be solar powered just because it is quite a distance from any kind of electrical service.
There'll be a potential for 3 departments to be at that.
And with the quote that we provided in the cost, there is a security system integrated in that, just so it's remote access, security camera. It can call staff, whoever we designate, to open the gate for whomever it is trying to get in.
Number 15, Marketplace and James Atkins. So we have 2 pressure planes meet at this point, which is right behind Coles. The significance of this is when you start bleeding off, or you need to bleed off, there's different scenarios there, but your pressure planes typically stay in the same area. If the southern area, which is south of Coles, going in, which leads into Burleson and feeds the whole downtown, if that area drops under a certain pressure drop, then that station there should relieve the high pressure into the low pressure and help support it. This site has been a manual site since it was put there. The previous person before Tim, Jason Beamer, attempted to get this thing mechanized and SCADA watched, and those capabilities back when he was here. Tim's continuing supporting, saying, hey, we need something here so we don't have an issue in the future. So that's what this one is for. Scott Egbert has talked about having a distributor. Julie, do they have access to the reasoning here or no? No, okay. For use with the pavement crew due to the dangers of switching from seal coat and motions to tackle. If a distributor is not purchased, a tack wagon could be purchased instead for the 50K. However, a distributor holds more oil and allows operator control of spray rates, which ensures a better road. So that's just a larger distributor that we're hoping to get with the chip seal and everything being added. Next one, trailer mounted air compressor and jackhammers. Here's some tools. They're in there, pretty self-explanatory. LCRA radios. This is where we're continuing to convert to the radios. LCRA, we've been working hand in hand at Public Works, switching over to radios, placing them in all the vehicles. We decided to phase it out instead of hitting the city with a large bill right off the bat. So we'll have this one, and then we'll have another one the following one, right? We'll have another one?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's coming along great. LCR is working great with us, Julia Crow, right? Yeah, it's just, you'll see this one again on the next budget. But the importance of that is, once we make this transition, then this is our communication. If y'all are aware, that those of you who've been here during storm events or certain events where we've had major events, communication is a priority, and we have been so many times without communication that this is trying to make sure that we have good communication. Equipment needed, you can see some equipment needs for fleet maintenance. Yeah, this was actually brought to council a few years back. Mr. Earp's not in here, but we had brought this to council years back, trying to see if they wanted to move forward in this. So these are just some of the things that would be required, so you'll have an idea of what would go into this. Increased operating costs. Tim brought this up. Because of the Anthem plant, there's two plants actually. There's the one where the elevator is going to be at Anthem subdivision, and there's the one on 150, the pump station, which will pump to the Anthem subdivision. That pump station is located right across from PC, so if you've driven out past PC and you see the construction and the work going on out there, right across from PC will be a new pump station that the city of Kyle will maintain. It pumps the water out to Anthem. Then there at Anthem, there's currently a ground storage and a station out there, but that's the site of the proposed new elevated tank that we'll be handling out there as well. There'll be a pneumatic system until that elevated tank's built, but the additional costs are for that. CIP projects, the heaters for the Public Works bay. So we place our sewer jet machine, which has a large water tank, and that's what you use to unclog sewer systems that we often go out on. The hydro excavating machine, that one has to be in there as well. A big thing, and this sounds funny, but often those bays in cold weather, ice, snow, those bays are filled with dump trucks full of sand, because if you try to get the sand that's outside, it's frozen, because that moisture gets into the sand and it's compacted. You can't use it out on the road. So they will put dump trucks full of sand prior to a bad weather event, just so we can have that safe to take out. Anyway, that's what that was for. Public Works yard expansion. Here's something that we are looking at doing ourselves. There's an expansion for the yard, and then there's expansion of the facility. This is the yard one that we've outgrown with the equipment and trucks and what we have going at Public Works. We've already outgrown it. It's been 10 years now, and very happy with our place. We have no complaints. It's just something that we're doing to try to make sure that we're keeping up with the growth. Switchgear replacement. Is this another house cleaning deal, Tim?
The current facilities, we call them plant number 1 and 2, the power for those facilities is supplied by one switchgear. It's It's a 3,000 amp switchgear. There's two main breakers inside there. That's the primary feed for the facility. The cabinet on that structure has gone in a little bit of disrepair just because of previous ownership. And there's also been some water intrusion into that cabinet, which does not combine well with electricity and has caused corrosion inside of there. So we're looking at alternatives of spending the amount that we provided to you, but that's most likely going to be the case just because of sensitivity of being able to take that equipment out of service, power being out for the two facilities there, and getting power restored. So, like I said, we're looking at alternatives, but that's worst case scenario is what I provided to you.
Next one, the county line interconnect. This one has been on budgets for some time now. Recent discussions with them, we've nailed down a location just east of Lehman High School on Button Lane at the northwest corner of the Casetta Ranch subdivision. And we've got an easement area that us and County Line have agreed on for the interconnect. Some recent issues that we just ran into that we're trying to work around is how they would feed our system, because what we would like it to do is there's two lines, there's a transmission line and a distribution line for the city of Kyle. We would like it to enter the transmission line that goes straight up to the ground storage tank with the Lobo sign on it. We would like it to go straight to that so that we could have the capabilities of adjusting that if the water was, let's say the chlorine residuals weren't right or something wasn't right, we could adjust it and maintain it from that tank before we send it out to the people. The problem with that is GBRA feeds us, the city of Kyle, with surface water from that, just downstream of that, from that point. They say that we need an air gap. So we're trying to work through the logistics, how to make that work and still abide by GBRA so they'll continue to give us water. So I just want to let y'all know we don't have that nailed down yet, but there's a lot of talks and discussions going on and some internal logistics to try to make that work. Crosswinds Water Facility. So some of you are probably aware that, the Crosswinds Water Facility, with Crosswinds out there, which is the subdivision outside east of town, this will have an elevated storage tank as well, a new elevated. So you've got a new one coming in Anthem, we got a new one coming at Crosswinds. It will also be the third tying point for our GBRA surface water. We currently have two. This will be a new third one. Some of these things that you're seeing here for that Crosswinds Water Facility are things that are going to be part of bringing that new station online, as well as betterment. So the betterment agreement, and I'll just read this, betterment agreement costs that the city of Kyle will be responsible for. The following costs are only estimates. Once the project bids, we will have an accurate cost. The cost for the generator improvements is $20K. Are needed so that the generator can be scaled up to handle powering all three pumps. Cost for line size improvements, $20K, are needed to increase the size of the line so that our system would be able to handle the full capacity of our GBRA Connect. Cost for valve upgrade improvements, $25K, allows us to control the water level in the tank and thus our water system. The multi-leg elevated storage tank versus the spheroid elevated storage tank, cost to be determined once project bids. Bid is expected to take place in April of 2021. The spheroid tank is the preferred as it is easier and cheaper to maintain over the lifetime of the asset, although initial construction costs are higher. So what Tim's talking about there is the multi-leg tank, which is similar to the one that the old historic Kyle, or the single column that goes up with the round sphere-like ball at the top. Less maintenance on the ladder versus the multi-leg, and that's what Tim's trying to work towards getting to save us money in the future.
And these tanks are more gravity fed, correct?
Yeah. Is that the, no. So, which one is that? So on 28, I'm sorry, y'all, I have a whole breakdown here. We were asked about the winter storm. We had everything lumped into the winter storm to where you would see everything that we asked for as a result of the winter storm. This got through the budget process, it got moved and divided and split up or whatnot, so everything's not all together now in our budget. But if anybody would like to see the breakdown, you know, Julie and I can provide that for you. But there were adjustments to the generators at Kohler's Crossing, Well 4, Rebel Road, Yarrington Drive, Old Stagecoach Road, Well 3, Moore Road, which is Well 2, Lehman, Masonwood, and Kensington. All those have upgrades to our generators. And what?
Installation of new generators. So those sites we're asking to install generators, we don't currently have them there, so those that are unaware.
Upgrades meaning that we're going to make these winter storm hopefully proof. Installation at critical water sites. This is all the things, freezing, insulation, heat trace, piping, small and 8. These are winter storm related items as well. Scott Egbert asked for another sand spreader because everybody was trying to use that one sand spreader during the storm, and they feel like they could be much more sufficient with another additional one. The problem with that is, you know, when are we going to have that storm again, or that kind of storm? It may be a long time, but it's just something that they've asked for. To, if we did have it, at least we would have it.
We do have icing, you know, so could you utilize it there as well?
Yeah, it's a hard sell because, you know, it could be, knock on wood, it could be 20 years and then it could be next year. Industrial pretreatment program. I'm sorry, let's get to fueling station. Fueling station, right? We have looked at a large station there at Public Works because during bad weather events, it seems like us and the police department are constantly, and parks do sometimes as well, but us and the PD are always looking for gas whenever gas or diesel is an issue and you can't get it at the pump stations, which is a scary feeling. To have something that we could have where the emergency services that were still out on the streets had that capability. So we don't have full costs yet. Warren has been talking to a company where
they're out of Utah, Excel fueling stations. They build sites like that for school districts and counties and cities. So we're working with them. We should have those numbers hopefully by the next meeting, probably in the next couple of days.
I'm really interested in that. Do you know, like a ballpark? Like, have we looked into other fueling stations to see what they've cost other cities or anything like that?
We don't really have an idea yet on what we're going to do, if it's going to be citywide or just Public Works or covered. We haven't got that far, so I really wouldn't want to throw out a number right now without having an idea yet.
See, we need a direction.
Have we looked at getting with maybe a business, a local business, where if we had an event like this, that business that sold gasoline, one of the gas stations in the area would just shut down selling gas to the public and just reserve it for the city and for other.
I know Mr. Sellers tried to do that during the winter storm and had some positive effect on one in particular, but I think that was more of a favor to you. Having somebody, a blanket doing that, would be difficult because you're asking them to basically close down and they only
the gas
take care of
portion
you.
of it.
Yes, sir. But what Lauren was saying was, we would need to know, are we looking at doing the whole city? You know, is everybody going to get gas there? Because then your tanks and your footprint's much larger. Yeah. Or are we looking at, it's an emergency event, these select emergency services, him, us, parks, whoever it's determined to be, has access to those tanks, and then we scale accordingly. That's what we need direction on.
I would say in case of emergency. I
That
don't
is
think- I don't think
super
we need-
proactive and smart, like,
Well,
you can't
so-
get mad because police officers are filling up their cars.
Here's the thing to think about. If we have our own service station, the fuel's different for governments. It's a dyed fuel rather than just a regular undyed fuel. And the fuel is bad, right? So you have to constantly be circulating that fuel. So you can't just have stored fuel for emergencies. The best thing to do if we need just an emergency supply of fuel is to anticipate the emergency and have tankers with it, or reserve it this way.
Now, is that what school buses do? Do
They'll
they
have-
have their own fuel pump? Like,
They'll have their own pumps and dyed fuel.
My question is that what they do now? Is
Yes,
it somewhere we can look at in terms?
Oh, I don't know, we can find out.
Yes,
I mean, we don't
buses
even
don't
have the
look
capability.
Okay, then that's something we can look to for an
So
example.
what you're proposing is having substation fuel
I-
sites,
what
like
we-
around,
what-
like east and west of
What
Kyle?
we have talked about is
City?
having, more so at Public Works, having a central location with the either above or below ground, preferably above, with some type of containment measure, automatic cutoff and whatnot. We just didn't know how far are we going, because once we open up this can here, are we doing the whole city? Because we've heard that before. But if y'all are more interested in the decision is to make it for emergency stuff, then that gives us kind of a direction where he can say, okay, we'll need, talk with chief, how many cars are you gonna have? What's your fuel gonna look like? You know, how many do we have? What's our fuel gonna look like? Whoever else is involved, and then we can size that,
So
better it.
You have to continue to use it because you can't let it feel sick because it goes bad.
No, we
This will be
look
something
at,
you
we
use.
need a storage facility. We need a place where we can receive it, like y'all are saying.
Definitely.
If it was an emergency, we call the thing, hey, come fill us, start filling us up, you know.
But what if they don't have it? So, and that's my concern, like, I like the idea of the city being self-sufficient, but I think it's something that we would have to make on like a daily basis. We would just have to have our own
City
for
of
ours.
Austin did their own, right? Scott, they've had their own.
they've got-
Yeah, so, but I would think that I would think their turnover is so much it doesn't get
Oh,
bad.
they are.
You just have to manage the use of
So,
it.
yeah, we just have to look at the price.
Because, yeah, third option is like, if it's only for emergencies, but we constantly fuel and it has certain
man, but
vehicles
it's
that are
gonna
attached
Like
to
in a
it.
private sector, and reserve.
That's what we're trying to kind of do or something.
By monitoring, you know, how much fuel you're using from the city.
Any inquiries or feedback on whether or not the fuel that we could purchase in bulk would be cheaper? Or
It would be.
I would assume it would be, especially if we went to the red dye for our diesel, you know.
And what is the life on the engines if we do go that route? That's my big concern. Are we prolonging life or are we shortening the life on our vehicles?
It's just a diet, same
Okay.
fuel.
All right.
So can we get like basic maintenance on that as well when we get, like an approximate cost? Because I think as Scott was saying, like there's gonna be maintenance that's gonna be required on that. And what is that gonna look like?
Well, I want to make sure I understand your question. Maintenance on the
fuel pumps.
on the fuel side, itself. Well, so yeah, you can keep it down low and try to get somebody to come in, like if you had a idea that this event was coming or something, you can try to do that. Or we can keep a certain amount in, and we have certain vehicles, only a select number of vehicles, just to stir that, keep it going, and put new fuel into it. That kind of keeps it stirred up. There's a couple of different ways. I would think that we would reach out to some of your contacts, as well as the other cities, and find out what works best. The only thing I worry about Austin, because everybody's on it and the turnover in those tanks are so high, they don't have to worry about it.
But it's regulated by TCEQ. Do they have like yearly regulations or maintenance that's gonna be required?
TCQ, I think, would regulate the safety aspect of it, leagues reporting anything that, maybe with EPA or something of that nature. I haven't had a fuel station before, so, this is a learning experience for me too.
I have, twice.
Okay.
So there's a lot of EPA oversight, so.
The other thing I would have a concern is making sure it's not misused, make sure it's going in for the right reason, for city business.
Yeah, we can do that with a code or a badge.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rizzo, like, why did she go there 3 times?
use our ID number.
I just really like public.
That's what I use. We use a key code, we use the vehicle number, the mileage, and it's tracked that way. And then you fill it up, and then it's documented to your employee number. So every time you need to fill up you got to fill up your cruisers or SUVs.
Right.
Tahoes.
Yeah, we would
As long
have
as it's
a pump for
oversized.
diesel, a pump for regular, we'd have all vehicles.
Yeah,
take advantage of that.
we did the same in Ennis, and we had the trash trucks we also fueled, and then we also had an airport, so we had all the fuel for the airplanes too, but we just basically quit using the private, gas pumps, and we only used our pumps, and we just refilled our own stuff.
Just kept recycling.
And then, I guess in an emergency, you would do the opposite. You would go use the private stuff first and keep your, but I don't know.
There's that, there are fleet cards that we've tried in the past, but, really having our relationship with local private companies right now, especially in emergencies where they reserve a certain amount, is great. We don't have to worry about the paperwork.
So next one, an industrial pretreatment program. This one Kathy's been involved in already. This is something that we need to do as a good for the city. If a company comes in and they have a certain item that they're providing, a metal fabricator, metal plating or whatnot, if somebody comes in and provides some kind of service that's going to impact our system, then we need regulations. We need regulations to not necessarily stop that, but to regulate it and make sure that they're not dumping things in our system that's going to affect our plant. Next one.
That's it.
Oh, so these aren't. One of the things was the street wages that y'all were talking about earlier. I said I'd wait till ours. We have had a very, very, very tough time trying to fill those street construction positions and keep people, which makes it difficult because the whole reason why that we asked y'all for this number of people was so that we wouldn't have to utilize, there's two divisions in streets, there's street maintenance and street construction. We asked for those number of people, which y'all approved, which is great, was so we wouldn't have to utilize Abel's group in the street maintenance. That kept them from doing everything they have to do. The problem is filling that construction crew. Scott's trying to have interviews every week. When we do get somebody, a gentleman left the other day, literally $4 more an hour for just leaving us and going, next door. It's all private. We're not fighting Austin. We're not fighting San Marcos. We're fighting the private sector. So whoever said earlier about the private, you're exactly right. The skills that these guys get in just a year with us, they can turn around and go to the private and make a lot more money doing the same exact thing. I took a picture, actually Pedro took it for me the other day. I told him about it and I said I wish I was down there, so he sent it to me. I'm at Buc-ee's in New Braunfels, and our guys, what's our Tech One startup?
1475.
14 something. So this is, I'm getting gas at Buc-ee's, and above the pumps is the big sign that tells you their salary, their wages, whatever. So, and I'm not, here it is. The cashier gives associate, gift associate. So, you got one of those little Buc-ee dolls or whatever, and they sell that. This person, $16 an hour. Here's a food service. They're handing out the breakfast taco and makes $17 an hour. So
40-hour work week.
Oh yeah, 40
They have
hours.
good benefits too.
40 hours, healthcare,
Right.
401k, 3 weeks of paid time off is what it says, right there.
Yeah. Cookies is really a good place.
So here's the deal. I and Scott are talking about, I say, how do we reach these people? Because there's a, I'm just going to say this out loud. It seems like there's an issue right now with people wanting to work. We're not seeing it. And it's not us. It's talk to this department, talk to this city, go to the north, talk to them. They're all saying the same thing. It is hard getting people right now. So how do we combat that? We tell our people, hey, we're a great place to work for, but you gotta work out in 110-degree heat. You're gonna be in freezing cold, and you may work a week straight without sleep, you know, with no electricity when you get home. We tell them all these things that you're gonna be subject to. Well, why would they do that when they can go and pass out some coffee in a climate-controlled building? That's what we're facing. So I hear it. Every department here is all facing the same thing. I just wanted to reiterate that. These division managers can tell you the same thing because they're the ones sitting in the interviews trying to get these people to apply, begging them to apply. So is there anything else with that I missed or left out? But that's all I have.
Harper, I had just one real quick. I know we spoke about it back then. I know, like you were saying about the winter storms, they come and go every so often, but have we possibly looked at purchasing a de-icer of some sort on that end, to where we would have our own versus relying on tech stuff to do those bridges? I know we have the sand.
We didn't talk about our own. It came up, but we weren't sure if that was the best route or not to go. We talked about having a third-party contract like TxDOT does, to where we have people that just look out for us, and not the TxDOT roads. We want them for all our main thoroughfares in the city of Kyle whenever that happens. Because the problem, and Scott, please correct me if I'm wrong, the problem with the de-icer is the storage of it, and there's an issue there, right, with the shelf life of it, as far as, and regulations also with containing large bulk quantity of it. So we discussed, and I think the general consensus was that having third-party contractor would be better overall. But yeah, you're on a great path. We need something like that.
Okay, your two mechanics that you're looking for, currently we sub out for those. We have an agreement with someone?
With RDO, yes, sir.
RDO, okay, so this, how long of a wait are we waiting on for them to come out when we have a piece of equipment go down, or even maintenance?
I'm gonna let them answer because they're dealing directly with them.
Okay.
It really depends. A lot of times we'll let, I hate to say this, a couple of pieces break down before we call, because a lot of the costs that you incur are for them to come out. You know, $600, $800, whatever it is, for just to come out. So sadly, a lot of times we'll let a few stack up before we can even, it's worth to call them out.
And there are no charges.
Yeah. That's good to know. All right, so yeah, I definitely see the need that, especially as we're expanding the road crew and we have more equipment that we're now not renting, we actually own. So I definitely see that. The permitting, the right-of-way construction inspector, I can't believe we haven't done this before. I mean, with all that's going on, you got the phone call from me last week when I asked who was digging up on Center Street, and because we didn't know who it is. My concern was, were they putting a line in, and are they going to restore everything back to the, condition the area was, after construction? Because right now I just see holes everywhere. I mean, it's worrying me right now, because that's something that we're not maintaining or overseeing because we don't have this position filled. So I think this is a very important position. Last week in Austin, near one of our buildings, one of our streets that we manage, there was a guy who was out there, left his equipment, and had been out there for a month, and he just couldn't get his line in because they didn't have the proper documentation on where he could run his line. There was just so many lines out there already on the right of way. So yeah, this is something that we need to address right away in real time.
I appreciate it. Prior to this, they came up Center Street. I took pictures of where they had dug up the parking space out in front of Jack or whatever that is over there, before we had this program. We had to go over there and talk to each of them each time they did it. That one that you're referring to, Center Point, right, Florence? We all met with them over there ahead of time. They applied for a permit. We met with them out there on the site, went over everything and talked to them. So this is a very good program. That's something that in the future, I just see it's growing already. It's going to continue to grow. It's going to keep growing. So you're exactly right. We're going to have to build at some point. And it's getting too much for me and Philip to take by ourselves. When I asked them, and they said they have whole departments doing stuff like that, I get it. I do. there's a lot of legwork there.
I think that's an important position we need to fill. The other thing is on the mower, you're talking about having a mower to mow. Is that something that you want to take on, or would that be something we would push on to Chance's department, or is it something that?
You know, Chance, and we have a great working relationship with Chance. The problem is, they're very busy, and because it involves our licensing and TCQ, and I know Warren and Tim probably feel the same exact way. We don't want somebody else, we don't want to have to trust in somebody else for our licensing. We want the ability to be able to go there and handle that, because anything can happen.
Yeah.
They could have stuff come up for a big project that they're having to do. We want to be able to go over there and take care of it and know that we're good. So that's the reason.
Okay, appreciate that.
And we gave all our mowers to Chance. We should have kept one or two, James, but yeah.
No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't something that we could put somewhere else, but because of the licensing, I understand that. The tire change machine and wheel balancer, do you have somebody that's trained on that, or is that something you're going to train?
No, this is brand new proposed. This is
Okay.
brand.
So you'll have to train someone, is it going to be staff, or we're going to add a staff?
Whoever that fleet manager and their assistant, whatever, they'll be the ones utilizing that. This was all the, so we were asked a long time ago, what would a fleet manager, what would they need? What would the mechanics need? So we went around and we got all this information right here. This would be the typical jobs that they would do, and this was provided. We didn't have anything past that on who all is going to utilize that, because we basically thought it'd be those two utilizing it. They're the ones going to be working on the cars.
My last question is on the winterization. During the winter storms, we had crew members out there de-icing pipe. Is there some proactive or measure we could take to insulate those pipes better?
That's actually listed, and
I know y'all had a list on there.
Y'all don't have what we have.
Okay.
What is it, 29? So on number 29, installation at critical water site. This is where they're placing all the heat tracing, all these lines. These are the preparations that you're talking about right there, I believe, right?
Can we get that email to us, please? What y'all are doing, the steps?
No, definitely. So just so everybody's information, we're looking at doing a more industrial type installation, so you have a jacketed, like aluminum jacketed installation, and then heat strips on things for 8 inch and smaller. The biggest thing that's going to help us and benefit us is getting generators to those sites. Like we stated before, we could have kept that water moving through all the pumps and wells and things. A lot of the problems that had occurred would not have been an issue for us.
That's good to know. I'm glad we're being proactive. Anything that's elevated, make sure we insulate it.
Just so y'all know too, those generators, they have a lump deal, right?
Yeah, so the lump sum for all the 8 generators is almost 900,000, but we have an itemized list where you could decide, like, we'll just do these 3 generators this year, we'll do the next 3 next year.
Can we
So if
see
you're
that?
interested, we
I'd
can
like to
send
see
you
that.
that itemized list. Yeah, we'll send that out.
Because if we could do it per budget, you know, like if it was an annual deal, and then after so many years, we've got them all covered, then there you go.
Thank you, Harper.
You said some of these are TCEQ required. Is there any way to get like a highlight of that? Because I mean, I don't think that's.
On what?
I think we were going through the first page, and then you were like, you know, some of these are required by TCEQ, and so I just wrote that down. I didn't remember exactly which one was, but if there's something.
What's one of your
So we have
sampling?
one's microbial sampling. Are you looking for something that's actual chapter, a TAC chapter?
No, I'm just saying if it's going to be required, like,
Right.
I don't even want to discuss that. If it's required, it's
yeah.
required. So we could get a list of that kind of stuff. Hey, this is.
So when we give them this, star the ones that are definite that we have to. That was everything, man.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about the link, but.
No, I like that. It's good to have it that long. I mean, it makes me feel better to say no to something.
Same amount of slides as you.
Hey,
Ready? Okay. All right, good morning, everybody. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police, for the record. I have with me in the room Captain Pedro Hernandez, Lieutenant Tim Griffith, and Officer Philip Cleary. that I can also provide some supporting information. They worked on some of these projects, so I might lean on them on a couple of the items for their expertise. As we look at our first slide, you obviously see that this addresses our meet and confer. Just as a quick reminder, this will be year 3 of a 3-year agreement with our Kyle Police Association. And you see the amount 318 there. The rest of this slide is a conglomerate of positions that we need within the police department to meet the expectations or assignments that we have. The way that you see them here before you is not in the particular order of priority. However, they're ranked by category, by their assignment and their division and category. I have and can definitely share and talk about the specifics and their individual job duties, and we even have them prioritized based on the availability of funds and which ones the council agrees with. And we can break that down as far as a 5-year growth plan for the department. I will state that we are one, if not the most understaffed police department in all of Central Texas. So our staffing issues are things that we're all aware of. However, this is a little bit by design. We knew that we needed to focus on a police headquarters that would provide the space for staff to work. And so I thank you for moving forward with a police department that is currently under design, and we expect to move in about a little less than 24 months, so we're about 20 months out, we hope. We hope that timeline stays on track. So now that we've got that out of the way, we hope to focus on the staff that would fill that station and also fill the needs out in the community. If you'll recall, we had a staffing study that was performed several years ago by Matrix. Matrix came out and evaluated all of our functions and our call volume and staffing needs and provided that back to the city. And a number of these positions are within that study. Some of the newer ones are based on new trends or new expectations from council and staff. So I'll focus on the highlights of the major components, and then you ask me if there's any specific ones you want to hear about. Number 1, we focus on this budget to meet Proposition F and the expectations from council and the community about transparency, community engagement, and providing data to the chief of police, to the city manager, and to all of council on a regular basis so that you can evaluate what's taking place in your city and making sure we're meeting those needs with our resources. So there's several officers or several non-sworn in there, so that you'll see a strategic analyst position that's number 11 there. Those positions are key to helping us analyze the data. We do a lot of work. What we don't have is some of the backup staff to help analyze that work so that we make sure we utilize our staff in the best way. But there's a group of staff members in there. Another thing is the council over a number of years have asked us to move towards the Texas Recognition Program or a national accreditation program. That takes staff to operate that program, to get everything in place, along with our new facilities. That's been one of the hang-ups. We weren't able to meet those standards with our current facilities, but we're fixing that. So we've got some staff in here to meet that directive from council from several years ago. And then also the council has requested several times that we improve our community engagement, our communication and involvement with our citizenry. So obviously COVID had a little bit of impact on our ability to collaborate with citizens. We weren't able to do our citizens police academies and such, and everybody basically stopped their public meetings and public gatherings. Well, as those are returning, we want to help achieve those expectations that you put on us, to engage the community in dialogue and partnership and bring them in for training, to attend their meetings and develop or continue to develop that good positive dialogue that keeps trust in your police department from the citizens. So there's a number of staff in there that help us meet that goal. Specifically, those are your community officers, that their job is basically to go out and work with the community and solve problems at their level. So if a neighborhood has an issue, they have an officer that comes in and directly deals with them about that issue. It may not be your typical police call for service, but it's a bigger picture issue about a neighborhood that's either in decline or that has a problem area, and these officers become their friends and partners in helping solve that issue. The other big picture here is that it's about the beautification program. As you may recall, the police department is over the code enforcement and animal control divisions as well. So you see some additional staff here. We've added 1 code enforcement officer, 1 animal control officer, and we would like to seek a supervisor to supervise those non-sworn positions. Currently, they each individually report directly to a police sergeant. Not only is that police sergeant not necessarily as familiar with their job duties, that police sergeant has about 9 employees, all of varied backgrounds. They have the mental health officer, they have the training officers, they have the fleet, code enforcement, animal control. As you can imagine, that's a very wide scope of duties that we expect 1 police sergeant to be able to manage. we would be better served having a civilian supervisor to work directly with animal control and code enforcement. So you'll see that neighborhood services supervisor, that's specifically number 13. You see the code and animal control there listed in 14 and 15. And then you see a few support positions that would support the various divisions. First and foremost, we have them prioritized. We have one position, for example, it's filled by one administrative assistant. She's doing the work of 3 administrative assistants, and honestly can't keep that workload up anymore. There are things that are just falling off the plate because it's more than she can handle. So we have them ordered, ranked, and prioritized. I'm willing to talk about any of them. Oh, there is another one that I really need to mention. You'll see that we have 2 narcotics detectives in there. So each year we've talked to you about the fact that we are not necessarily working on narcotics in the city of Kyle. We've been able to somewhat rely upon the task force that was formed between the San Marcos Police Department and the Hays County Sheriff's Department. While they had no legal obligation to come into Kyle and work narcotics, they did so. And they did so because the county kind of took on that responsibility of serving the smaller communities. Well, that was when Kyle was 15,000 and 20,000 people and had only 20 officers. Kyle's not that way anymore as we approach 60,000 people. And it was already too much to expect San Marcos PD and Hays County to come do for us. We're a city now that should provide those services to our community and work those on our own. But there's a new addition. The Hays County Sheriff's Department and San Marcos PD have recently ended their joint task force. So now there are no other agencies to come to Kyle and work narcotics and illegal drugs. I'll tell you how important it is, because you may think, well, it's a kind of an underlying problem that we really don't see, but they have a direct impact on our community, and they have a direct impact on the services that we provide at the PD. Most, if not all, of our last shootings, including homicides, have been drug-related shootings right here in Kyle. We had a young 19-year-old man that recently lost his life that was in a drug trade incident. We had another shooting at an apartment complex that was a drug deal where they had a shootout basically in the parking lot. We've had drive-by shootings and others that were all drug-related. We had a homicide in a parking lot not too long ago where a drug deal goes south and they shoot each other or shoot at each other. Our homicides are drug-related. Our fraud-related crimes are often drug-related as people try to get money and steal credit cards and identity theft. A lot of that comes back to people who are trying to get money to acquire drugs. So it has a direct impact on our community. If we're not going to have San Marcos and Hays County come and do it anymore, it's time that we as a city step up and provide those services without them. They've already notified us their partnership has dissolved. You're either on your own or you fund some officers and you join our task force. The city of San Marcos has strongly asked us to join a partnership with them so that we can use our resources together. Narcotics investigations are complex. They often take many detectives and investigators to work for safety reasons. So if you want to partner with the San Marcos PD and you want to join their task force where we form a 2-agency task force, this would be the year of that ask. They've asked us to put in new 2 narcotics investigators to their team, which is much larger, but they're not going to come here to Kyle and work our area without us being partners with them. So if we want to do that, that's why you see the 2 narcotics investigators. I'll pause there for a minute. I know this ask, we understand that this is a huge ask. We also understand that it is very unlikely to get all these positions. We know that going in, but I needed you to understand that we see the vision, that we understand the needs of the community, and we want to meet the tasks that you put before us, and that we at least have an answer to your questions about where are you going in the future. We can certainly break those down over the years as the council saw fit to show you that we have a plan for growth and that we're trying to accomplish all of the different missions that you ask of us.
Chief, I have a question. You said at the beginning that the KPD was one of the most understaffed in the area, I guess in the region.
Yes, sir.
And you said last year we were focused on making paths for the new police station. We had no expenses last year associated with setting up the new PD. So are we worse off this year than we were last year?
Yes, sir. Just based on the growth of the city, and you had new businesses, new places for crime to occur, and then you had new residents that live here. Yes. I have the numbers, and I can give you some quotes right off here because I have it in front of me if you want to hear some numbers of where we compare. So the city of San Marcos is roughly 69,000 people. They have 108 police officers. Now, I realize we're not the same city, so I'm just giving you data and numbers. But the city of Kyle, as we approach 60,000, we have 54 positions. And out of those 54, we are always in the 40s with actively working police officers, whether it's vacancies, our officers that we've recently hired attending the academy, or like today, I have 3 that are on light duty from injuries. They're desk duty officers. So we're operating with about 46 police officers right now in the city of Kyle. But San Marcos has 108 for their community. Here's some other numbers.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because our capper showed that the PD's expenses and overall, and it says it's because of new officers increased by 16% last year, which is more than any other department in terms of like the increase in the overall budget. So it feels like what you're saying is we're falling further behind, but last year we invested more in PD than in any other department times 2.
You did. I think I can answer that. I think I see that. So remember that we also provide your 911 services, so that's a big entire division. Last year we added 2 more dispatchers to the deal. So for the co-location project, we also added we added the second property and evidence technician. So we've added some civilian related positions. We haven't grown our sworn staff. So overall, if you look at the PD, we have a broader function than just a uniformed officer out on the street.
So on the whole, we're doing okay. We're not falling farther behind?
So on our animal control and code enforcement, it's just based on expectations of the city. So our code enforcement, we have 2 full-time equivalents. We have a vacancy at the moment, but we're filling that. That's fine for a city that has a certain level of expectations, but we're trying to achieve something much better for our community and trying to make a change from what used to be to what we want it to be. So code enforcement is in here because we're trying to achieve a new level of beautification. Animal control, likewise, we have a lot of animal control services, and we've had a lot of requests to extend those hours just to provide more animal control officer availability. I wouldn't say that we're understaffed in those, but I would say we are based on the level of service that we hope to provide in the beautification program that we're trying to provide. From an officer, strictly gun-carrying, badge-wearing police officer, we are absolutely understaffed. And then I can branch into the non-sworn backup. Most departments have secretaries, and they're in here. They're in our request as well. Most major police divisions, like your patrol operations, have a patrol secretary. CID has a patrol secretary. The chief has an administrative assistant that works for them in administration. The police captain and lieutenant would have an administrative assistant that work for them when we have one person that does all these other things. So we're understaffed, yes, sir.
And I don't think we're saying that the council hasn't invested heavily in our police department.
We've invested more
Right.
Yeah,
than
no.
any other department. And not just as a number, because the PD is about half our budget, but as a percentage of the overall. So it's at a higher clip. So it was over 16% increase in budget last year. That's all I'm saying. I don't want us to have this mentality that PD is falling further and further behind, because in the world of our budget, compared from one year to the next, we're ramping it up.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. Absolutely. It's not that there hasn't been a commitment from city council, because there's certainly, I can name 10 things right off the top that you've absolutely helped us improve with focuses in each of the previous budgets. Our fleet, go back 5 years ago, and our fleet, we couldn't get our officers to the cost for service. And the council and mayor made a commitment, we're going to get you a fleet that's reliable and dependable, that's modern and has all the right equipment in it. So each year has had their focus. The numbers on the staffing are true, but that doesn't mean that the council hasn't committed to bringing the police department forward for a number of years. So
I think the big issue is the last handful of years, last 5, 6 years, yeah, we have been playing a lot of catch-up, as is the case across the city in various different departments. And the issue is we're fighting a not as heavily focused investment from 10, 15 years ago, when our city was growing from 5,300 to 28,000 in 2010. That's what we're a lot of times fighting. So I agree with you. The investment has been great, and definitely, you know the numbers, but we're so far behind because we're fighting the battle of past decisions from multiple years ago, where it probably should have been more investment along the way, as our city was clearly the writing on the wall that it was growing. I think that's the problem we find ourselves in. But I think one of the heaviest and biggest things we had to address was a place to put all these officers that is being requested. And we finally tackled that humongous burden they've had that has been probably something that should have been addressed many years ago, but.
Especially with our non-sworn staff. We haven't really brought forth the non-sworn staff, the administrative assistants and whatnot over the years, because we currently don't have a seat for them in that police department anyway. We'll have to struggle, I mean, we will struggle. We would make it work, obviously, but I'm just saying that we knew years ago that we couldn't try to grow this robust support staff when we didn't really have facilities for them. And at that time, we didn't even have a PD. We didn't know where we were going to end up. Now we know we're going to end up with a very modern facility that will have plenty of room for us to have all the staff that we need. So we've known that we haven't brought that forward.
When it comes to retention, Chief, have we seen increase of officers leaving or leaving companies for other agencies, or?
No, sir.
We're seeing an increase of interest?
We definitely have the interest. We're not seeing officers that make it through the training program leave our agency.
Okay.
I'm not saying we certainly don't have a few or one or two each year, but probably the most difficult problem that we have at this moment is to acquire enough people and then to recruit them and then to get them through the police academy and through the field training program and then to get out of that and to enjoy the job and be happy with it. We've had people that come from law enforcement career families. We hire them to go to the academy, they go through the FTO program, and when they get out of training, they come in and turn in their equipment. And we sit down with them and like, you're doing a great job, why would you want to leave? And they say, this career is just not for me, it's harder than I thought. I'm not appreciated like I thought it would be, different things. So it's something that's internal to them that we can't change. Obviously, we have a number of people that go through our training program that we hope that will meet the expectations and find out that the job is too challenging, or that they're not able to meet the stringent requirements that we've maintained over the years. I would dare say we have one of the most challenging hiring processes and then FTO programs in the entire region. And that's been because we don't want to lower our standards and put an officer out in the field, out in the community, that would not meet your expectations. And while that means maintaining an opening for some period, which makes it a little tougher on the officers in the field, they support that. It's those FTOs and those officers and supervisors that would rather move somebody along and not put them out in the field down the road to cause problems for the community or the department. So we try to maintain those high standards, and that's probably making it a little bit tough. We've heard earlier how hard it is for people to want to come out and work, and then imagine the scrutiny of law enforcement and the public sentiment in some cases. Some people just don't want to get into this career at this current time, so that's a little bit challenging as well. But we're not seeing officers that make it through leave us for other organizations, and we think that's a city culture, a compliment to our city culture and the way that we take care of our staff.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
That building goes a long way too in helping recruitment as well.
I think once they really see that taking place and they see how well that building's put together, that's going to be a great recruiting effort. Yes, sir.
Chief, I have a question on the topic of officers and, them dropping or failing out of the academy and the training. Would you say that for item 5, with the 10 police officer positions that you are requesting, that is a proactive number to account for maybe a buffer of the people who are going to drop out or fail out?
That is an excellent question, because we've learned a phenomena as we monitor what happens to officers and why some don't make it through the program, and then what our hiring challenges are. So the 10 officers are based on 2 things. Number 1, the matrix study that we had done several years ago had strongly suggested that we implement what's called a power shift. A power shift is where you have your day shift and your night shift, and the power shift comes in and overlaps the 2 during your peak busy hours. So, for example, we would have a power shift of officers that would come in at, say, 3 p.m. or 2 p.m. and work until 2 a.m. And they're there to complement or supplement your day shift officers and your night shift officers during the high volume of calls. So that's one thing. They suggested that our numbers don't meet the call volume and the call complexity during certain hours of the day. Predominantly, that was about 3:30 afternoon, which is when school gets out and traffic picks up. And that lasts until about midnight during the week, 1 o'clock, and on the weekends up until about 3 a.m. That's where our peak call volume is at. And they said, you're going to need more officers right here in the middle of the day, and you need a supervisor and all that. So that's where number 1 step comes from. Number 2, here's one of the challenges that we've encountered, and we tried to analyze it and figure it out. When we get down to that one vacancy, and we've been there a couple of times, matter of fact, we were fully staffed, I think, the other day for maybe a couple of hours, and then we lost one. So what it is when you narrow down to only one vacancy, you start limiting the number of people that are in the process and in the background, and how many people are going through interview boards. So you're really focusing now to hire one person for your one vacancy. And when you only do that, you achieve that one person, but then you lose the person back in the training program. If we were to be authorized to hire 10, that would be a very challenging number for me to hire. But what you're giving me is the opportunity to move forward at full steam. We don't have to slow down. When you have 5 openings, you are telling everybody that's interested in a job in Kyle, we have 5 openings. Your chances are high of getting a job, so you get more applicants when that happens. When they think there's just one opening, they're like, well, I'm not going to drive from Dallas, or I'm not going to drive from Houston or wherever to come apply for one single job. When you're doing 5 and 10, you get a bigger applicant pool. Next to that, you can run multiple people through the backgrounds and the hiring process so that you don't slow down. When you start narrowing down to that 1 and 2, you really slow down, but you just can't get ahead. So it's like an overhire type position.
Right.
If you gave me 10 officers today, I would struggle very hard to get those filled, but you would let me move forward at full steam, if that makes sense.
I do understand, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. How many night patrol officers do you guys have?
On any given night, we have 1 supervisor and 5 or 6 officers at best when we're fully staffed. The minimum that you generally see about 4 officers and a supervisor, or 4 officers is our minimum number.
Okay, and at night, how many patrol officers do we have?
That's them. That's the only ones on at night, is those patrol officers and a supervisor.
Okay, I'm sorry, and then in the day, is it the same?
Oh, during the day? Yeah, it's pretty much the same, except for all of your other people that have other types of jobs, like the detectives. We have a training officer, we have special services officers, like the warrant officer, the mental health officer. So we have all these people with other jobs, but the patrol shift days are the same. Add your traffic unit to that. So if you're thinking of uniform wearing people, you have your same number of patrol, 5 officers, 4 officers, plus a supervisor, and then throw in your traffic division that's here too.
So at best, we're looking at 6.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so, what is the size of Kyle? Do you know?
I know our square mileage is roughly 36 square miles.
31.
31?
31.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have 6 at night, 6 at the day, and then to cover 31 square miles.
There's a good amount of that that's not developed yet. 35.
Well, I've requested and I've seen a schedule of the police officers, and it's scary. It makes me nervous. And then when I hear a number under 10, that makes me even more nervous. And I've always said, and I talked to Ashley about this, I said, our chief does a really good job of kind of protecting the citizens from what's going on. Because the reality is there's a lot more crime and bad things going on in the city than I think we realize. And that's a double-edged sword. Because while you're trying to protect us from what you guys deal with, we don't see the need. So I've looked into this and I've compared to San Marcos and Buda, and Buta's a little bit smaller, but again, they do better than we do as far as coverage and employees. The need for police officers is clearly there. And anybody that, and I get we've given money before, but the whole first page looks like it's officers. And so that kind of makes me nervous to know. This is not like information that I would just want everyone to know, because we are clearly short officers. So I am 100% in agreement with hiring more, and I like the fact that you're like, give me 10, because I know right now we probably need double that. But you're willing to take 10 because you know it's a long process. How long is the training process?
So if you were to authorize, say, one singular officer position October the 1st, and we begin the recruiting, advertising, and recruiting process, accompany that with the testing process, get them on board, get them into an academy, and get them through their FTO program. So when would you have that officer available to answer a call, say that you make a call to the police department, and that one officer is the single officer coming to your house? It's about 12 to 14 months.
Okay, so even if we say,
some of it's based on availability of the police academy, because we don't operate our own, so we're at the will of when they open up the next academy in the region. But roughly a year, let's say, is when that officer will be in service in the community.
So at best, if we hire people and they go through that program, we can utilize them in about a year to 14 months. So we're behind already, probably 10 to 20 officers. So we're just trying to get to 0. So maybe in a year and a half, we'll be able to get to 0. Is that what we're saying? Okay. When I say 0, I mean enough officers that we feel safe and satisfied. Is that correct?
It definitely could. And one thing we could even look at is a rolling hiring process to where you're not funding, as a council, you're not funding all the positions for the full 12 months. We sit down and we decide, I mean, we have a pretty good idea, but we could share and discuss how many can you hire every so many months so that you're only funding for portions of the year. Like the last, if you gave me 10 in October, I would say don't even fund the last 5 until, say, May, and give me the first half of the year and I'm trying to hire all 10, but I'm not going to get those last 5 on board until in the summer because I'm going to try to hire the first 5. So there's a way to structure it in a way where you're not funding them throughout the entire year. It's based on when do you actually think you can get them on board, but we already have your authorization to work towards the full number of 10 so that we're advertising that. We're telling the community, and we're, like I said, are going at full steam to get them off field.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if you've reviewed the previous year's budgets, but it is common. I mean, the last year's note, 20 additional officers. Every year, that has been the case. And I don't disagree with what Chief is saying. I think the mayor makes a very strong point, though, that we have invested heavily on that. I just feel like it was very important for us to get that building. That facility was a huge piece of this, because we could, past councils could have given all those officers, but where the heck do you put them in, you know, and all that stuff. So the building was such a huge part of that, as well as the recruiting and retention and all that. And I think we've slayed that huge dragon.
All I'm saying is that in terms of the budget, that building has not slowed down our pace of hiring or investing in the police. That's not right. We're increasing our investment in the police at as heavy of a pace as we can, more than all other departments. So, and if you think about property and sales tax revenues year over year, this year's projections are like $2.5 million. So that's the first 4 items on that list for every penny that we're going to give out in recurring new revenues for all departments. So you got to keep it all in balance of we have to figure out how to handle all this. It has nothing to do with whether or not we need 20 new sworn officers. It has to do with whether we can pay for them. And you've got to balance all that. It's just, we struggle with this every year. It's not, I mean, PD's just making the requests that they feel like they need, but it's a lot.
Yeah. And I want to, as I usually say every year, we know that we're one department in a city of multiple departments with a lot of needs. So when we present it, it's more of just making sure that y'all have the information and that you're fully aware of where we think we are as a department. But we understand the big picture and what our role is in that, and that there's a big budget, so we totally get it.
I'm a strong supporter, and every department should always ask. I see no harm in that. So I do appreciate everybody who's taken the time to make sure that they cover all their wants and needs for the department.
I'll move on beyond personnel, and I'll go extremely quick, but please stop me if you want. I'll hit the extreme highlights. Number 18 is nothing more than a very specific pay increase request for our victim services coordinator, because that one is more significant than others, so we wanted to individually highlight that. This is not the, remember we are seeking a grant for our second position within that division. So this is not that one, this would be Kelly that is in our current position as our coordinator. This was done on the market analysis that we did, so it's a little bit separate than what Sandra was talking to you about earlier. We did it internally, and I'll move on. The next one is a certification pay for dispatch. We've talked about it over the years about how to adequately pay our dispatchers. And at the end, I'm gonna skip that one kind of quickly because I'm gonna come back to it. I actually have a separate topic that I need to pass on about our dispatchers at the end of this. But certification pay means their licensing certification, and many departments do that so that they recognize them for their intermediate and advanced certifications, which is based on training and experience. Detective uniform allowance, that's asking to put something back in the budget that we took out years ago. That simply gives them a direct check twice a year so that they can buy some dress slacks or business suit kind of clothes that are not your typical police uniform. We currently don't buy that because you don't give that stuff back. We buy them police uniforms when they need to be in a uniform and a vest and whatnot. But this is an ask from them to be able to buy dress shoes, dress socks, spend however they want, but as long as it's business attire, and then they wear that stuff to work when they're not in particular uniforms. We used to do that years ago. We took it out last year, at least last year, if not 2 budgets in a row, and they've asked for it to be considered again. The vehicles, the next 3 line items are all based on the various positions that are on the previous page, and they're tied to those positions. So it depends on what is finally awarded based on a formula of who would need what vehicles. The next item is a Bosch CDR. That item is actually 2 components in one. I know that's a high price. There are 3 items in here that are related to accident reconstruction. We have a really good accident reconstruction team. We've had some terrible accidents in our community where people have been killed. And there are new pieces of technology out there to help them document those scenes. Yes, they are quite expensive, but those asks come from the accident reconstruction team, the crash investigation team, so that they can better do their job.
Which line items are those?
Number 24. Yeah. And I have all the backup material, and it kind of talks about it, and I have a long write-up, but in short, it's software and hardware to help them go out and map the scenes where fatality accidents occur. One, for example, is a piece of equipment that you set up, and I think real estate agents may use this stuff now, where you set this device down in the middle of the room and it can 3D map everything in the room. This equipment is the higher level that you can use in court, and it documents everything, I think, for like the 1/10 of an inch, so that you're mapping that entire scene in case you have a criminal prosecution down the road. And it allows them to do it very quickly. There's also a component in there, when you have a vehicle accident, there are computers on board your car, and we can actually download the data from the car to tell how fast you were traveling. Did you have your headlights on? Did you hit the brakes at all? This also encompasses equipment that we can plug and play into each of the car types and pull that data out, and also analyze what caused the accident, or The next one, big item, this one, I realize this one's a big ask. This came from our members that are on our tactical team. Take a brief opportunity to explain that. So here in Hays County, we have what's called a joint SWAT team. That means all of the law enforcement agencies in the county are participants, or at least eligible to become participants on that SWAT team. What that does is number one, it gives you enough staff to operate the tactical team because the numbers are high. Officer Cleary is on our tactical team. He's one of our representatives, and we have 2 other representatives from our department that serve on that TAC team. Highly dangerous position, highly skilled position, and I'm really proud that we have 3 of our members that participate on that team. That keeps us from having to staff a full-time team at Kyle PD, so there's a tremendous cost savings to participating in a regional team like that. They have now, as we are becoming a bigger city and a bigger member or participant on that team, to start sharing some of the costs. The team, the Hays County and San Marcos, have been your providers of a tactical team for many, many years, and they've footed that bill. So now they're saying, look, we're glad you're on board, we got some members, but we also need y'all to pay the way. So this $50,000 is a big, broad number that covers training and equipment to supply to the team as a member of that organization. The next CVE weight scales, very simply, is we're training our traffic division, which is typically the 3 motor officers and the 1 sergeant. We're training them to be commercial motor vehicle enforcement officers. What that means is your 18-wheelers, your dump trucks, things carrying heavy loads, our officers will now are already undergoing through the training so that they can enforce additional laws that your typical police officer cannot, such as overweight vehicles, oversized vehicles. They can do limited, I hate to even say it this way because it's going to sound too broad, but the DOT inspections, we can't do a full DOT inspection. That's something even much bigger. But we can still do inspections of vehicles that are transporting goods and help keep them on our roadways safe. These right here are 2 scales. They would be portable. You keep them in a vehicle. And when you want to weigh an oversized vehicle to make sure they're not overweight for our roads and bridges, you pull them out of the back of the truck, you place them in the right spot, and you have them pull up on the scales right there on the road. So they're not taken off the main highway. Item number 27 is an iPro database. I have Captain here to expand on it if necessary, but in short, for many years we've kept complaints that we receive basically on a spreadsheet or a tabulation that Captain keeps in his office. We wanted this iPro software for a number of years. It helps us track complaints. It helps us track officer performance, officer behavior. It gives supervisors such as captain and lieutenant an opportunity to track an officer's use of force and a lot of things that they would need throughout the year to be able to properly supervise officers in the field. Captain is looking to see if it would also track compliments. We do get a large number of compliments for our officers. They normally come in the form of an email. Sometimes it's a thank you card. Sometimes it's they actually come to the station and want to meet the chief and captain and thank the performance of one of our officers out at night shift or whatnot. So we don't properly track those. We're not able to track those. We just forward those emails and put them in their file. But this software is pretty robust. It also has a component of the blue. I don't know if I'm covering all that well, or is there something you want to add to it, or is that how level does that cover it?
Right, it's broken up into two. The one you're about to talk about is the blue team, which that covers and tracks response to resistance, kind of use of force component, and the fleet crashes, negligent discharge of firearms. As the chief said, and somebody else mentioned in their presentation earlier, currently we're using like 3 or 4 different Excel spreadsheets, and we're just filling in the kind of generic blanks, and that data doesn't really go anywhere. And I can't produce a report for anybody. I can't, there's no graphs, there's no, the data's not easily tracked, and it's just very hodgepodge, split up in different locations. This one database will incorporate all into one database. We can have multiple users, so all our supervisors can have access to it. All our supervisors can have access to it, and yeah, that covers that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Good there. The Veritone redaction software, number 28, comes from our records department. We get a large volume of open records requests. Everybody wants a copy of the call at their house, their neighbor's house, their car wreck, their family member's car wreck, and whatnot, and they want video now, because we wear body-worn cameras and we have in-car cameras. The law prescribes that we have to redact certain items from that video. And I want you to imagine one call with 3 officers on there, that's 6 cameras. Each of the officers has a body camera, and there's 3 cameras in the car, so there are 6 videos of that hour-long incident. And if there are children, if there are license plate numbers or other things that are captured that have to be removed either from audio or video, she's literally watching second by second and kind of blurring that out. That's, if it's 1 hour deal and there's 6 cameras, that's a 6-hour event for our employee to try to redact. This software is so advanced that you can capture that face one time. If it say it's a 12-year-old that can't be released on the video, you capture that 12-year-old's face, and everywhere it appears on the video system, it will blur it out automatically through facial recognition. Same for license plates, and it also does audio transcription if she needs to knock out some of that as well. So it's redaction equipment for open records. Number 29 is to replace 3 very old, nearly 10-year-old radar units on our police motorcycles. As you can imagine, they're out in the elements and the heat and whatnot throughout the year, and they're getting to the point where we need to replace them. Sorry, I'm going to number 30 here. Number 30 is a separate laser mapping piece of software that we could use with drones. This is this equipment that I talked about earlier. This is if we were to deploy a drone, this would be able to give an overview of that accident scene. If we get the other one, we could probably avoid this one. If we don't do the much higher priced one, and I understand that had a huge price tag, we would like to have this much lower cost item considered for our accident reconstruction team. How that benefits the community is when you fly a drone and you capture the scene with this, you can close and then reopen the interstate in a much shorter time. So instead of closing the interstate down for reconstruction for 3 or 4 hours, you can knock that down to less than an hour, which has an impact on the community and our staff. 31, the GovQA payment and interagency modules. We use GovQA to process our open records requests. These 2 modules, when put together, would allow the payment system to be automatic. They can take those credit card payments and whatnot through the system, and will help our record staff be more efficient in fulfilling open and interagency requests. I can tell you that our records division gets a lot of requests, not only from the public, but they get a lot from other agencies. CPS now is required on every call out that they get to do a full police background on the residents. And you know that CPS gets a lot of call outs or a lot of notifications. So every resident they have to send to the police department now. Our record staff now has to look up all of our call history and provide that to them. So these are some of the things that will streamline their work. 32 is to replace some of our ticket writers and printers that are aging. 33, crime prevention materials. This is for Officer Plant. Everybody in here knows that he does a lot of our community outreach right now. He's asked for this budget item so that he could buy some things that you hand out at community events, things that are safety materials for children, things that promote crime prevention, burglary prevention and whatnot. So this is just to help support him in that role as an officer liaisoning with the community. 34, scheduling software. This is Lieutenant Griffith's, the item that he's researched the most. I'll try to cover it real quickly. If you have questions, he's here. We're using Excel spreadsheet to staff about 85 people at the PD. And Excel spreadsheets are not the way you want to schedule an agency that's that large anymore. There are very limited applications with that. This particular piece of software is a all-encompassing software that allows you to track your hours, to track your leave, to track staffing minimums. It would automate a lot of things that, honestly, Lieutenant Griffith is having to manage using an antiquated Excel spreadsheet. Number 35, Brazos Code Enforcement Build. Our code enforcement officers are not on the police department's computer system, but we would like to bring them over to our New World product, which is what everybody else uses. The build for that is $5,200, and then our code enforcement folks would be using the police department system. They're housed with us. They operate out of our system. This would help us track all of their activities and provide you with better reports on what they're doing and do so within the New World system. Citizens on Patrol, this was their request. I'm going to try to bring them forward to you in June to highlight their activities, but just know that they're out there doing a lot of volunteer hours and whatnot to serve the community and support the PD. This will buy them new uniforms each year. This will add a different equipment in their vehicle. They have a really basic amount of equipment that they have available to them right now, and this just helps support their functions throughout the year. 37, 38, and then and 44, so I'm going to cover all three of them right now. All three of these items are related to criminal investigations, specifically to computer-related crime and internet crimes against children. As you can imagine, we don't want to store seized child pornography on our general citywide police computer systems. We need to keep that stuff separate and detached so that it's not adjoining any of our servers. Part of this is it's a piece of software that helps categorize and pull data from the suspect's computers and pull it in a manner that is acceptable by the courts so that we can assure the court that it was not changed during any of our touching of that equipment, bringing it into our system. So this authenticates that for the court system and then stores it on separate servers. As you can see, the hard drive on number 44, and then the Axiom product and the forensic imager are things that our detectives would use to pull that data. Currently, we kind of beg and borrow from other agencies to try to get their person that has that equipment to do it for us. But now the volume of those types of incidents in our community are high, and it's time that we have our own equipment. 39, it's adding more DPS blood kits. Our officers are getting a large number of drunk drivers off the street, and in doing so, we are now using the court search warrant process to draw that blood if people refuse to give it. And in such, we need about $1,200 more just to maintain the blood kits that we have to get. And we have to buy those from DPS. External hard drives are for our detectives to use throughout the year as they need to pull items onto a hard drive instead of it being on their laptop, and to store additional data. Crime analyst work cell phone. We don't currently have our crime analyst with a cell phone. We want to add that to the budget. Laptop. Some of these other small items right here, these are just to support CID. 46 is to get our dispatchers some headphones. Obviously, they wear headphones when they're in the dispatch center. And number 47 and 48 are small items of the drives for laptops and some manuals. Quite honestly, before our budget is finalized this year, I'm probably going to be able to find some money to get some of those bottom ones anyway. So before you see a final budget in coming months, those may be even removed because we've taken care of them.
What were you going to say about dispatch?
So, thank you. That brings me to a really big, important point. So, we knew years ago that when we moved our dispatchers into the co-located center, that we would need to provide pay parity for them to prevent what we call chair hopping, meaning working at a Kyle Police Dispatch Station on Monday and the equivalent at the Hays County Sheriff's Office being paid more per hour. And why would I work here for this amount of money when I can get $1 an hour and go to work in that chair? That is happening at a rapid rate. They are taking people from us quickly. And I'm here today to seek permission on two concepts. Number one, we have money in our current budget this year to bring our dispatch pay up to the equivalent of the Hays County Sheriff's Department dispatchers. Part of the reason why we have those funds available is because we've had openings throughout the year, so we have some salary savings. The other part is that we've combined some part-time positions, and we've actually just flat saved that money. And third, we were able to disconnect or end a radio fee to LCRA through our co-location with Hays County Sheriff's Department. So we were able to find some savings there. I have a big spreadsheet in front of me, and I can talk to specific numbers. But if we don't stop that leak of dispatchers that can move seats and sit 2 chairs over and make more money per hour, we're not going to be able to continue to operate our 911 dispatch center. One might say, well, then we'll just contract with the county. I don't think they would take that on, number one. And number two, when you do, they're going to expect you to pay the full salary for their dispatchers that are making more, plus the overhead to supervise them anyway. But I have the numbers in front of me. If that is something that we could entertain. And with that same request, I want to seek permission to reclassify one dispatcher position into a lead position. There's not a lot associated with that other than it gives somebody recognition for their expertise and their ability to answer questions. There's a small bump in pay with that, but we do not have enough leads in our staffing structure to provide a supervisor type person 24/7. Even with this additional request, we won't have that 24/7, but we're making a step towards that. We interviewed an employee that is applying with the Hays County Sheriff's Office. They applied at the end of last week, and we pulled them into the office and said, hey, why would you want to leave? We're trying to take good care of you. And there were 3 reasons. Number one, they're getting paid more in that seat than I'm getting paid here. Number two, they have a supervisor on duty all the time. So they have somebody that they can go to, that they can talk to, that they can get advice, they can get guidance. And we're just not structured that way. We don't have enough leads within our numbers. I'm not asking for an add-on position. I'm just asking to recognize one of our senior dispatchers as a lead so that those who are brand new, and we have a lot of brand new dispatchers with less than 1 year experience, so that they have somebody to look to and lean on and feel like they're supported by management. The third thing is a little harder, but there were 3 reasons, so I told you 3 I'm going to tell you. The third one is that we're guests in somebody else's house and they're struggling with that. The Sheriff's Department, it being their Sheriff's Department, their deputies come in and visit with their staff all the time, and they have that familial type of conversations and relationship. Because they're in San Marcos, our officers don't necessarily have time to go book somebody into jail when they're there, and then also go to dispatch because they're needed to come back into the city of Cobb. So they're missing out. They're feeling a little bit separated from the agency. And it's predominantly the night shift. During the day, even administration will try to go down and visit. The night shift dispatchers, though, they rarely see anybody that works from the city of Cobb. And it's just a geography thing. That's all it is. Those are the 3 reasons given. Pay, to make more in that chair. B, because they have a supervision and somebody to lean on. And 3, because we just miss the interaction with what they call our officers. Their officers that they talk to all day. They miss that connection. Where should I go from there? On that particular topic, because I have the numbers.
Well, we can't take action on that right now.
Right, I just want to make sure I answer any questions. I have the numbers, I can send them, I can share them, I can talk about them, but I guess I'm kind of gauging.
I'll add a little bit.
Thank you.
When we originally negotiated the CECC agreement with the county, we had agreed that verbally, it never made it codified in the agreement that we would not leapfrog each other on pay. And unfortunately, it happened while we were kind of in this next negotiating of the revised CECC agreement. So the county did a big pay increase, put their dispatchers, well above what ours were paying, and then it caused us disparity.
So how much? What's the number?
I can tell you. So for an entry-level officer, they're making $1.01 per hour more, and that employee was willing to leave for that. For our leads, they're about $3 to $6, depending on the experience of your lead, dollars more per hour. Our senior supervisors are $9.60 per hour less and $11.37 per hour less than their equivalent.
Now, you want to see those changes prior to the implementation of the new budget? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, one of my requests would be to allow me to use my current funding this year, not asking for any additional funding, to reallocate that and get them moved somewhere along that scale. Obviously, the request would be all the way, but somewhere along that scale. But I also understand, or please let me remind you, that'll have next year's implication as those salaries roll over. I have the funding this year through salary savings and other savings that we've identified to get them moving upward in that scale.
Well, so what I've always asked the PD is, because we live in a world of limited resources, would you rather focus on pay parity with officers and dispatchers and non-sworns and invest new monies there? Or would you rather invest new monies in new officers? And the answer has always come back both, of course. But if you had to choose, you would rather have pay parity, because you'd rather have the officers that you have making the money that they need to make. So I've always been on the side of parity, so I've had these huge jumps, officers getting bigger raises than anyone else, simply because of that. So it's just, you got to understand that the more we put into raises, the fewer resources are offered in positions.
Chief, I don't think we're asking for new dispatchers this year.
Correct, not asking for any new staff, you're right. And we won't be asking for any more. We think our number's good, but
I
I get
get
what
what
you're
the
saying.
total number would be.
The total amount for the pay? Yes, sir. If we were to.
I understand you have savings, but we'll have to carry that in next year's budget either way.
I do. The total salary, just the salary, not the benefits, for next year would be $98,000, plus the benefits of $21,000, so that's right at $120,000, $119 and change. If we do the full amount and make them all equivalent to their counterpart at Hays County, so that they're not making more than their counterpart, they're just equivalent to, it's, we're 119 shy.
My question, Scott, is why didn't we get this in writing beforehand? You touched on it. It was my question that was burning me up. Why didn't we touch that? And why is the county allowing that to happen? That just seems like it's a conflict of interest, that you're taking the staff that we've trained and now you're taking advantage of that training and using that. I just have a problem with the county allowing that to continue to happen with the people that we're training, getting ready for the dispatch, and now they're taking them. What can we do to rectify that?
I may be able to answer a part of it, if I may, just to kind of help out. So what we learned from our interview with our last two employees that were seeking to go to the county was it's not particularly the management or anything like that that are coming down and seeking our officers and or our dispatchers and trying to recruit them over. It's their peers, and it's mostly at night shift. They're sitting in the same room, it's 3 a.m., and they're just talking, they're just visiting, and then they see the deputies walk in and visit with their dispatchers like every agency should, because you keep that partnership up, and they're seeing that. So I don't think anybody's doing anything intrinsically to go out and circumvent our efforts. The second part of that is that while they're sitting there talking, they're like, how much you make an hour? How much do you make? And then once you have one employee start leaving and going that way, of course, you know what they're going to do. They're going to go back and talk to their friends they used to work with and go, come on over here and make $1 or $2 more per hour or whatnot.
I guess the issue of it is why the county's allowing this to happen, for someone that works in the co-location to be able to transfer to their area, because we've spent money on training, and now they're benefiting from that training. And I figure they would see that there's something wrong with that. And that's, I guess the issue I have right now is with the county allowing that to happen. And it just really bugs me.
We've sent our staff to talk to the county about that specifically, and I've talked to the commissioners about it. I think at this point, they've agreed that they won't continue to jump forward without, including some of those conversations. But that was the conversation originally.
A conversation that you had verbally, and we don't have anything in writing.
We're talking 4 years ago.
I mean, but since then, when you've had staff communicate with
That's correct.
commissioners, everything's.
We learned that they did their pay parity jump, and they never told us. We learned after that.
We also learned as we went back to revisit with them about this pay, is that in order to keep their positions filled, which they have more vacancies than we do in dispatch. That's a very tough job to do these days. That job has changed so much over the years and the things that they have to do. But we learned that they have now tied in their pay structure to that, something similar to their sworn staff. So just like we talk about our meet and confer, the officers have a pay scale, and you can see where you are going to be as a police officer next year and the next year and the next year. It's an established pay scale. They've done the same thing at the county for their dispatchers in order to try to create that longevity. They've given them their own pay scale, and it's similar to law enforcement. And that's good when you're an employee and you can see, if I stay here 3 more years, I can see this number. We don't have that structure here at Kyle, so they don't know what their pay is going to be 3 years from now. It's based on the annual budgeting process. So I think that's something else that we might want to consider, is establishing a very similar type pay scale once we get this pay parity and just make sure we match them. At the same time, Mr. Hendricks has fought very hard for us with the county to encourage them include us in anything, any of your discussions about pay so that we can work with you and so that we can take care of our staff. And number two, so that it's more of a partnership in how we're paying our dispatch rather than one entity ahead of the other.
And one of the other options we've discussed that kind of not include a step program, but as we have the channel communications now with the county, and then we come forward with our budget, our full budget request for next year, and we'd like to make the dispatchers their own work group and bring to you a raise proposal that would be based at least in part on what the county is providing to theirs. And what we would ask for that group is the greater of either the county's pay raise for their dispatchers or our employees' regular wage increase. That will keep us, at least in part, on parity with the county's dispatchers moving forward, and won't have to revisit this topic again.
If we were able, if it were to come with the right permissions and at the right time to adjust the pay and to create that additional lead position that we're seeking, because we only have 2 leads right now, it looks like we're going to need roughly $33,000, $34,000 in salary monies and about $7,500 in benefit monies. So it's about $41,000, and I have that in my current budget. But I also understand in asking that there's a next year implication. So just to let you know, what would that be for this year to get us there?
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Do we even have an option? Like, how do you sit as an employee next to somebody else who does the same job as you and never be like, oh, no, I just like this. I like getting paid less. And there's an opening, and then why would you not leave? And if the pay difference between supervisors is almost up to $10, 6 to 10, why would someone be like, no, I don't want nicer things in life, and I don't want extra money, and I just don't understand. Like, I feel like we don't have an option as long as we're at the county in the same building. There is no option. And it doesn't matter what our turnover rate is because we will never be able to compete. And therefore, anytime there's an opening over there, they're going to leave us and go over there. We are a foot into the door because we need them, we hire them, and then once they're there, it's going to be easy for them as soon as there's an opening to just transition over. Why would they not? And so that leaves us in a really bad predicament.
They haven't so far because of just the culture of our city, so they're kind of relying on that, but they're also hoping that we'll take some action.
I mean, if we see that they're being loyal, and they're sticking with us, knowing that there's a pay difference, I feel an obligation to say, okay, we need to at least lift them up to the same level. And then from there, we deal with the county and figure out how this comes to an end.
It's really hard to extend our culture 10 miles down the street.
Yeah, yeah.
Still hanging on.
I mean, I feel really bad. It makes me want to go out there and say, hey, because that's got to be uncomfortable to not know who you're working with.
Yeah. But, I mean, since we can't take action on it, it's a
I
conversation
know.
we can have.
We can drive out there, everybody.
No, I really appreciate y'all giving me the time just to bring that up because it was something that's so urgent. It's happening right here mid-year. If I waited until October to bring that up, or many months later, it would be more challenging. So, thanks.
Other questions for PD before we break? We've got lunch in the back room, and I think Jennifer, you want to explain what we have lunch-wise?
We have markers.
Can you jump that down a little bit?
We had a big conversation.
Hang on.
Again.
Hold
Small.
Scott,
Yeah.
so what do we have left?
We've got all the CIP to go through, and then just the overview of revenues and expenditures, taxes, et cetera.
So how much time do we want to take for lunch?
Can we just eat through?
Yeah, I'd like to eat.
Yeah, let's just do a
grab your
pizza and come
food,
back.
sit down.
Get your plate and come back here?
Yeah, as long as everyone's okay with that.
All right, so let's try to have that all done in 10 minutes.
Yep.
Right.
All right, I'll set a time. I'll start hollering.
That's what we need.
I didn't know that. Are you retrenched? Just logging. Yes, sir.
It's been running normal?
I like that you voted.
At least we're not losing it. It's pretty day after the show.
I'm so worried that, I've been so busy.
We're back to 8:35.
And I was just like, I knew I had to do it, and I kept putting it off. I was so worried. And I realized yesterday,
All right.
last day.
I'm going to start us off with high priority projects.
Yeah.
So basically, these are the capital improvement projects. I know during the council visioning workshop, we talked about really spending some time and going over the CIP. We've got, I think, a lot of departments here that are represented in this list. It's a long list. But I'll go through them. Feel free to stop me. We've got, 3 slides here. I think you'll know or you'll recognize most of these projects, but I'll try to add a little bit of color to the projects for the public's sake and for those who may not remember. And really, they're in no particular order. It's really, as we went through the funds, just throughout some of these projects. So the first one was discussed in the visioning workshop, is the addition of a lobbying firm this next year. You may have heard that with the new earmarks, the new federal funding, there's more money available federally than probably at any other time. Opportunity to join our neighbors who have already committed funds for lobbying efforts. Number 2, Uptown Central Park Cultural Trail, which just follows along the park, and the Heroes Memorial Park. That's the $15.5 million. I should even say this is our 5-year CIP. So some of these projects are this next fiscal year, some are pushed back 3 to 5 years. So this is your opportunity to say, yes, we want to accelerate this, make sure it's in this next fiscal year, or it can be pushed back. So lobbying firm, we anticipate that in this next year's budget, the Central Park, as well as next year's budget. Uptown Retail Roads, that's a $5 million bond that you're aware of. That was just recommended to the City Council from the TERS Board. That will be on our agenda Tuesday night, and again in this next fiscal year. You'll see the cultural trails there. That includes the sidewalk, or the main portion of the cultural trail, down that retail boulevard, and then down Cromwell. Downtown mixed-use building, that's the 104 South Burleson building. And again, that's in this next fiscal year. It was recommended that the overage there be done in the form of a loan rather than a bond. But the $3 million is what we have discussed up to this point in budgeting. City Square Park redevelopment, we are moving very well on that project. We're anticipating mid-November to have that project complete, just in time to start putting up those decorations for the holidays. Relocation of above-ground utilities, kind of in the same vein of our downtown improvements. We have an estimate of about $2.5 million to relocate and or underground the telecom and power poles off of Center Street. That would put them in some current conduit that we have along Center Street, or put them back along the alley. Beautification improvement citywide, that's just a bucket that we had started to do this current fiscal year and are carrying through in our CIP each year. That's $500,000 for beautification, general beautification improvements, whether it's environmental services and trades or other funds or departments that use beautification monies or council initiatives. These are just a block of monies for beautifying the city. Public Safety Center is the $37 million GO bond. Kyle Regional Sportsplex, this is the city's Prop B money. You'll see how that was broken out, $7 million for the Uptown Sportsplex, and the next 2 items, $2 million for the Plum Creek Trail. And that's, again, our large Plum Creek Trail, east to west. And then Greg Clark Park improvements at $1 million. We still anticipate receiving some additional monies for each of those projects. Barton Park Improvements is a new park that is planning to be dedicated to the city as part of the workplace development. That went in front of the Parks Board this last Monday. Roughly a 5-acre park along the trying to remember which creek that is, which branch it is. Anyway, you all know where it is. It goes under the interstate there as well. But that fits into our overall trail improvements as well. There will be a parking area by the RV Super Center, and then the park goes into that. So $60,000 for anticipated park improvements. Downtown water lighting, 175. This is beyond, so you're going to see a smaller item come to council, I believe this Tuesday, and that's to repaint the logos on Kohler's Tower, and then paint the logo here on this tower, as well as remove the pipe, do some limited lighting, uplighting. This dollar figure here, we've heard from a couple of council members about matching the Round Rock water tower. So we've gotten in touch with the vendor that did the big lights all the way down and around, and this is the estimate for that project, if council wants to move that forward. The FM 150 sidewalks and other improvements, we've heard council over the past several months, as well in the visioning workshop, about the east side 150, and really probably starting with some of the localized downtown sidewalk improvements as well. But we're looking at extending sidewalk all the way to Waterleaf. This would be sidewalk on both sides of the road, decorative lighting, and undergrounding utilities, so any sort of vertical power poles, we'd underground those. Relocation of existing utilities.
Lobbyists might could help us with that one. Sidewalk.
Oh, yeah, it's,
It's a
that
safety.
is exactly what that was set up for, was those
Could
kind of
be a good
improvements.
top-level project to start from and try to get it.
So I've got a map I want to send you, Scott, also about addressing the sidewalks here in downtown.
Great.
I'll show you some of the connectivity I'm looking for. But my vision is for staff here to be able to walk from this building to Great Clark Park, or to the library, or to the Kyle Elementary.
Yeah, or to Waterleaf.
Yeah, exactly. And are we looking at rails as well?
This would include everything, so any sort of safety railing, guard railing that's needed. I'm sorry, Grant, probably dying with the microphone here. I'm going back and forth. I'll try to do better. I hear my voice like going in and out. Daisy Lane sidewalk improvements. That number's probably a little high, but Seton Hospital had asked us to help them complete their walking trail around the hospital block. The only section of sidewalk that's missing is the one from Daisy, or Kyle Parkway to Seton Parkway along Daisy. I think that number's too high, but it's basically just finishing off that pathway.
Is that something we could do in-house?
It is something we could do in-house with our street construction crew. It just needs to be designed and constructed.
They don't have a thing going on, do they? They're not busy, are they, Harlan?
It would be an off-season project for sure.
We have an off-season?
They only have like 200 miles of sidewalks to repair.
But that did come as a request from Seton Hospital. All right, slide 25, citywide sidewalk rehab. This is our continual bucket of money that our street construction crew does utilize for projects. If you recall, we used to have a third party do the poly level. We brought that in-house, and we have our list that we keep working on each year. Stagecoach road improvements. This is kind of a plug number. It's not to say it's not accurate. You know, we had our 30% design at around $15 million. Time and materials have both increased, so we're leaving that on here now. Another great project for the lobbyists to look at. And on that, with the visioning workshop, it was discussed that these major roadways, like Old Stagecoach Road, like Goforth, Bunton, Beebe, etc., Windy Hill, that they do receive the full cross-section of the sidewalks, the pedestrian scale lighting, etc. And our streets crew really looks at the more localized roads that don't need a full-blown rebuild at the same level of cross-sectional build.
Correct.
So here you have the cost estimates again for Bunton, for Goforth, and Windy Hill, all through item number 20. So our goal, these are the kind of the all-in numbers, but what we would like to do, again, per council direction, is to engage an engineering firm for each one of these projects, so that in year one, we look at the CIP, year one in the CIP, we're doing the engineering will probably be year one, year two, and then we'll target those construction funds once we have the true engineer estimate, once it's designed. So at least in this next fiscal year, what we'd like to do is go forward the design cost for each one of these major roadways. We are working on a plan with some of our east side developers to help fund through special districting some of these east roads like BB and Guilford as well. Center Street sidewalk and railroad crossing. This one is a little harder to explain. I don't want to take too much time and be too technical about it, but the reason it's an issue is because it impacts the quiet zone. And I know I've had a lot of questions over the last year or so about the quiet zone. We've been targeting it, working with Federal Railroad Administration from the beginning for years. We have basically an approved design right now to proceed with the quiet zone. Still don't have Burleson totally figured out yet, but for the zone to move forward as is, which does not include sidewalk improvements along Center Street. Now the reason for that, before everyone freaks out, the reason for that is because the siding relocation project, as it removes one track there, will change the quiet zone scoring and will change the sidewalk that we put in. So we would basically be putting in panels now to put a sidewalk in, then the siding relocation would remove those panels. So it's a duplication of effort and money to make that happen. So what we'd like to do is keep moving forward now. In fact, this next week, a couple weeks, we're going to meet with FRA, UPRR, private consultants here, looking at it and trying to put together the best timing, best plan of action for adding those sidewalks. But most likely, we will certify our quiet zone in advance and then come back later on after the siding relocation program, and we'll have to recertify, and then we'll add the engineering for those sidewalks and for that panel at that time.
And I'm good with moving forward that way, because I know that majority of residents, if you ask them, the quiet zone would be more important to them than the sidewalk right now. But yeah, that's great that we're moving forward.
Item 22, traffic signal installations. This is a new item that Leon has requested. We blew past 50,000 very quickly. I don't even know when we hit it, but we just flew right by it, which means that we're basically in ownership of all of our signals to the city. TxDOT no longer maintains those, and we're installing new signals off TxDOT system, off state system. So we have areas like Lehman Road, Lehman and Beatty, for example, that needs a signal. Several other that are very important that need signals. They're typically for like your base signal, well, they have been about $250,000 to $300,000 because things keep accelerating. Costs keep rising. We'll try to get as much as we can out of that 500, but that'll at least get us an intersection a year if we put that in and have that as an ongoing CIP request.
So that would be for BB and Daisy.
BB and Daisy is another one that needs it. So BB and Daisy, BB and Lehman.
Yes.
Or Bunton, I mean.
Bunton and Lehman.
Yeah.
On that two-way. Yeah.
Sir. Street pavement condition assessment, you'll probably recall, actually I'm not sure if anyone was on council when we did our last one. Maybe you were, but I think we drove it last in 2015. 2015, right? Pavement condition index is basically, as you basically drive a very souped up van along all your roads, and you stipulate which roads you want. We try to hit every road that we can in the city. And the van takes pictures of the cracks, it feels, it has a little sensor, it feels the shakiness road, and it gives a score for each road in the quality of the ride, the quality of the pavement. And it can look down, under the surface and tell you kind of what your base is looking like as well. Last we drove that, we created our street maintenance plan around that. It's time to update that plan again. And, we typically target a score of 70 on that, out of 100. So 70, anything above that we can save with the micro surfacing project that we're doing, or a slurry, some sort of a emulsified application on the roadway to keep it going for another 5 to 10 years before we have to do a full rebuild. Roads under 70 just need rebuilt, right? And so this gives us an idea of which roads to do micro on and which roads to go and put in our CIP for true rebuilds. Here's our our rehab, that's the 500,000 rehab budget that our street department does. So that's again for local roads, not new construction or rehab like our major roadways. And there's our micro budget that we do each year. I think we do have a list, if you have a question on that, which roads we're going to be targeting this year for both the local construction and the micro. So if you have a question on that, we'll jump into that as soon as I'm done with this
If
list.
we could email us that list, that'd be great.
Yeah, we'll talk through it. I've got Harper ready, and Leon, I think you've got your micro list as well. Yeah. So we'll jump into that here in just a moment. The Scott Sledge Street storm drainage, that's something that I know we talked about in the vision workshop, and we've talked about it for a while. That came as a high priority project out of the stormwater or storm drainage master plan, and we have engineering that's already underway on it, so this is now moving into the construction side of that plan out of that stormwater fund.
Result of the Park Place floodings.
Yeah, so Park Place, Hitching Post, those neighborhoods always would get, flooding. It may not be the highest priority in like a flooding sense, but from a homes that are impacted by it, it's definitely one of the highest priorities we have in the city. Quail Ridge storm drainage, that is for the new development that's going just north. We have an agreement that we're going to be installing some berms, looking at our outfall for Quail Ridge, and then we're going to be protecting, basically, with that development coming in, with our improvements, and with the water stone improvements, we should be resolving the drainage issues that have plagued that area for forever. The comp plan update, we put $250,000. This is again based on conversations the council's had, not only in the dais, but at the visioning workshop, and we wanted to add it back in here. The drought contingency planning model is something that Leon has brought forward. This is a new item. Oh, Tim, sorry, Tim brought forward. It's a new item that we've never looked at before, but basically, Tim, do you want to explain that real quick?
So the drought contingency plan has a lot of different aspects to it that makes it difficult for internal personnel to dictate when we move from one stage to the next. What this will do is it'll give us some scenario-based life scenario that we can put into it and give us a more, I guess you could say, educated decision on when we should move into different stages of drought contingency for our system.
I'm not familiar with it, but I'll rely on Tim for it. We're constantly just kind of looking around, see what other cities are doing, and looking at GBRA, et cetera, when we go drought stages 2, 3, et cetera. So this will give us much better accuracy on when we can stipulate those drought stages. City Hall power generator design and installation. I think that number is probably a little high, but when we looked at it a few years ago after the 2017 flooding, we were over 200,000. That would be basically to put a generator here between this building that would handle this City Hall building as well as the PD building. Neither one has a generator.
It's a bird poop on it.
31, next slide. Slide 26. Water meter system replacement to AMI. We've had a lot of conversations with council about this. This is the Honeywell project that puts the $4.4 million, replaces basically any meter beyond 5 years old. And then it takes those that are within the 5 years and changes the register if they need it, but most of them have dual registers where it can be AMR or AMI. So that also includes their Honeywell hub or whatever it is. So all in, it's the $4.4 million upgrade of all of our meters. And just for the public's sake, this allows us, instead of the monthly meter reads that we do now, this reads down to the minute if we ask for it. Typically it's to the hour, but you can get it down to 1 minute. And it's just pinging towers that sends that information back. So as soon as we see an anomaly, we can flag that, send a tech out to look at it, to identify leaks, etc. 32 is the city's contribution to the Anthem water tank. And that's, again, we took, I think, 4 tanks and merged all those into one big tank and had that agreement with that in place up at Anthem. FM 1626 water reservoir and pump station. This is a high cost, too high for me, but it's a very high cost, high dollar item. 1626 tank battery where, at the overpass, this is where our take point is for our water. Right, so right now, it's kind of our blending area where we're taking water in from GBRA from the east side and kind of mixing it with well water, so it's kind of in between our pressure planes as well, 1 and 2. But it's even acting as more, so it's the main take point for ARWA. So we are adding a couple of, this is in phases, so the first phase will be adding a 500,000? 1 million gallon ground storage tank, which is going to be a big size, big tank right there, and then we're going to follow that up with
3 million gallon tanks.
3 million. So it's going to be a massive tank site right there. We're going to do our best to screen it and everything, but beautify it. But at the end of the day, that is going to be the central source of water coming in from GBRA and ARWA City. It's kind of where everything, the confluence. Water facility rehab, that's a $50,000 line item that I believe Tim is asking to put in, or the utilities asking to put in for upgrades to pump stations, et cetera, just to keep our water system moving, flowing. Water tank rehab, this is an annual item. We had brought that down for a couple of years because we didn't need it at the time. We put it back now to hit our last couple of tanks, but this is to take and rehab our water towers. I think the next one on the list is the one behind Sonic, Plum Creek. Leon, is that right? Yeah.
We're going to try to focus on that one, yes.
Which one?
Behind Sonic on 150.
It's on both sides, just so you know.
Plum Creek.
Sonic and 150 is on.
Right, that's it.
But you know how to say yes. Walgreens.
Well, we have Plum Creek on both sides, I guess you need to be more specific.
Yeah, we did.
Plum Creek.
That's the one
There's
that
a
still
150
says,
east
still
and a
says
150
like
west.
live easy
It does.
here. It's got some weird
Super
saying.
old.
Your home.
It's the one with the houses.
Big
No,
rock
I know where it is.
Share
I was just.
doors, I think.
Okay, here, hold on, wait.
All right, the next one is our standing line item for water line replacements and upgrades. Typically on that one, we target downtown, or the old town area, upgrading anything, old clay pipes, things like that. Center Street Village wastewater improvements, maybe the highest priority, but it's definitely on the highest priority in our wastewater model and in plan. So this basically builds that chunk from, I want to say the frontage road down to Sonic on 150.
East.
East Sonic. So basically, that whole stretch,
Get rid of the fountain.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting rid of certain fountains that
Not the
only
fountain
happen at
drinks.
certain times of. North Trails wastewater interceptor, again, part of the CIP plan that came out of that model. And that is on, so the North Trail subdivision is, basically backs up to Lake Cobb Park. So it's that interceptor that goes park through Steeplechase. Wastewater line replacements and upgrades, that's that standing line item for the utility. Indian paintbrush lift station, we've talked to council about this. It's the upgrades to that lift station. Wastewater treatment plant expansion, that's our current expansion, and that's the remainder of that bond amount and that lift station. Okay, that gets me through the major projects. We can sure go through, and Harper, do you want to jump in and talk about the street projects, please?
Yes, sir. So, real quick, some completed projects from our construction crew, just so everyone knows. Steeplechase Dog Park, the parking lot, the entire parking lot was built by our staff. Blanco Street, the church parking lot. Marketplace, the I-35 turn lane. Marketplace 1626 turn lane. Windy Hill, Hayes, Gonzalez, Gary Drive, Amberwood Loop, Tower Drive, Beach Drive, Sheep Trail, County Road 158, Hiver, Kyle Parkway, and Sequel Parkway. All those are things that your street construction crew has done so far. And some of those streets that were listed, I think there was 5 main streets that were listed as talks about possible bonds. Mr. Sellers asked us to, okay, what all projects are y'all going to be doing? There's the Center Street median project that we will do for the quiet zone, as he discussed earlier, whenever they release us for that. But we can also do Front Street right here from Center Street to Tilly to make that match this side. We were going to move on that next if possible. Tilly from front to Main, south from front to Sledge, Moore from front to Sledge, Miller from front to Sledge, Main from Center to 3rd, Allen. And basically what this is, it's all of this downtown area back in here that we're going to bring up to date. Switching to the east side, and I can get y'all copies of this, there's a long list here. Switching to the east side, we've got Atlantis from Stennis to Enterprise, Challenger from Stennis to Enterprise, Endeavor from Stennis to Enterprise, Langley from Wallops to Stennis, that's all in the Post Oak subdivision. Pecanwood from Amber Oaks to Amberwood Loop. There's about 5 different streets in there, that's all at the Amberwood subdivision. We just got through doing a large amount of work in the Waterleaf subdivision, just in case you're wondering about those that they've chosen. But all of these we can do right now if possible, and then we have a chip seal list as well, and then Leon has the micro paving list. So that's just a little short deal about everything that we can do outside of what may be the bond roads.
One thing that we want to do is, kind of like we do with the sidewalks, is have a layer on our website that shows those projects done each year that we're doing, so you kind of go back historically and see all the areas we targeted.
That's another thing. Mr. Sellers talked about the paving that Poly Level is no longer doing. We're still steadily doing the sidewalk repairs. Matter of fact, I think Councilmember Otis Kale came with us and saw Abel and them out there working over here in Blue Stem area. But our guys, our street maintenance with Abel Cerna are steadily doing those repairs, and they have a running list. So we're keeping up with that as well.
Dan, you want to hit your micro list?
Sure.
Harper's crews are working right now on the prep work for those streets, and we're getting ready to bring that contract to council with that list of roads. But council, what we try to do every year on that, for that $500,000 is we try to focus on the roads that in different parts of town. We try to spread that all around the city. And so sometimes we'll hit 2, 3 streets in a particular neighborhood, and they may wonder, well, why did you finish the whole neighborhood? Well, we're trying to spread that money throughout the whole city and hitting the roads that have a little bit more traffic than just minimal traffic. And so that list is already out there, so we'll put that out as soon as we get to bring the contract to council. And they're supposed to be here in July is what I understand, so we're trying to make sure we get the prep work done so before they get here, get it done.
All right, so questions on the 3 slides on those high priority projects, Council?
I think we're good. Did you answer our questions where we're going?
I would like to get that list sent out, the list you had.
Also,
I think all of council. Be great.
Okay. Slide 27, I think I kind of burned through that when I did my high priority. All right, so 28, estimated new revenue. We're getting into revenues now. Slide 29.
Did you not go over 27? Or is that going to be, you skipping it for now?
Oh, well, I kind of hit it lightly when I went through my high priority, so I can go through it in more.
Well, that's, right now, because we haven't really discussed the specific roads yet for a bond, whether or not those are the roads that we're in agreement on, trying to move forward with getting them funded through a bond, if there are more or less.
Yeah, good point. And so we've also, so these 4 high priority roads came out very clearly, not only in the visioning workshop, but as you saw the results from the household survey, these were the big name roads in that word cloud and very high priority. There was actually a 5th road that came out pretty highly, and we have talked about it a lot over the years. But I think the time to really bring that forward now, especially if we're looking at a bond, is Marketplace from basically right behind HEB. But that section of Marketplace from Cobb Parkway back to HEB is only half of the lanes, right? It's only half of the roadway. So it's really from Cobb Parkway all the way to where North Point is bringing their driveway at the little drainage canal there. So it's a decent size or decent length project. We're anticipating that also to be around the $20 million mark.
That roadway's still
Or
pretty new.
15 million.
That roadway's pretty new, why won't we address it?
This is the missing section of Marketplace.
Oh,
So
okay.
there's no roadway here.
Oh, okay, I thought maybe y'all were looking at working on Marketplace. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just widen Marketplace from, we're just talking north from 1626 back to Culver's.
Yeah, so Marketplace is a 4-lane road, but right next to HEB there, it's a 2-lane road.
Yeah.
And they added that little piece of asphalt to make dedicated.
Okay, so you're talking about the side of HEB, making it run all the
Widening
way to.
that,
way north.
and then
Oh.
punching it straight through all the way to Culver's.
That would be great, that'd be a great access.
This is to the police station.
To the police
To the
station.
police station. Because the thought is, if we're gonna build our brand new PD, it sure would be nice to have that, because they would use
Yeah.
that road
Yeah,
constantly.
it'd give them another access point.
And the 57 million, you've got the 20 for Go Forth, 10 for Bunton, and 7 for Windy Hill. So that's 37 million on the east side and 20 on Stagecoach. So my thought was, if you added Marketplace, it'd still be slightly more to the east, I think, but it'd be a pretty good balance, east-west roads.
And it's 15
So
million.
what are we looking at on Button? Are we looking at 3 lanes?
On Bunton, yes, sir.
Yeah, turn lanes, everything lit?
Yeah. Whole cross-section that you see like on Philomena.
That's something like
Yeah,
a
like Philomena.
$70 million bond now, $72 million bond, something like that.
So how would we fund
keeping it real.
FM
Under
150?
51 right now today.
So that's a separate project. So
Yeah,
that
that's
could
what I'm
be,
saying.
like the mayor said, that could be a lobbyist request, federal appropriation.
I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost, because I know
Right.
once it's bonded, then it becomes a
Right now,
priority.
there's no funding identified, so this is the time to have that conversation.
Which area?
The 12.5 million for 150 sidewalks.
And then BB was
And lighting.
another one that we haven't talked about, and that was a high priority.
Yes, sorry, good point. So BB,
I guess you can make it what you want.
so BB Road is one of those, and Go Forth really also is one that,
But we have to be ready.
there's really kind of 2 parts to BB. There's the layman to the PEC substation that we have been talking about for the last several years. And, last year, I think we said our streets crew would go out and do some limited improvements to that. And now that's changed. That would be one that we would add to the engineering, first year engineering. Second phase is east of PEC sub, and then wrapping it around to Gristmill, the Gristmill.
You're talking about Bunton right now.
I'm sorry.
BB is.
BB's on the other side.
Wake up, Scott.
BB's on the other side.
Yeah,
so
like BB doesn't get.
BB North. So BB, what we're talking about on BB is really right at the frontage road, up the little S curve. And then really the question is the parameters of BB. Do we go to the county line? County has it in their master plan to do a 3-lane center turn lane through there. I think it's 70-foot right away, right?
I think it's more than that.
Is it more? Oh, it's
110.
110, yeah. Which is too wide, for that.
I actually think it needs to be 3 lanes all the way through.
No, it will be 3 lane. I'm talking about the right of way.
Oh, okay,
110
yeah,
feet.
yeah.
So that just didn't get added. Yeah, so that's another high priority road.
So that would be on the, will we consider that for the bond? Or in the county, because they're,
We don't have any engineering on it. We have really no engineer estimates at this point, so.
Also the Cobb Parkway extension.
Cobb Parkway extension. Cobb Parkway extension is one that if we can add to the larger plan on funding those east side roads, Bunton, Go Forth, Parkway extension would be part of what we would look at as like a pay-TERS combo to fund those improvements over X number of years moving forward.
would that be separate from the bond? That'd be on the TERS.
If we can put a TERS together to fund all these, then it would just, it would be bonded by TERS.
Okay.
Scott, what was the no engineering estimate for Marketplace?
15.
And for BB, do we have anything?
Yeah, you looked at some numbers earlier just for that one section of BB. What was that?
I don't remember.
Yeah. And the reason
Section
that,
from 35 to Daisy.
it was, yeah, basically the Daisy. Yeah. We didn't look east of Daisy at all.
And we were trying to figure out the alignment of which one we want to use. Because I think they're trying to propose a bridge there also again.
So what was the price tag on that?
Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, right?
Leon, if you can help me find it. Let's see. 3 million per mile, so 3.3 million. Found it. 3.3. From Daisy, from Daisy to frontage. So Daisy East, I have no idea. What's the linear footage of that from Daisy to the county line?
And we have some development, maybe possible development growing in there that maybe absorb some of that.
A little bit through Jason Lane Mile.
Yeah.
A little.
Yep.
But not nearly enough.
Yeah, not nearly enough.
But together, that should be able to cover it with costs going up.
See if I can do a quick back of the napkin here.
Here for 15 hours.
So it's, yeah, okay, it's a mile, so.
Yeah. Are we good,
Leon?
3.3?
Yeah,
They're using 12 to 15 million miles.
Just do 100 million.
That's what I've been using
For the, okay.
for rough estimates. With right-of-way, if you need to buy right-of-way.
So we're looking at about 15 for that one?
Yeah, 3.3.
Because we're looking at 3.3, it jumped up to 15 right now. You're killing me, Leon.
The stagecoach, was that the original scope, which included Center Street? Because originally we called it Stagecoach / Center Street. Did we lose any of, because it was going to be
No,
all the way
it's
around to
still
Vaqueros?
It's still slash.
Still is. Right, all the way to Vaqueros?
That's the original scope.
To one fifty.
Down Center Street, so we'll all that redone.
I think that's important, yeah.
Okay, moving on.
So, yeah, another 15, 20 for BB.
Yeah. How about 15? Gonna be less.
We're rounding in the millions to the 5 million these days.
Yeah.
It's 15 or 20.
Well, yeah.
Can I get
I put
30?
15.
You can't even round to the millions.
That's horrible.
The hard thing is, for this year, again, go back to the engineering, it's hard, I mean, we can get a bond, you know, but without really having to, at least a preliminary engineering.
Okay, but that's an important point, because the question is, it's chicken and egg,
Right.
right? So this is what we had in 2013. And in 2013, I mean, I feel like if you went back to 2013, this is the discussion they had. They're sitting around, they see a bunch of roads that aren't funded, that maybe they've even tried to fix and couldn't get fixed because they didn't have enough funding. And nothing was engineered, so they're wanting to start engineering, but at the same time, there's no money dedicated for those roads. So you don't want to start engineering a road that you don't have funds to actually build. So the idea here is to actually, as much as I've talked trash about the 2013 road bonds for years, is to get the money dedicated through the passage of a bond, which then greenlights the projects, and then you just start the engineering. It takes years. I mean, we wouldn't be expending the funds, but we would have the green light to start the engineering on all the roads and the funds. So I would want to pass the bond, I guess is what I'm saying.
So what happens if it's...
So now we're not bond ready, and the thing with that is that cost, if we've seen what the costs have done this year.
Right, but you can't go faster than you can get it engineered. Right, you just can't, you can only go as fast as you can go. We're not going at all on these roads right now. So the thought was just be, if we get a bond passed, then in this budget, we can start engineering,
I guess
just
I've
what
got-
it takes.
Would it be more helpful to do less roads and to bond for less roads so we can focus on those? Because if we're bonding and then we're like, okay, there's 5 roads, but we're only doing 1 a year, did that really make sense?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I would do it similar to the way,
Come to the
because in
voters
2015, they
every
had that conversation, and then we actually just dumped all the money. We went ahead and drew down on the bonds and just said, we're gonna do them all at the same time instead of one a year. And that's really when our projects finally started getting going. So no, I would say we greenlight everything. If you've got the money, time is money, engage engineering firms, do it all.
Yeah, because I'd love
Right
to be
away.
as close to shovel-ready as possible, because if voters approve a bond, I don't want to be
Oh, they'll be
building them
complaining.
later.
Yeah.
In a couple of years now, where are our roads?
In
We
our-
gotta start the construction work too.
Yeah, yeah.
The problem with the roads that we've had, and Burleson's a great example. You know, everyone's frustrated by Burleson, right? We had a pretty good cost estimate, but as we went, I mean, we found more things wrong in the field even, you know, with additional potholing, et cetera. So we're throwing out just a lot of rough numbers until we really get out there and engineer pothole and see what the underlying soil conditions are. It's really, you know, kind of hard to tell.
I'd feel comfortable going to a bond if I'm closer to shovel-ready than, you know, being at zero.
So this
I want to
year-
get as close to being shovel-ready as we can, possibly, that's allowed, then starting at zero right after the bond is passed.
Because you're right on that, if you start, like with BB, like you're saying, from the South Road, you go all the way up to Dacey, you got approximately what, land acquisition you gotta buy, you gotta also have a lot of hills, you gotta reshape a lot of that area. So even if we just go across with an engineering plan, that's all gonna change, also because of the supply as well, and as far as the contract.
But if we haven't passed a bond, and are we acquiring right away without a bond and without the
Yeah,
funds?
we can do the right way, but we can start some of the engineering, just to be, what I'm saying is just to
The
be
engineering ain't
closer.
cheap, though. Right, that's gotta pay for that.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see what we can do to get as close to shovel-ready, so that way, when we pass a bond, we're not building the road 7, 8 years later is what I'm saying. What I want to do is get as close to that bond as we can to be ready to go. I don't want the citizens to pass a bond, then all of a sudden, we're building a road, and now the road costs them more
It's
than
3
what we
years
bought it
later.
for. Yeah.
Well, then the answer to that would be go ahead and just engage firms on all this now. And then by November, we'll know more.
So I have a question. And I asked this during the workshop too, and I didn't get a real clear answer, and I think it was no. Can we get grants to pay off bonds? Or like, how do we work around that? Because I really feel like if we get someone to come out here and write these grants, Kyle qualifies. The city of Kyle is exactly what all these grants are created for. So, but again, they take time. So how do we try to utilize one and apply it to another? Or how does that look? How does that work?
Okay. Depending on the grant conditions, a lot of the grants, especially the federal grants, they want you to construct a project with their proceeds and not reimburse yourself.
Okay.
So it may or may not be eligible. Let's assume it's eligible. We've issued $20 million for Stagecoach, and we got $20 million from some grant fund. Once the bonds have been issued, it is very difficult to prepay them unless we have set the bonds in such manner that we can buy those back. Because you're making an agreement with the bondholder, the future bondholder, that's going to get a guaranteed coupon rate. So if they have a higher risk, they don't know when that bond is going to be pulled away from them, we would have to pay them or compensate them for that higher risk, meaning the interest rate will be higher. So that's one issue. Second issue is once you start buying back bonds, you cannot just pull the bonds back from the bondholders. We would have to set up a trust fund. That grant is going to sit in a trust fund, which will then service the debt payments, meaning when the principal and interest comes due, the trustee pays the debt service. That's the second way of doing it. A third way of doing it is to just literally defease the bonds. And that is a long drawn legal process. IRS doesn't like it. Attorney General's office doesn't like it. So that is almost a no-go for us. So the only two options is a trust, or we structure the bonds such that we clearly put the bondholders on notice that these certain maturity dates will be called. So until we know the grant is in our hands, we can't do that. So that's the challenge if we have the grant after the bonds have been issued.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Questions?
The other thing is if we go federal funding for these roads, which I think is a great way to at least accelerate the projects, but they come with a federal penalty, right? And it's usually time and money. So I usually add 20% to the cost of the project because of all the additional federal hoops you have to run through. And then to go through like NEPA, Davis-Bacon, and things like that, it's another 20% of cost.
Okay.
So we've got Stagecoach Center, Bunton, Goforth, Windy Hill, Marketplace, and BB that are all on the high priority list. So I'm hearing the direction is we engage engineers to begin now, and as much as we can get 30% at least, which gives us a ballpark figure for what those roads are going to cost.
But we won't have that answer before we have to call the bond.
Yeah.
If we're going to go to bond, if we're going this November, we won't have those answers. It'll be back in the paper, back in the napkin.
It would.
We can wait.
We can get close. I mean, we're not going to have a 30% estimate, but we can get an engineer's estimate that's better than right now. Swag.
So what's the cost of waiting and not issuing bonds this year?
Well, so there's another cost here, while we're just throwing all the cards on the table, and that is our increased valuations, assessed valuations as a community. And with the tax cap situation, as the INS portion currently does not factor into that tax cap, the figure. So do we try to get those bonds called this year so we're at least keeping our tax rate the same rather than needing to reduce our tax rate? And then when we need, next year, when we need to go out and actually increase it for the bond, it looks like we're making a bigger jump than what we really are, right? So we don't have a good analysis on that today, just with the AV numbers, but in July we'll have a much better idea of the capacity for the debt. Leon, what's a typical 30%? What did we pay at Dawson for the 30%?
About 300,000 if I remember correctly.
300,000 for just the 30
for Stagecoach.
on Center Street and Stagecoach. Yeah.
So we've already got the,
300,000.
so we already got the specs for Stagecoach, so we wouldn't have to get 30% for them now. It's the
No.
other projects, right?
But what we want to do is if we are going to go to bond for these projects, we're going to want to take that one to 100. We just want to take them all to 100, but try to get the 30% as soon as possible.
Okay.
So you'd say we do 30% of the bond that we need this year and then 70?
No, I'm saying we take every road to 100, but once we get to 30% design from the engineer, we'll know the right-of-way acquisition costs, the underlying property or underlying roadway conditions, so that should give us a really good estimate.
So it'd be
for the bond
better,
amount.
but it'll still only be the third of the way.
It'll get us the project cost, an estimate for the total project cost.
Okay.
And then they can.
I would think the first two projects that would be ready would be Stagecoach and Marketplace. So even though East Side might have more dollars, those projects are going to take longer. They're going to be more complicated. Marketplace is just greenfield. The right-of-way is dedicated, so there's no right-of-way cost for Marketplace. Very little utility relocation stuff to worry about. Just like the original Marketplace was the first one that went off back in 2015 because it's the easiest road to build. But yeah, BB and Windy Hill.
Total new reconstruction.
Right, and the reason Stagecoach would go faster is because we've already got into 30%.
That would be a whole reconstruction on both sides, everything.
Sidewalks.
Well, it's nice to be able to tell the residents that we're actually trying to jump ahead on the roads, because this package that we're talking about is a huge jump for where we currently are.
But more importantly, I think it's important to explain what you just said to them. Because you will get the east side, west side complaint, like, why are they doing all there? So in that, I think that's a great idea to go ahead and say, hey, this is why we're doing this on this side first.
You have to artificially slow those two projects down in order to have them
Exactly,
at the
right.
same time as the east side roads.
Yeah, one of the things, I'm glad that we're addressing these roads because they're very important. Some of the citizens have always reached out to us about, are these roadways? And they feel like they're being neglected. So it's, that's from both sides. So I'm glad that we're taking a stance to address this.
Well, we should look at our debt capacity numbers. The CAFR gives a really good, has some tables that are good to look at to get a sense, because right now it says we have 220 million in debt capacity. That's if we maxed out, which obviously would come with tax increases and other things, but our debt per capita, we're at like 98 million now, and in 2015 we were at 98 million, but when you divide that by the population, in 2015 it was over $2,000 per person, and the same number now is like 1,300 or whatever the number is. So there's a big difference. So we've created a lot more debt capacity, and obviously we're about to use it all. So just something to be aware of. I mean, I think the numbers say that we can, but we're going to be jumping. If we do this, the PD, wastewater treatment plant, ARWA, we'll be at 160, 170 million in debt, all-time highs on debt. Not all-time high in terms of leverage, but all-time high in terms of number.
But we've got more residents now, that's the difference. To leverage that debt.
We did a really good job over the last 5 years of paying our debt down, and Pervez is in there to be commended, because our debt position has gotten twice as good as it was 5 years ago. It's a lot better now. Good job, yeah, we're done with all this.
Wiped out a slate clean.
That's good. We're just gonna add to it now and challenge you more.
Going to the end.
Oh my God. Oh, that one hurt.
Enjoy the drive.
It's probably closer.
Actually,
Oh, you live in Austin?
Lakewood.
Oh, yeah, never mind, I lied. This drive down here must suck.
You ever go to that burger hut there in Lakewood?
I would think that at a minimum, we should agree that we don't need to go multiple bonds. So we should put all the roads together in one big bond package, because I think it will pass, especially if you've got Stagecoach, BB, and Windy Hill, those three roads in particular. I think whatever we propose will pass. So we shouldn't say, well, let's just do those, and then a few years down the road, we'll do these other ones. Because you know how long it takes. Might as well just do it.
I think we need to just address them and get our infrastructure needs met, because the longer you wait on it, the more costs go up, and the more we have building infrastructure, and that can help, that would mitigate some of what we can do. So I think we need to go ahead and.
So we have three firms in our rotation, Leon?
We have 5.
5. So five firms, 6 projects, so we can, and one PAPE's that we're working on the site.
Pape Dawson's on the rotation list also.
Perfect. So we can bring forward an item to council, just getting the engineering started on these other roads. This fiscal year.
Is that something y'all want to do? Start the engineering on them now, in preparation?
Yeah. Well, got that. Okay, any other questions, comments on slide 27?
Pape Dawson contract for the 30% was $186,000.
186.
For Stagecoach?
For 30%. So what's 100%? We'll have to bring back the next contract for the 100%.
I mean, it's usually 10 to 14% of the
total
construction costs.
Yeah, typically.
And these are roadways that have to be addressed. I mean, it's not something that should we do them, or we have to do them. I mean, these are roadways that have, increased traffic, that are, vital drive paths for our citizens, so it's something we have to address.
And to further your point, since we are public, the alternatives if we don't go this bond route, what do those look like?
Right, exactly. From a tax standpoint. Yeah. Good question.
Well, streets, I mean, the plan for Stagecoach right now is the streets construction crew is going to go and take them to the standard of Old Post Road, or maybe slightly better. So it's a resurfacing, but it's not a widening, it's not sidewalks, it's not lighting. Harper, we're planning to do even shoulders on Stagecoach.
It was the width of what's there already.
Basically, it's just, so we have the ability to make Stagecoach smoother, but we don't really have the ability to make it handle more traffic without a bond. And certainly not more walkable or safe.
Okay.
Also the tree, it's going to be coming up again. Just tell me.
Done.
Just FYI, Rizzo's in here. Rizzo might, I mean, it might come up again if the tree's still there.
Say that.
This is
The storm coming.
The storm coming.
There's a storm of brewing.
Storm of brewing, that's right.
Never know, we didn't have to worry about it.
Okay, slide 29. We've got our new numbers. You can see our new preliminary AB at 4.1 billion, which is an increase of 442 million from last year, a 12% increase. So we just continue to grow gangbusters. I think we kind of share the same type of numbers every year, which is incredible. Slide 30. You can see what that looks like in terms of new operating tax revenue. So again, just for the council, I know you know this, for the public, you know, our taxes are broken up into M&O, which is maintenance and operation, and then INS, which is interest and sinking, which is all the debt side of the equation. So as we get our AB values and we make these calculations, you can see that 1.4 increase would go to general operations, and then that 60,000 would go toward that INS tax rate. At our combined tax rate of 0.5201, you'll see that new increase at $2.3 million. Slide 31. Looking at sales tax revenue increases. The sales tax budget for this year was 9.9 million. Actual collected is 6.3 million, so we're at 63% collected. We are pretty confident that next year we're going to just keep the same trajectory going, especially as we add additional retail sales generating businesses. So we're looking at 12% estimate for the next year. Slide 32.
These are just miscellaneous revenues.
Okay, miscellaneous revenues within the general fund. So 5.5% increase.
Can I ask for like one or two examples of what a miscellaneous revenue would be?
Okay, so this number that's shown on the slide is the net estimated increase. So we have some revenues that will decline, some revenues that will increase. So to give you a good example of miscellaneous revenue would be like the permit fees, licenses, interest income, court revenue.
Okay, so again, I know you all know this on slide 33, for anyone who's watching, municipal funding is, you know, your general fund is your main operating budget, but then there are a lot of additional funds and fund types: enterprise, proprietary, special revenue, debt, service, CIP, etc. So a lot of different funds that we use in governmental accounting. The water utility is not a tax-driven fund, and so we always hear, I pay taxes, why are my water rates going up? It's, you know, so this is an enterprise, meaning it's a separate utility, just like the power company. We just happen to operate it as a city. So the water utility, this is what we are looking at for this next year. 71 million in bonds for Kyle's share for the ARWA line. Just a quick update on ARWA while I'm talking about that is we met with them this last week. We think that you know, as they're constructing phase, they're going out to bid on their first phase of construction, and they're going east to west, is in the next couple weeks. They'll get here, which we're the third phase of that construction. They anticipate basically end of 2023, first of 2024 to have that phase finished, which brings water here to Kyle and ties into that 1626 take point. There's your additional debt for the 10.7 million, and then the 82 million of estimated total debt for Kyle's share for the R1 line. You can see what those debt payments are, and those are within the budget, that 4 to 4.2 million in debt service payments.
So this slide really is intended to give you a backdrop as to why there's a need for a water rate increase. If y'all remember from the last budget discussions, we had a 4-year rate increase plan. So this This is the rate increase plan.
So what year are we in that plan?
Number 2. We're getting to number 2. We only got number 1 done.
So we're going into 2.
And
Okay.
we're gonna do it in, how many years?
4.
4.
You can see on the slide there, yeah.
So, yeah, the next slide shows you the 4-year plan. Just like we talked about earlier about property tax rate increase, we're trying to do our best to mitigate that as much as possible. We will do the same on the water rate increase. We would like to mitigate that as much as possible. So depending on the system growth, meaning the number of customers that we add on, that would help. It would also help that if the impact fees from the water utility system continually increase and we have more money available for capital CIP projects, so the rate increase would be mitigated to that extent.
And there's a reason why we landed on 4 years instead of a 10-year?
Oh, why? Because the longer you take to get to that money that you need over time, it just compounds. What rate increase you don't get this year, it compounds the next year. So it's easier on our customers that we get it in a shorter time or we implement it in a shorter time.
And actually better, but they're gonna see that big increase every year. We just gotta make sure we can bring that information out, so that way they know why we didn't do it over a 10-year or even longer, why we did it in 4 years.
And we'll definitely.
So I hear it all the time. I keep hearing how high our water is, and when we get this impact fee in like we did last year, I got a lot of phone calls from it. But this was something that was already in place before I was on council, and it's something that we're dealing with. I just want to make sure we get all the information we can out there to explain why we got to this point.
We'll do that.
And we're in the same boat with New Braunfels, San Marcos, Buda, we're all part of ARWA, so everyone's seeing those same increases.
Do we know if Buda and San Marcos are going to be doing it this year as well?
I'm not sure what their funding plan is.
No, sir, they have not.
If you all catch wind or hear of what they're doing on their water increase, can you let us know?
Yeah, we will.
Will you, just real quickly, for those that may not understand what compounding means, because when you say that, like, I understand it, but ultimately you're saving money because we are doing 4 years instead of 10 years, but will you just kind of give a little detail about why that is, or how that is?
Okay, so I'm trying to not get technical here.
It's okay.
He's trying to dumb it
Just
down
do it.
for us.
Don't do it. Like,
He's dumbing it down
we'll
for
figure it
us.
out. We'll figure it out.
A nice chart would probably help.
Right.
Show it.
Let me tell you, if you increase something 10% this year, or 5% over 2 years, those are not the same thing, because you increase 5% in year 1, but the other 5% you didn't get. That's the compounding effect. So year 2, you're trying to catch up. Year 1 got to collect double amounts. It's really better for us. I don't know about better for the customer, but.
And in the same time frame, your cost structure has moved, has gone up. All right, so you're compounding.
So you're paying 10% on more
Right.
than you would have if you just go over
Yeah,
quickly.
because it's not 10 years that you need the money. You need the money now. So the longer you take to raise it up, you owe what you didn't collect the year before, plus the new increment, plus the new cost increase. So, yeah, it gets
That answer is not going to be acceptable to you.
I know, I'm just
That's
saying.
part of our job.
Some people can, I think it's only fair to put it out there so you can kind of give them the opportunity to
And
try to understand.
you did bring it up last year when I brought it up.
Yeah.
And you did say it would go up to 10%.
Right.
Up to the certain point of 4 years.
Right.
And we haven't increased our water, except for last year was the first since when?
2014 was the last year.
Right, so it was 6 years of no increase, period.
But and
While
when
costs increased, we kept it flat for 6 years.
When we talk about our water bill, we have to take into consideration, we also do our garbage in there. So if we take that out, it's not, it's like $30 cheaper, right? It's still not the full amount of your water
And
bill.
wastewater, which you'll see.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that too,
There's
yeah.
no anticipated increases.
So we're done on wastewater, huh?
Yeah.
We're done with
Good. I never thought I'd get to the other, I'm just telling you, you can get to the other end, because I would have never thought that we'd be to the other end.
And if y'all recall, last year, we talked about the first rate increase was scheduled to be in year 2020.
Yep.
We postponed it, we deferred it. So 21 became the first year.
I thought we absorbed the 2020.
We absorbed.
No,
in 2021.
That's the misunderstanding. You only paid your current bill. By deferring it, that rate increase that was not available in 2020, you still have that shortfall because that need happened, right?
Yeah.
We absorbed the need in the general fund that year. That was
Crap. Just sorry, just, I'm sorry.
And that's
I'm
what-
sorry, I'm just, oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
So we'll do our
Okay,
best to
makes me
mitigate the 10%.
Yeah, I think that was the misunderstanding from when we did do that.
I think it's more likely that if we do really well, we might take off year 4 increase. I don't think that we're gonna be able to take this year increase away though.
Well,
Because that's what Perez even mentioned, I think, last year, the idea was, let's get them in now, compounding effect, and then see with the system growth, that 8.5% potentially could be eliminated.
Right.
But maybe not, probably not this year's or next. So maybe there's only 2 years left, maybe.
And maybe the water meters will help lower the, we catch them over.
No, that makes it harder.
No, my theory was if we catch more waste and we can see where it's coming from, then essentially the city will save money because we can stop it, we can save money.
Customers say, customers will, right?
On wasted water?
Correct.
We-
When they waste water, we make money. If we
That's
tell
not the way I
them,
wanna
if we are like, oh, look, in 1 minute, stop this water.
No, you're
then they're
explaining it
safe.
wrong. So we actually do save money, because when we're, right now, when we meter water, we lose the first half gallon. So
That's
we're
also
actually getting free gallon, they're getting free water.
That's also true.
So that's one of the things that the mayor keeps missing right now, is that he hasn't done it, and it's kind of driving me nuts, but we are giving away free water right now. And when we are able to capture that, and, you know, it's gonna bring up our finances, but the other thing is that the citizens also lose when they have leaks and they're not detected. We do have plans in place to help them with that. But think about if they could fix a leak in real time. I mean, I'm a perfect example of that. I was away from home for a week and had a leak. And what if I would have been able to catch that leak from my phone in real time and be able to get someone out there to fix it? It would have been great. But I didn't. And think about, we're in the middle of a drought and now you got this leak going on. I mean, there's a lot of wins for it. Just depends.
The other thing that may help us is if we do have that lobbyist, you know, transportation monies are separate from water utility monies. So there may be a good pot that we could go after and offset one of those years.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Okay, questions? All right.
Well, there is great news on that slide, the previous slide.
The wastewater.
The wastewater,
Yeah.
we're done until the next expansion.
Come on, Perez.
No, what
So
I'm
we're
saying.
we're actually done
Yeah,
paying for the wastewater
Right,
treatment?
for the current expansion.
Awesome.
So hopefully,
That does go good.
That
so
helps a lot.
hopefully by the time the next expansion rolls around, we'll have enough system growth
Right.
to make do.
And again, that is another pot in the federal system for wastewater treatment plant expansion. So that's something we'll add to the list.
Hey, out of curiosity, could we contract with somebody to do that? Like, cause we may not need it.
We've done that.
And it didn't work?
No.
Is there a way that with the new infrastructure coming in, we could set aside a pot from some of that? You know, when we're setting up, our agreements with them, be able to allocate something out of those agreements to look at putting that money aside for future, growth with our wastewater system?
Are you talking federal requests?
No, I'm talking about us as we're growing, because we're talking about the future.
Just like an ongoing rate increase, like an annual increase?
Yeah, with the.
Or a fund.
Or some kind of fund or something with the developers. Something, I don't know, I'm just thinking outside the box. I'm trying to be creative, that one day we get to this point with all our growth. That's what contributes to us needing a bigger wastewater plant in the future. With the growth that's coming in, why not, let's put a little bit of that burden on that new growth instead of on everybody to see as a whole, and create a fund that we could pull from to help mitigate some of that.
And we're doing that to a great extent with impact fees, water impact, wastewater impact fee. All of the CIP projects that Leon has been working on, Southside, Elliott Branch, they're all being paid out of impact fee. And we will continue to pay that. So that is the funds, sort of what you're talking about, is set aside. The new development is paying for it.
Okay.
but I don't know if the second planned expansion of the wastewater treatment plant is factored into the current CIP, so
No.
that means it's not reflected in the impact fees currently.
It will be in the next update.
Right.
Yeah, so what?
Which makes sense, because you wouldn't want people paying now that are actually getting serviced by that.
Right.
To be paying for the next thing,
Right.
so.
So the impact fee update will take all that into account and set the new rate for the developers.
It's been 5 years since we've done it also, so we may be
Yeah.
due.
So yeah, let's do it this year. We'll add
I
it.
just keep thinking about having a fund out there that would, we could add to and would probably gain interest, so that way when we do address this again, in the future, we've got some kind of, would help mitigate some of that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Some of our developments, we do ask for additional monies for specifically the wastewater treatment plant or the interceptors that go there. We've got, I think there's a slide a little further later that talks about the monies due us from those negotiations.
Thank you.
All right, slide 35, your summary slide on our revenue increases, rate increases. Slide 36, moving now into the storm drainage utility. So this has, again, storm drainage utility, something we set up several years ago. It's broken into residential and commercial, with commercial taking on a percentage basis, it kind of equals out with the residential, but they pay a much higher percentage individually for the stormwater fees. And you'll see the increase in valuations for this next year. All right, slide 37, we'll get back into some summary slides here. Slide 38, position requests that you saw today. All right, these are just very preliminary, not being advanced at this time, but those departments from a part-time, full-time, and FTE, we're at 51.5 FTEs being requested currently in this year's budget. Slide 39, new budget needs from everything you heard today. Just shy of $210 million. So you'll see where that is, how that is rolled up in a couple of slides here. Slide 39 and 40. Those high priority projects clearly taking the vast majority of those, which include the roads and the plant expansion, et cetera. Slide 41 would be funding estimates. How do we close that gap as much as we can? We have about 170 identified here in slide 41 to close that gap from a 210 request. You'll see property tax, sales tax estimates, water, wastewater. I mean, you can read down the list there, storm drainage, etc. The general fund contributions is for the parks at Uptown, Central and Here's Memorial Park. The American Rescue Funds, we haven't really talked about that because we're still waiting on clarification from the Treasury Department, but that was approved back in March. Kyle's allotment is $10.5 million, so that does offset some of these projects. It's infrastructure, broadband, but we're not really sure yet what that means.
Is that the one that we almost got it all back?
This is like phase 2 of that.
Okay.
So we got everything from the first coronavirus relief funds, and now this is still to combat coronavirus, but they've really opened it up to a lot more projects.
Okay.
And then the next, I don't know what it's going to be, 3 trillion, 1 trillion, depends on how that comes down in the, federally, but there could be quite a bit more coming there, and then the additional amount that we could receive per the lobbyist. So we're looking at more federal buckets, again, more strings attached, but there are dollars there.
The other unknown item on this list is the future bond. We have $57 million identified as future funding source.
So that's an election, could be, or federal funds. And that 57 is low, as we talked about earlier. Slide 42 shows the gap, and the gap has widened. So we're about 40 million plus another 15 to 20-ish for BB Marketplace, so, or more, 25, 30. We're in the 10s and 20s jumping now, but,
Right.
so.
Even to the 5s anymore.
I don't think it does either. So it's a total swag, but there's a gap. And so this is what we do the last couple of years. In this first retreat, we've scared everyone to death by having this gap that was like totally insurmountable. And this is where we roll up our sleeves and we find a way to close the gap. We'll not have nearly the amount of requests, when we come back to the next budget retreat, but we will have different ideas and options on how to bring that closed. So the next meeting where we will actually talk about closing the gap is June 26th. So make sure you have that on your calendar. Between now and then, we're going to do a lot of legwork on our end. And then June 26th, it'll be hopefully a little, a lot faster than this meeting, but again, we're going to get into specifics on these projects, what's been cut out, what's been left in, etc. You can continue asking your questions at any stage during this process. And then we'll have one final budget work session July 31st. That one's important because we'll have the final tax roll from the county, the assessor. And then we'll be able to answer some more of those questions like, what is that INS rate? What does that look like? Hopefully we'll have a little bit more on the engineering side, but we sure won't be on 30% design on any of these are large road projects by then. Okay, so that gets us on the city staff side of things. I think up to this point we've done pretty well on meeting the council priorities, but again, knowing what we've talked about, the vision workshop, what you've heard from the citizens through the household survey, and then what we talked about today through this meeting, we wanted to really open it up to you for any final priorities that we didn't anticipate, any more conversation that we need to have based on this very preliminary budget. And this will be our last item before we adjourn.
I think just for me, it's just getting the sidewalks done in the historic park down here. I think that's one of the concerns I have. Everything else I think was answered by staff. Did a great job. So I want to thank staff and everybody for coming out today and bringing forward their requests and taking time out of their Saturday to come out and really voice their concerns on what their needs are and to prioritize them. So that's great. Thank you all.
And you have a map for those sidewalk
I do.
links.
Yeah. Jerry helped me out with putting the map together, so
perfect.
I want to thank Jerry for that. Sure.
Great. Okay. Other comments, concerns, questions, priorities?
Should we talk about our special events that we want to address for the next budget cycle?
We can if you like.
We already have stuff allocated.
We're anticipating 2 events in this next year, the Fajita Festival and the Pie in the Sky. So Fajita is still, to be developed further, but then the Pie in the Sky within, Samantha, tell us about Pie in the Sky.
Pie in the Sky is at this point a go for this year, which is in this fiscal year, and we have the same budget allocated for the next fiscal year that we're talking about today. Is that the question?
Yeah, yes, that's the question. So we are anticipating Pie in the Sky for this Memorial Day.
Yes, not Labor Day, yes.
This Labor Day, and then the Fajita Fest will be
2022 Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo-ish timeframe.
Veterans?
Yep.
That parade?
We're looking at, we had our
In March.
first in March.
Yep, a Veterans Day parade, not parade, but in March from,
March in March.
right.
We get in November. We just had our first meeting of discussion about it. So we're going to follow up with another one sometime next
It's the second week of May.
Second week of May. The idea would be to, instead of having a parade, which would be, we have the Founders Parade, it's like 2 weeks after that. So deciding on doing a march instead from the VFW down to Kyle Elementary School.
Yeah.
And to do a little presentation there, and then if any of the residents from Kyle, one of the branches that you're from, can do that march and join in as well. We're still in the planning stages, but we're probably looking at the weekend before was it, Veterans Day? We haven't set the date yet, so we're just barely in the talks.
And this is something that, you know, council had talked about previously with COVID, everything else, we put it on hold, but our hope is that when the Veterans Memorial is built, that's where we'll have our official march. And this is one of the reasons we decided to do a march instead of parade is to honor the veterans, but also not to get parade happy, not to have a parade for every single thing where people get tired of going to a parade and then we burn them out. This way they look forward to what the programming we put out there. So,
Groundbreaking May 31st?
yes, yep, groundbreaking. May
It's
31st.
Labor Day weekend though, isn't it?
Memorial Day weekend. And that's the reason we're doing it.
That's the reason why.
I'll be out of town.
Councilman Reeser brought up a good point because of that. We had originally had talked about this beforehand, but with COVID and the restrictions last year, we felt it was safe to not pursue it until a lot of the vaccines were out. We saw how the communities were flowing with that. So it was brought again, got with Marina and made the agreement to, like I said, do a small march for now. But eventually when we have the Heroes Park open up, that's when we'll start looking into having something on a regular basis.
That's what it's for.
So I think it might be helpful to have a council agenda item talking about this and having an actual presentation or of some sort, because we do have those in the community that are hoping that we do something in November for Veterans Day. And so this is the first I'm hearing about a March target time. So if we could have something presented to the council and for the public to see, you know, where we're at on that, what we're looking at, I think that would be very beneficial.
And make sure we're reaching out to the groups that we are trying to get a part of that, because I know the conversation I had about the 31st was the groups were still kind of dark, but I understand we were waiting on Tuesday's meeting, so, Thursday, last Thursday, was it last Thursday? The meeting for that, and we got that out of the way, so now getting that information, we can, members and different organizations.
November, H&P won't be finished by November, but I think they're saying January is what I heard. So if you're doing something for March, I think it'll be complete.
March is like a March.
March.
So it'll be in
It said
November.
March and March.
No, so
Yeah,
we
you did
had,
say that.
it would be an actual March.
I thought you meant.
March, no, not March, no, it actually March itself.
But on Veterans Day or?
Veterans Day, Veterans Day.
Yeah. Physical March.
We are targeting November.
Yes, that was talking November, yes.
Oh,
We
okay.
needed to get everything.
So we discussed it for November 11th or the weekend before.
Okay, I was up.
For H&P.
Thank you, Mariana. Either November 11th or the weekend before, or the 2 days, but we'll get some finalization details and give an update.
What
We
direction?
need direction if we're going to target this year, this November for bond election.
So it's not posted for action? is it?
No, not for action, we just, if the council wants us to go, we're going to start to put a time frame together for public hearings, et cetera.
Yeah, all that's a yes.
Okay, all right.
Just getting the.
And the engineering.
Right, yeah, we'll bring that forward, yes.
Anything else?
Are we committing to funding a comprehensive plan this year?
It's in the budget right now so far.
Well, nothing's in the budget.
Well, no, but it's in the preliminary.
It's in the packet, there's a lot of things that are in the packet that aren't going to be in the budget. So,
It'll be up to council if they want.
well, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, we can't answer that right now, can we?
What's that?
Can we answer that right now?
What's the question?
We can give direction to staff, that's the point.
Yeah, give us direction. We can't have it.
I think the comp plan needs to stay for the next round, for sure. It doesn't need to get cut. I think, for the June or whatever, it still needs to be in there.
We'll keep having conversations all the way down.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I get how the budget process works.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
I thought maybe we were voting on it, but I was like, no, I know we're moving forward on it, but we're not voting on it yet.
So we'll start the process, Samantha, for the scheduling of the bond. Is that all that? And we'll have to call the question on the bond in August.
All right, we done? Motion to adjourn?
Second?
Third.
We're adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, staff. Thanks, everyone.
2 o'clock?
Give that
Why we